have finally switched up their roster. They have 2 new, fresh additions.
Yeah, this is something that everybody has been kind of begging for the longest time. You know, there was a little bit of leeway going at the beginning of the season, but ever since that big spike performance back at Masters, 2 years ago at this point, that Zeta had, we never kind of got that same high. So everybody else, who was cheering for this team and wanting to see this team back at international events, wanting to see them be able to, punch above their weight, be able to push themselves into the top 4 once more, was saying, okay, I think we actually might need to see some changes, and Zeta has finally answered that call. So a call up from their academy team, a pickup from, FIL, one of the other Japanese organizations that competes in Tier 2. They're finally making these changes while maintaining a very solid core of Laz, Sugar Zero, as well as Dep.
Yeah, let's talk about this actually with the new Hiroron being this initiator and flex role in Uran. According to their coach, very fun-loving, really new to the global stage.
All smiles.
I mean, look at his picture. What a pose.
Yeah.
And global esports, what should we be expecting from their players, Azra?
Yeah, aside from the things that I've mentioned about Benkai, I think all eyes will be set on Polvi here. As I mentioned, he is that Finnish star that came in from the particular scene. He's also played in the France League, if I'm not mistaken. Super aggressive, fits into that global esports roster. So definitely a player that I think has the identity that global esports want it to be, which is, again, super aggressive and in your face.
Now we're looking at Laz and Russ. Why are these our key players for today?
I think it's going to be, taking a look at some of the captaincy that we have here between these two teams. So Laz is, somebody who since last year had really been picking up that role as far as making the shot calls and decisions round over round for what the team was going to be doing. And we did see, initially he was very much struggling with that. The chamber meta had fallen out. Laz was picking up some kind of newer agents that he didn't have as much experience on. But by the end, he started really finding his footing. And then, of course, chamber came back in for the LCQ.
Yep.
And they were able to make a run from there. So I'm curious to see if he's still going to be very reliant on that chamber coming into the current meta, because we only got to see X-Curate on it yesterday on Lotus. Otherwise, no other chamber play whatsoever. So I'm curious if he's going to try to really force it into the meta. But on the opposite side, you have Russa, who is a player that has quite a bit of experience behind him. Obviously coming over from Guild, has that international experience behind him as well. So joins into this roster to try to bring some extra veterancy there alongside Benkai. And I think that having him there with Benkai, who also has shot called at the highest level and has had those strong performances at internationals, I think that this is a very solid foundation for global to work around with.
Now, I have to talk a bit about, what Twitter's been saying, a bit about our own predictions even. A lot of us are feeling very strongly for Zeta, but why is this? What kind of hope do we have for global esports?
Honestly, it's just because it feels like even though there are pieces that should be working for global here, it's too early, right? They've already proven themselves, again, as I mentioned, in the previous teams that they played at, but they haven't proven themselves as global esports just yet. For Zeta Division, it's more like, as Achilles was mentioning, they already have their core players. They only added what is there to complement what was already existing. So I feel that that's the reason why we feel like Zeta has a bigger shot in this series up against global.
It's not only that for me, it's also to do with just kind of what we were able to see in the offseason, because Zeta, I think there was promise shown at home ground. Did it blow our expectations out of the water? Not necessarily, but there were still some strong performances. Overall, they played against Cloud9 twice at home ground. We saw them go 2-3 in them, winning a best of 1, then picking up a single map in that best of 3 series. And you could tell that the development was there, but it was also without Dep. And again, global, they didn't have Benkai, but if you're asking me which one has more firepower when added into the roster, I have to go with Dep. So I feel like him coming back in, being the hand of God, the child of God rather, as they call him, that's just such a huge power boost over what we saw from Zeta in the offseason comparatively.
All right, let's hear from the coaches, because we have changes on that front too.
For Carlos, for Zeta, I'll ask you the question. You got a new roster for the team, 2 new players joining in, so what do you think is his strongest point?
Yeah, Yuren, he brings a lot of flex things for the table. He can do whatever we need, so this is really impressive. Hiroron is also a really clutch player, so when the things got tough, we can count on him. So both young kids, both kids that are improving so much, and I'm really proud of them.
Oh, yeah, already both strong players. Good to hear the news. 두 선수들 모두 유연하고 또 신뢰가 가는 플레이를 보이기 때문에 아주 믿음직스럽다고는 답변을 받았습니다. Okay, for GE, I got a question for Coach Spin. You had a massive roster shuffle as well, bringing in Bazzi at the last minute. So can you tell us about the story shortly?
So Bassi's only a sub. Clear that up straight away. Our organization likes to bait. They like to act like they don't know who's going to be playing. We've only practiced with this 5. We've practiced with this 5 since the beginning. Bassi was born as a substitute. He's a great substitute player. Thought we'd bring him on. The other 5, everyone likes to act like they don't know who these players are. They will know. Soon they will know.
네, 이제 바지 선수가 항상 그 뒤에 서브스티튜트 플레이어로 준비돼 있었는데 5 선수들 모두 다 준비성이 철저히 됐고 어떤 플레이를 선보여드릴지 기대가 된다고 말씀드렸습니다. So for the next question, who would you say is a key player for today for Zeta?
Our key player?
Yeah, your team's key player.
I think he's Las. He's our IGL, so we can count on him in when the match gets tough. So I think it's him.
Oh, okay. A lot of us will believe in that too. 네, IGL 리더를 하고 있는 라즈 선수가 키 플레이어라고 지목을 했습니다. And also for key player for GE, who do you think?
For GE, it's Polvi, the young god, the young Finnish god.
그 젊은 신, 우리 정말 많은 사람들이 믿고 힘을 주고 있는 폴비 선수라고 대답을 했습니다. So lastly, I want to ask questions for both of you. Tell us your mindset heading into the first match of today's season.
My mindset and also the team mindset is just we can make a good match as a team. I think that's why is our goal and for this year to be a better team. So that's our mindset for today.
아, 나이스. 팀 전체로서 정말 팀워크를 보여주면서 좋은 팀을 후각을 나타내는 게 오늘 경기에 임하는 자세라고 말했네요. And for GE too, your mindset?
The goal going to any game is to smash the opponent. That's all.
오늘 게임 아주 끝장내겠다는 다짐을 말해줬습니다. Then good luck to your both. Nice games.
Thank
Thank you so much.
네, 그럼 지금까지 감독들 인터뷰 들어봤습니다.
Thank you, Kyungmin and coaches. Oh my, there's so much to unpack there, which we will throughout the game. But first and foremost, Bazi. A lot of us are wondering what was going to happen there. He's definitely going to be a sub. And Polvi being described as a young Finnish god. I mean, you were pretty excited about Polvi too.
Yeah, absolutely. Because when I was watching some of the matches that he's actually played, he definitely has no fear when he tries to go take those fights, and he's able to get those multi-kills for the previous teams that he's played on. So these are kind of the characteristics that Global is hoping for. You can already hear the confidence in the voice of Coach Spin that he really does have a lot of faith in this team, and it goes to show that a lot of faith comes into also having Polvi in that roster.
Yeah, he was one of the standout players for the mid-convergence, where everybody else had their struggles, especially when they were playing against Vitality, who was looking like an incredibly strong team in their own right. Polvi was still having a shining performance. So I do definitely have my eyes trained on him, but again, you're going up against depth. This guy, I mean, he broke the land kill record playing Sova on Haven, I believe, and he's incredible. So his work is certainly going to be cut out for him, but I think Polvi is the guy to put stock in if you're Global Esports.
That said, as excited as we are for Global Esports, you can see across the board. Yeah, Zeta does, I mean, they have most of their core team there. They definitely proved themselves last year's champions. Like you mentioned, Depth, also known in Japan as a child god. So we got a lot of gods facing off today. I think this is going to be very exciting here. How are you feeling about Zeta today, Asra? I know you talked about Global, but Zeta, what's your mood for this?
My mood, at least for what they're going to be looking for, probably to see what maps would be best for Hiraron as well as on that initiator, because I feel like one of the issues that they might be facing, even though they have some time to prepare already, is that Hiraron is coming from that Sentinel role, so he might not be as adjusted into playing into certain maps to get the information, to get those startups for Dep and Euron when he's going to be adjusted into that initiator role. So unsure yet what they're going to be looking to pick, but yeah, it's going to be Zeta.
And Kilios, there's been a huge change in the coaches department of Zeta. How's that going to affect things?
That's what I'm really curious to see, because it's hard to say until we actually really see it on stage. But I mean, when Kalau had kind of joined, it had been pretty recent in the off-season tournaments and whatnot. So now that they've had some more time to develop, I'm really curious what direction he's been taking this team in, because it is, I think, one of the least expected changes to a roster or to an organization that we've seen in the off-season, maybe globally, that we have a formerly Brazilian coach coming in, over from Furia after a 2-year stint there. coming over to coach a Japanese team. It's super bizarre, but this is going to be a very different perspective that he's bringing to these players. So I'm curious if we're going to see more aggression coming out. We'll have to just wait and see.
ゼータディビジョンのラズです。チームリーダーを務めております。今年もまたこの大会に出ることができて嬉しく思っております。ゼータも、メンバーが新しくなって今までとは違うゼータをお見せできるのも間違いないなと思ってます。特に若い選手2人に対してすごい可能性を感じるというか、すごい楽しみですね。G がどれぐらいの状態なのかっていうのが、分かんないのはもちろんあって、不安とかもありますけど、個人的にねやっぱ強いチームと戦えるっていうのはすっごい楽しみなので、早く試合日が来るといいなと思ってます。自信は自分たちのチームの状態っていうのは自分たちが一番よく分かってるし、他のチームで真似できないようなパフォーマンスをこの新しいメンバー、新しいシステムでやっていきたいなと思ってます。新しい波を立てます。
I'm Russ. I'm the captain in IGL of Global Esports. So the reason behind moving to Pacific for me and Mie was because I wanted a fresh start, and Global Esports was the right choice for me. Everything seemed too perfect. For Team Global Esports, the chemistry has been at an all-time high, especially with how we've taken day by day, week by week. You know, we're excited to play. I do actually have my eyes on playing the best Japanese team, that is Zeta Division. Facing Zeta in the first match, man, I'm actually really excited, you know. I always wanted to play them, so this is my time to shine, I guess you can say. I'm looking forward to bringing a new wave to the Pacific region. Don't take us lightly, don't underestimate us, because we'll be fighting till the end.
Well, it's going to be the long-awaited match, at least by a day. We got Global Esports and Zeta Division. We're really excited to see the new iteration of both of these teams. Now, Zeta Division, again, across the board, both the Korean casters and over here on the English desk, we're quite confident about their gameplay. But with two new players, is their inexperience on the global stage going to affect things a lot?
It certainly can, and we've seen that plenty of times. I mean, Karon, his first experience over at Convergence, definitely had some, moments where it took him a while to find his footing, but then once he did, you could see that he was really picking up pace and becoming that player on stage that the team knew that he was going to be. The very much same could be said here for these players on the side of Zeta, but they do now have experience playing in front of crowds. They, again, Red Bull Homeground, I think, was a really good experience for these players to have first and foremost, because not only was it in front of a home crowd, so a lot of higher expectations on you, but it was also in a legendary venue within Japan. So even that just has way more, cultural pressure that's added in on top of it. So I think that they should come into this feeling a bit more comfortable than they otherwise would have, but you can still have those nerves.
That's right. I mean, with leadership from Laz coming in for them, I'm sure this is going to be great, almost having this big brother look over the rest of the team. As coach has described him, being incredibly smart, being able to think his way out of really tight situations.
Yeah, and at least if I can just look at the other side here too for Global Esports, it might actually be what could be like the polar opposite, right? Where they're just high off of just being on Global Esports, which is such a team that loves to give that much energy to their players. You know how when you ever go into a tournament and you have GE there was always the GE fighting shout. They are looking to be a lot more aggressive. And again, I do like how, even though I'm talking about how Global Esports is coming off of picking up all of these pieces, it's kind of like how they already want to go for, so they're pretty used to it by now, so maybe that's why they're just okay trying to use these new pieces into this match against Zeta Division. In any case, still would love to see, aside from Polvi here, Lightning Fast to get his spotlight finally, because again, when it's him or SK Rossi back in the day, they're always gonna pick SK Rossi, but I really feel like Lightning Fast was so underrated that he didn't get his chance. But now you've seen it in the videos that he's happy that he gets to be in the starting five. He gets more time in the spotlight to show what he's got.
Yeah, that's right.
I do have a little bit of concerns about that for him, because we didn't get to see too much from him last season. So this is almost kind of like a debut for him because now he's a part of that starting core 5. They decided to keep him, the only player that we had, and now Bazzi, kind of tacked on there at the very last second. But he was the only player that they decided to retain compared to last season. So that in itself does bring a lot of added pressure. There's a lot more expectations to prove why you were held onto this roster. So I'm hoping that he's able to deal with that. It seems like he's got a really good head on his shoulders. Was talking to him a little bit earlier and seems fairly confident. So I think that he should be ready for this, but you never know what you're going to, how that emotion is going to hit you, how that pressure is going to hit you until you are in that seat, until you're on stage, getting ready for this barriers to drop.
I mean, I have to have the same question for Benkai. There must be so much pressure. Maybe from the other end, we didn't get to see a lot of Lightning Fast last year, but we also didn't get to see a lot of Benkai either. He must have a lot of weight on his shoulders. I mean, this guy is known for cooking up some pretty cool strats. What are we expecting here?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like that's actually a good kind of balance. If all of these players haven't gotten that extra bit of time to really get adjusted compared to Zeta Division, what you could be looking for is Russ is going to be, as they were talking about, the IGL that's going to, smooth things out for the bigger plays. And then once Benkai thinks about something that, maybe this is, a smaller play that we can do that can add things up, I feel like that at least gives Global Esports that edge, because even though, again, they've only been here for such a short time, they have so many ways of trying to figure things out. So lots of problem solving for a team that's this new.
I have to discuss this. It's going to be kind of hard to guess at this point, but we saw a glimpse of this. What kind of maps are we expecting to see? We got to see most of the map pool yesterday. I don't think we saw Bind or Ascent, but today, what are we feeling?
Well, so Zeta coming into this one, my brain says Ascent, because that was kind of their go-to, their linchpin map that we saw from them all last season. Even though damn near every time they were playing it, it was very close. Kind of like DRX in that situation where they always want to reliably, rely on the map and pick it, but then they would have to really battle to be able to get a win. I hope that with Carlisle coming in, he's trying to shift them away from these maps that they've been continuously playing. So I'm hoping to see something new here from Zeta.
Well, with that, we are ready to see what their map picks are going to be. I'm thinking maybe a bit of Sunset as well. Here, both of these teams are pretty excited to play it. Now, let's see what's up.
It's Zeta Division! Stronger than ever, about to do a 180 to turn from GE fighting to GE winning. It's Global Esports.
कौन है जो करे मेरा सामना कर आंखें बंद कर ले तू प्रार्थना underdog energy in the house GE fighting no hiding believing we Valorant we bring the fight to the tyrants born in chaos need no silence not here for the glory no room for jealousy we here to build a legacy भाइयों के साथ है खड़े हम अपने हालातों से लड़े हम पहुंचे इस मुकाम पे
We have both teams here. We'll now begin today's map ban. Global Esports, will you please ban the map?
All right, it's time
Global
for
Esports Lotus,
map
Zeta, will you
picks.
ban the map?
Let's see what these two
Zeta
teams
ban
have
Breeze.
got.
Global Esports, you may pick the first map.
The Global is going to be taking away Lotus. I think this makes a lot of sense in the current meta. This has been one of the best maps that we've seen for Chamber and one of the ones that's been talked about the most. And, you know, when you're going up against Laz, that's not one that you want to find yourself on. So I think it makes a lot of sense. Breeze with some of the changes. Seems like Zeta don't want to straight towards that, but we get Bind and actually Icebox picked from Zeta.
I can only anticipate that there's something with the Sentinel lineups or Sentinel setups that Laz has that as to why we're looking at Icebox here. Bind, I'm not entirely sure. This is the interesting one though that I'm looking at here. The split ban on Zeta Division. This was the map that last year they had a lot of success on. So
Zeta will play defense. Zeta picks Icebox,
that's on.
G plays attack,
I'm very flabbergasted by that.
I think that for the Bind pick here, I actually really like this for Global because Zeta has always had a really rough time on this map. They either barely scrape by with a win in overtime on Bind, or they get absolutely rolled on that map. I mean, you take a look at the last few times that they played it. Yes, 2 of them were in off-season tournaments, but they got 13-3'd by Na'Vi, 13-2'd by Cloud9. Then, of course, there was the super close matchup versus NRG back at Champions with a 15-13 loss for them. But the last win that they got was T1, and like I mentioned, it was, again, in overtime. It was 14-12 for them to be able to get a win in the regular season on this map. So this is not one that we've seen too much from Zeta all time. They're like a 50% win rate on this map. So I really like kind of tackling that weakness here from the side of Global Esports, but you have to expect it with Karlov coming in as well. He's going to notice that weakness and is going to want to reinforce it and, you know, try to make them better on this map.
Well, I'm very excited either way for both these teams. I can tell, I mean, we can see the spirits of Zeta, the team. Their energy is completely different coming into this year. Will was joking, Laz looks happy for the first time in Pacific. But it's true, he's been seen smiling more. There's a different kind of energy about them, and they're looking to be more aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, all eyes are set on Zeta here because they have all of their predictions actually set for them. I really am honestly just wanting to see how Heron plays on that initiator as well, especially that Bind is going to be that first map. What is the big adjustment that he has to kind of set upon himself when he's setting things up for Laz and the rest of Zeta Division?
I think one of my biggest questions as we get ready to go into this map is, well, of course, Laz, are you going to be playing Chamber on this map? It's something we have seen run. I mean, even back at Champions, we had the likes of Bucio that was playing it on this map. But is the Sky still going to remain super prevalent when it comes down to Bind? She was obviously a mainstay on most maps, was the most played agent that we had last year. But we have seen some teams starting to stray away from it after the recent nerfs. We still had a decent amount of Sky yesterday. Again, Yay playing it for the first time even. But is that meta going to change as we go into this matchup? It's the first time that we're seeing Bind, so I'm curious if there's going to be any big overarching comp changes that we see.
Yeah, that's right. This is the first time we're seeing Bind at all since the beginning of this kickoff. I know Euro picks have been, you know, floating about across all the regions, and being kind of agent of the year.
Yeah. What is going to be, I think, something to also maybe be something you just watch out for here is both teams still have the possibility to go for double duelists, at least in the comps, because you still have Euron, you still have Depth on global side, you have Lightning Fast and Polvi that actually don't really steal certain duelists away from each other, so they can complement that. And we have seen in the past Bind be a map that just sometimes if you are having struggles with finding any kind of value even on attacking on defending, double duelist seems like the way to go, and both teams can choose to go for that kind of route. I mean, yeah, you could very well run the jet race for either of these teams, maybe even throw a curveball out there, bring out the Reyna, you know, a little flavor from the side of Paper X. So I think that both teams are very well capable of that. It's more just about what surrounds it. You know, what kind of style do you use to try and support that double duelist if you do opt to run it? Is it going to be something like Viper Harbor, have that double controller, really just set up these multiple walls so you can just take the map a fraction at a time, inch your way forward into the site, and pick people off with misinformation? Or are you going to have a bit of a more straightforward approach? Is it going to be that Sky? Is it going to be, you know, Viper again in that mix, but with a double initiator instead alongside it? So I'm really curious to see what this agent select is going to look like, because again, so much time has transpired since we got to see both of these teams in their off-season tournaments.
and now they have the full roster up on stage. So I think that this is going to be a very different flavor. The power levels for both of them, I think it's really hard to judge where they're going to be at.
Yeah, in fact, this entire Group A, again, these two teams are part of the Group A. I think this is a team where a lot of us are really uncertain about because there's so many changes for the better, like we said. So it's really hard to say. What are the implications of the winners and losers of today's Zeta Global Esports match? They'll be facing off T1 or Bleed.
Yes, I actually had to double check my notes for that one. So looking quickly into this, yes, so whoever wins this will actually be facing up against T1.
Oh, here we go.
And he loses this will go up onto Bleed. Ooh.
Okay, so we've got solo duelists on both sides. Pulvy's going to be going for that race. It's not going to be Lightning Fast filling into that role. He's actually going on to the Viper. We have double Cypher here. The Sky still does stay for Zeta Division, so Hiroron's going to be bringing out that more... this is a much more classic composition overall here for Zeta Division, but Global Esports kind of leaning into something new because the Gecko, a bit of a mainstay when when it comes down to it on this map, but that KO certainly is not.
Yeah, at least you have that wingman to keep yourself as a bait when you try to plant the spike, because usually when you're going on the attacking, the person that plants the spike always gets traded instantaneously whether you're successful in planting that spike or not. So at least having the wingman when you don't have, like, let's say a Sage wall to keep you really safe, Viper wall doesn't do the same, it makes a lot of sense to have this Gecko, especially when you can reuse your abilities as you pick up, either the wingman, the Dizzy, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I think they could go really strong here. I'm just curious, how is Russ going to be piloting the KO? Because it's just so uncommon to see, but it seems like they want to try to stray away from that Sky as much as possible, given the nerfs perhaps. But, having an additional nade, having that 0 point to be able to come through, the null command as well to deny the utility coming through when Zeta Division tries to come in for a retake could be really strong.
Well, only time will tell. We are ready for the first game of today. We're going to see who is fighting harder once more. We're going to go into Bind. Let's go over to our casters, William and Quack.
Thank you very much, Chubby.
Ako nga si William at kasama ko si Quack at kami syempre dito lamang sa first series between ang mga taga Zeta Division versus sa mga insan mula sa Global Esports. Ako nga pala, yan ang talaga ako sarili. Kasama ko si Vil at unang game pa lang, Vil, pero naka-Team Secret shirt ka na kagad.
Sumisilip na ang mata. Pero yun nga syempre, kalma lang tayo, di ba? Ito yung mga oras na kakalmahan natin ang mga lahat ng mga bagay nga na makikita natin ngayon. Kasi balita ko, talagang itong first game natin mainit na. Japan versus India, mga tropa. Sino pa talaga ang pinakamalakas? So, makikita natin ngayon na si Kuya Bill nagre-reserva pa ng enerhiya. Ayos ba yun?
Natatawa ko dito. Chicken teriyaki daw versus...
Yan!
Tripwire destroy.
Sarap naman ang mga pagkain yan, pero mabilis ang plant.
Ito ang importante. Ito kasi, dati kasi, nung pinasok ng TS ang Gecko dito sa Bind, pinasok nila sa Lenny. Isang beses lang nila ginawa yun. At Bind, at Gecko ngayon ginamit niya. Sino ba yung mga sikat na gumagamit ng Gecko? Siyempre, andyan yung T1. So, may kita natin ngayon kung paano ba mangyayari, kung magiging successful ba itong Gecko pick nga ni ginawa nga ni Blaze Game. Pero habang nangyayari yun, si Dip will catch one already. At least, yung mga players ngayon ng GE, literal na dire-diretso lang sila. Diyos ko, Laz, pag nabuhay ka, ewan ko na lang sa'yo. Pero 3 versus 2 right now, Euron Sugar 0 na lang natitira. Pero Diyos ko, sige, sobrang push kayo ha. Mainit kayo ha. Sige, yung dalawa nasa heaven pa ha. O sige, di magde-defuse na lang kami. Di ba? Magde-defuse na lang kami. Wala kaming gagawin. Ewan ko pa dito. Wala silang ginawa kundi mag-press W. Ay.
Na,
ano galit guys, hindi ako galit.
Galit.
Galit na.
Mo sila, coach. Galit ka, coach eh. Pero bakit sila pumish doon?
Hindi ko alam eh. Pinush sila eh. Pinush nila. Wala silang paki sa mga nararamdaman nila. Sabi ni mama, mag-push daw kami. Eto kasi, pag nakikita mo yung mga players ng GE, kailangan nilang manalo dito. Kasi kaisipin mo, double initiator sila, tapos kasama mo pa si Ray, so kailangan nilang maging super aggressive talaga. Pero sige, pumasok kayo sa Viper na naka-snake bite. 3 agad yung nawala kay Yuran, ni Yuran lahat nung nakita niya. 3 sila nagsama-sama sa hookah, GE, ano ba? Hoy! First 2 games pa lang kung ano-ano na pinagkakagawa nyo!
BP check.
Hindi, ewan ko eh! Diyos ko, parang... Ewan ko ba? Kalma lang tayo today, guys. Kalma lang tayo today. Ginagalit ako ng GE.
Coach, sorry na, coach!
Ay, naku, di pa sila nag-save! Sige, ewan ko ba dito? Nag-uubos kayo ng pera eh kung binigay nyo lang sa amin yan!
Grabe, daming fans ng Zeta, no? Dahil daw pogi sila.
Pogi naman talaga eh!
You versus the guy she told you not to worry about, sabi nga nila. Hindi! Relax!
3v2 oh! Oh, labang yung Zeta oh! Oh, bang kayo, ito na oh. Ito na si Benedict oh. Benedict yan, di ba? Benedict first name yun, di ba?
Si Benedict yan si Ben.
Yan si Ben.
Ang layo na naman nila, Bes, oh.
Magkakampi sila. Kalma lang tayo, ha? Hindi ito yung main match, ha? O, Ben kayo sumisilip, oh. Sugar Zero magpapakita. Brimstone. Hoy, nice one! Hoy, ubos na! Ay, nako, ang bilis ng game. Sige na, para TS na. Yan!
Grabe naman yung filler matches natin. Grabe.
Ewan ko ba dito sa GE? Sino ba IGL nito? Ha? Sino ba IGL nito? Ano ba yan, man?
Si Bengkay. Inaaway tuloy si Laz. Sabi dito, ayusin mo naman, Laz.
Kalma lang tayo.
Kalma na, tahimik mo na kami ng 1 round. Ingay namin eh.
Yan. Hindi ko lang kasi alam kung bakit ganoon yung ginagawa nila sa side nga ng Zeta Division. Pero guys, welcome nga pa sa official watch party ng TS. Yan.
Kanina nagreklamo sila sa English eh. Guys, okay naman yung Pinoy doon, si Asoray.
Man. Okay lang, pabayaan natin sila naman nagkakaintindihan doon eh. Pero si Lightning Pass may diretso na though. Pero ito yung pinaka-importante nga dito kasi if ever nag-flash yung mga players nga dito ng Zeta, hindi nila masyado ma-flash yung Lightning Pass kasi nga nakatalikod siya. Pero yung mga players dito ng G, at least alam nila na once na pumasok na sila, magkakaroon sila ng problema kasi naka-classic lang naman sila. So magsi-save round sila. So isipin mo, tinrain nila i-risk yung second round nila na nag-buy sila pero hindi, talo pa rin sila, men.
Yes, dapat di na lang nila sinasacrifice eh. Dapat di kayo nag-risk kapag alam nyo hindi worth it, di ba? Pero to, meron mag-audition kay Laz. Merong sasama kay Sugar Zero. Talagang kino-crossfire lang nila in a way, pero nga lang nabasag ng pain shot si Sugar Zero. Lahat isa-isa bumagsak. Okay, next map na.
Matindi, next map nyo na to. Diyos ko, Ras. Kumanta ka na lang. Kumanta ka na lang, Ras. Ano yung mga kanta niya?
Ano mga kanta niya? Sige nga.
Basta yung kanta ni Ras eh. Hindi ko alam yun, men. Pero yun nga. Siyempre, kailangan lang natin maging chill ngayon, guys. Pero, ayun. Parang di tayo nagkakast eh.
Ba nag-uusap
Watch party talaga eh. No? Pero ayun.
Okay lang. Main event kasi next game eh. Tapos yung third game, filler match lang yun. 2-0 yun. DFM versus DRX. Nagtanong ka pa kung sino mananalo doon.
Pero ito, syempre, alam mo naman natin na ang nakatalo sa TS dati, nung LCQ, is Zeta Division. Kaya go GE tayo ngayon. pwede natin makita. Pero yung mga players ngayon, Zeta maganda yung position nila. Diyos ko po, dalawa ata makikita ni Yuran! Pero wala siya. Russ will catch one already. 4v5 mga tropa. Si Paul V papasok na. Pero si Blazing can plant a spike already. Pero ito yung maganda nga, di ba? Kailangan nila i-abuse si Wingman.
I think that's the use naman eh. Kasi ang bilis mo kagad makapasok ni Wingman, magpa-plant lang. Tapos pwede ka na kagad may ibang pagbabantayan, di ba? At yun na naman yung pwedeng effectivity nun kung bakit pinick up ng G ito eh. Pero ngayon, basic lang right now. Open siya press. Si Sugar Zero nawala na kagad ng Sugar. Paul V takes down 2. Napalakas si Paul V pero mas malakas na kaysa sa kay SKOC. At ngayon, isa na lang kagad natitira. Si Laz! Ang pinaka-poging member ng Zeta Division! Tinalo daw siya dahil, wala na, tinalo ni Lightning pa.
Grabe sa pulburon eh, no? Biglang nakatatlo na ata siya. Pero habang nangyayari yun, mga tropa, shoutouts nga pala kay Jelander. Ayan, yung mga taga, hindi ko pwede sabihin yan pot eh. Pero taga-server ni Jelander, shoutout nga pala sa'yo. Hello. Good afternoon. Salamat sa panood. Pwede mo nang tanggalin yung browser mo. De joke lang. Pero ito I mean, sa side naman ni Polvoron, talagang nakatatlo agad siya, which will give them that huge of an opening para makabawi nga sila sa mga susunod nga na rounds. Pero medyo costly nga yung rounds na yun kasi ilan ba yung nawala sa kanilang first nung una? 3, di ba? Nagbigay sila ng 3 rounds para makaisa sila. Kung kanina sana sila nag-buy round, di sana may pera sila.
Di sana tayo, di ba?
Oo.
Hi, GE. Ikaw na nga lang mag-coach dito, Phil.
Ewan ko ba? Hindi ko ba alam dito, man. Pero yun
Ikaw na lang maglaro.
Pwede. Pero at least, yung mga players dito ng GE, kumbaga, yung first 5 nila last year, lahat yun nabure. Si Lightning Fast lang ang natire, di ba? Si SK Rossi, di na naglaro, naging SK chairman na lang siya eh. Di ba? Tumakbo siya eh. Di ba?
Tumakbo siya last year.
Tumakbo si SK Rossi, last scene, sabay barangay eh. Wala eh, ganun talaga, men.
Si Monyet umalis na, nag-paper-X na, di ba?
Wala na. Ang dami na nagbago. Si Benka, hindi naglaro dati sa PaperX. Tingnan mo.
At ngayon, ano naman nangyari? Engaged na.
Engaged na si Benka. Ay, nako po. Ako, aantayin ko na lang eh. Nag-propose na siya eh. Pero yung habang nangyayari yun, si Laz, nakaisa na at magandang pagkakataon nga para pumasok si Dep, pero alam ng mga players nga ng GE kung nasan siya. 4 versus 4 right now. This is Trasher already, pero ang problema nga, Diyos ko, na trip 1 siya, pero si Laz tumatakbo, Polvoron dumediretso. Pero ang tanong kung makakakuha ba siya, pero that is a delay na ginagawa nga nila. Polvoron, Diyos ko, tinusta mga kalaban niya. Yura na lang mag-isa. 1v4 already, give me the clutch, give me the ace, makukuha ba niya? Pero ang importante, na-plant nila yung spike, pero yung mga players nga ng GE, ang kailangan lang nila is kunin yung oras kasi alam naman nila na mananalo sila.
Masyado kayong maasim, Zeta. Pwede nyo naman hitayin kagad, pero bakit nyo pa nilalaban? At ngayon, slowly but surely, ang approach ng global esports. Sabi ko nga, Benkay, ang kanilang IGL ngayon, ilan ba yung naging, ilan ba yung naipanalo ni Benkay sa side ng PaperX, di ba? How many times na nag-improve din yung team dahil sa kanya? And seeing him right now, back on track, mukhang all those slow takes against Zeta na paglalaban nila. And ito pa, itong map na to, sa sa global esports eh. Hindi mo naman makita na maganda yung bind performance parati ng Zeta Division din.
Pero may kita nga natin, which is yun ngayon maganda nga na ginawa dito nga ng GE, na talagang bind na agad yung pinili nila kasi alam naman nila na meron silang lamang dito. Pero si Paul B, lahat na pumapasok sa hookah, biglang nakukuha agad ni Huran.
The fact na nilagay mo siya dito pagdating kay Yuran, ito yung mga addition ng Zeta, sobrang effective. Pero si Ras ngayon, talagang losing mind daw.
Ayun, losing mind. Ayun,
okay. Thank you so much sa mga nagsasabi. At ngayon, na-reveal na nga kagad kung nasa na bitibang miyembro ngayon ng Zeta dahil nga nasa neural theft na yan. Pero syempre, post-plant na naman muli. Mabilisang plant lang, di pa ginamit si Wingman yan, ha?
Ang maganda nga dito sa side nga ng GE, ang dami nilang pangkuha nga ng crowd control. Meron silang Trasher, meron silang ultimate ni Ras dito. So, kailangan talaga nila magpaka-aggressive. Ang problema lang talaga, laging nahuhuli si Paul V dun sa hookah. Pangalawang beses na yun, men. Pero si Lightning Fast, habang naglalaro siya, may YouTube sa gilid niya, kumukuha siya ng lineup, yung pinakamadali para manalo siya. 4v2, mga tropa, si Euron at Hiroro na lang ang natitira. Pero ayun na nga, tostado kay Benkay at Lightning Fast. At yun na nga yung mahirap dun. Si Lightning Fast walang ginawa yan kung hindi mag-YouTube gabi-gabi para kumuha nga ng mga lineups. YouTubero siya.
YouTubero. May tanong
Kalma lang.
ako.
Ano yun, Bes?
Di ba ang tawag sa Tagalog ng pipe man, tubero, di ba?
Talaga ba?
Oo, di ba maraming naghahanap ng tubero sa mga...
Pipe man? Ata.
Yung sa mga poster, pag nakita mo sa kalye, may nakalagay tubero. Totoo ba yun?
Hindi ko alam,
naghahanap talaga ng tubero? Ano ibig sabihin? Nagtataka ako parating may tubero, pero nag-comment si Wolf.
Okay, kala ko magkalaban eh. Sorry. Kala ko magkalaban. Kinabahan ako. Sorry. Kala ko magkalaban yun eh. Hop! Ito na, Paul B! Diyos ko, alam niyo, wala siyang makikita! Pinutok na lang niya sa gilid niya. Sa pader pala. 4 versus 4. Tignan natin kung makakisa pa yung mga kalaban. Laz will fall down as well. Pero importante, si Dep may operation. 3 versus 2. Si Ras, kahit hipan mo yan, mamamatay na yan. Si Ras wala eh. Pinutok ko lang sa pader yung showstopper niya. Alam siya wala siya makikita kahit isa eh. Kinakabahan ka ba, Bes? Ako rin. Ras! Hay! Naku po, nakakaisa pa! Kahit 2 HP na lang. Pero may nade pa ata siya. Wala siyang idea na meron tao doon sa may kanan. Hoy! Nakahuli nga si Blaze King ngayon. Ras! Diyos ko, kahit hipan mo to! Nagkaputo ka na! Ayun na nga! Ras will fall down! Sinampal ng basuka, may oras pa siya. Sa lahat na nagsasabing intro boys yung Zeta, Diyos ko, nakabawi sila.
Kaya wag na wag yung sasabihin yan dahil Zeta yan.
Yung gumagawa ng kanto, anong tawag doon? Tumigil ka, Noel. Tumigil ka.
Takbo ko to eh!
Oo.
Nanonood pala siya. Ay, bakit? Taga-Japan kasi yan ngayon.
Taga-Japan siya?
Nasa Japan yan. Oo, Pinoy yan pero mukhang Japanese.
Nani? Ay, nako.
May sasabihin sana ako.
Kalma lang
Ano mga favorite mong English words? English words.
Ano yun, sorry?
Japanese words.
Marami. Nagsisimula sa letter O. Hop.
Pwede ding
Dep,
letter C.
alam ni Dep kung nasa ba yung mga kalaban na, pero yun na nga, lightning fast, biglang wala, jumajumpik ka pa, nagpakita ka. Pero yung mga players dito ng GE papasok na pop flash onto us right now. Pero tamang page na lang ang ginagawa natin para mapigilan na pa yung pag-push dito yung mga players nga ng GE. But Dep, Diyos ko, lahat doon na picturean niya, talaga kumiti talaga na patay para sa kanya. Hoy, isa ka pa, Blaze King! Anong King, ha? Gusto ko sana titig. Uy, ayun pa, nakaapat pa. Grabe naman si Dep. Inubos lahat, Diyos ko.
Hinain eh.
Oo,
Pinakain niya, bes eh.
Wala eh.
Ng malaking operator niya, di ba? Yung 4 na miyembro ng Global Esports.
Sabi ni Kaisam, daghang arigato sa imong tanan, minasan. Grabe, men. Inubos lahat ni King. Ay, ubos si King.
Vil, alam ko pinipigilan mo yun.
Oo.
Ayaw mo magkamali.
Hindi ako pwede magkamali. Boss, hindi pwede.
At ngayon, napapatime out talaga yung G. Nag-audition ba naman yung 4? Talaga kinain ng buhay ni Tropang Dep. At na nga, 5-3. At akala natin makaka-comeback yung Global Esports. Mukhang denied sila on the defending ng Zeta. The hold, pagdating sa defending, napakalakas masyado. At meron nagsabi, ang galing daw ng hairstylist ng coach ng GE.
Kanya eh. Boy pa ba yan? Boy pa yan, boss? Mohok si Idol eh, no? Hindi kasi, syempre, ganito lang kasi yan. Mainit sa India, di ba? So, syempre, for sure, nandun sila. So, yun, kailangan nilang, hindi sila dapat bawas-bawasan nila yung mga buhok nila sa katawan para mas cool lang din talaga. Ganyan. Sabi nung...
New Delhi na lang.
Sabi nung babaeng kaso, ang laki daw ng operator. Lapas ako dyan, men. Sabing dalawa, di naman ako yung babae, di ba? Ito na.
Saan yun?
Hindi, sa Twitch. Hindi kasi dito, guys, ito, nasa bahay na ako, di ba? So, anim na stream sa pinapanood ko sa kanang monitor ko, lahat yung chat. Para wala akong mamiss kahit isa. Lahat talaga mababasa. Pero at least si Paul Boron nakapitas na, si Hiroron, Diyos ko, saan napunta. Pero last nagpakita, Diyos ko, inuubos sa lahat. Agad nila. 2K already, 3v3. Ang importante, yung mga players dito ng GE nasa loob niya. At alam niya, may tao sa hook, magpapakita ba siya? May trasher pa siya? May wingman pa siya? Pero ang problema, wala sa kanya yung spec. Diyos ko, siya talaga nagdulurk, siya umiikot. Wala siyang idea na meron pa talagang tao sa likod. Magkikita ata si Dep at saka si Blaze King ngayon. Pero paano nila gagawin to?
Kayang-kaya pa rin syempre ng Global Esports yan. Pero si Dep, hawak-hawak na napakalaking operator niya. Mukhang isi-save na lang niya yan. Hindi pala, papunta na pala siya sa kabila. Dahil nga nasisiksik sila ng mga miyembro ng GE. Pero nga lang, matatamaan niya pa rin. Yan, tapos ka ngayon. Pero ito, may makikita pa on the other side. Pero King takes down Yuran. At si Dep na lang kagad.
Ito yung maganda kayo, ito yung maganda sa pag-lurk nga ni Blaze King. Walang ka-idea yung Zeta, nakaharap na lang niya yung kalaban niya. Pero ang problema kay Dep nga, wala siyang idea kung nasan ba siya. Pero yun nga lang, planted for backside to. So iisipin nila, baka nasa likod to. Pero ang problema, kita nila sa harapan, wala silang ka-idea nga na si Dep, Diyos ko, lahat nung ginawa niya, tumatama! Diyos ko, ang tindi mag-operator ni Dip!
Pero wala na siyang oras. Nice try na lang pagdating sa miyembro. Siyempre ng Zeta and this round. Pupunta na naman sa kamay ng Global Esports. Grabe, ang tagal nila maglaro. Akala mo taga-IMEA sila.
Grabe naman! 5-4. Ang importante, walang tech pause yun na yun, men.
Ako pa naman kasama mo, Vil.
Na-negate yan, boss. Na-negate yung ano yung... Ray, tumigil ka. Utang na loob. Ray, tumigil ka.
Sorry, Vil.
Lahat na pinag-uusapan natin sa IG. Ayoko muna anuhin ngayon, boss.
Sorry, boss. Okay.
Game. Ito merong watch party ang TS actually. Hindi ko pwedeng hindi ko alam kung talaga super naka-public or invite lang eh. Mahirap naman kung sinabi ko ngayon baka Diyos ko baka bigla kayo magpuntahan doon.
At ngayon, binati mo daw, Vil. GG ka daw, sabi sa Twitch. Pero syempre, sabi nila ngayon, Hero Ron takes down kagad si Ras. Pangalan siguro ni Hero Ron, hero talaga in real life. Hirogami, hindi ko alam. Pero ngayon, 3 na lang kagad na natitira sa G. Sa isang iglap, kinakain sila ng buhay ngayon ng mga taga-Zeta. At 2 na lang kagad sa isang iglap. Ito pa, may pa-line up pa kagad si Yura, no? Si Yuran Kun mula sa Japan with love. Pero syempre, wala na kagad. Si Lightning pa na lang. Sobrang haba ng pangalan. Hindi na kompleto yung fast.
Okay lang yan. 5v2 already. Pero kaya pa ba ng mga players nga ng GE na makuha to? Lightning fast, medyo mahirap nga paano yung gagawin to kasi wala na siyang buhay. May Viper's Wall pa dito. Nasa hookah pa siya. Si Euron nakatikin sa kanya. Pero si Blaze King nasan ba? Nasa B siya. I mean, hindi mo naman. Ang hirap na to kasi drop pa yung spike dun nga sa garden. If ever kukunin niya, mali mo, biglang sumilip yung isa. 2 pa tayo sa hook. 2 pa yung tao dun sa may elbow. Tapos wala kang ka-idea. Ayun, nakasang kalaban mo. Magta-trasher ka na lang. Sige, ilabas na lang yan. Mag-5-4 na naman. Mag-halftime na rin naman. So talaga mali mo, makuha na niya. Pero ang problema nga niya si Lightning fast na wala na 13 seconds in. Diyos ko, pag nabuhay ka, pag nanalo ka dito, mamimigay ako ng 5 battle pa sa stream ngayon. Pero feeling ko wala na eh. Pero sayang talaga, magsisave na lang siya. Pero ang problema nga, nalabas niya yung ano eh, yung thrush nga na sana na-save na lang nila. Pero yeah, it is what it is. 6-4 already. And yung mga players nga dito ng ZE, natutuwa sila. Ang importante dito sa Zeta Division is ituloy lang nila itong klaseng na aggression nila. Kasi you know what, back then, kailangan nila mabawi eh. Kasi walang Japanese team sa Masters Tokyo dati. Yan, naririnig natin yung mga ano ng player. So maririnig ulit natin yung words of affirmation mamaya ni Envy.
May mga record yung mga team secret eh, no? Hindi na natin sasabihin pero sinabi niya napakagaling mo si Alexi, ayan, si Witz din, nakilala yan.
May tanong si John Romel Camposano. Anong tawag sa nagtitinda ng Yakult?
Anong tawag?
Yakultero.
Yakultero, di ba?
Hop! Diyos ko, 1 tap to the head right now. Pero Diyos ko, casualty lang yun. Si Ras mabubuhay sana pero siya pa yung nawala. Wala silang ka-idea. Si Sugar Zero nasa kabila. 3v2 already. Benka and Paul V ang natira. Pero kaya pa ba nila? Ang problema nga, naniwaltef nila. So alam nila kung nasa ba yung mga kalaban nila. Pero ito na, yung ginagawa nga ng GE. Alam na rin nila yung 3 natitira sa Zeta ngayon. Pero Benka dire-diretso. Alam nila meron tao sa likod pero mukhang wala naman ata. 3 versus 2 right now. Medyo mahirap to. Si Hiroron, paikot-ikot lang siya. Pero yung mga players dito ng Zeta papasok na. Paul V, tamang satchel out lang. Pero Dep, ang katapat mo. Operator yan, men. Diyos ko. Dep, ang lakas mo mag-operator. Utang na loob. Mag-smurf ka naman para mabuhat ako. Iba
ka na. Dep, ito pa, dati di ba si Dep, hindi talaga siya malakas mag-operator. Like, nung last year, kung nakita niya sa Zeta, ang nag-operator si Laz. Di ba? Pag naka-chamber siya, kahit naka-ano siya eh, naka-cypher or naka-iba pang roles. Pero ngayon, si Dep talaga, siguro araw-araw tong nagde-deathmatch na hawak-hawak lang yung operator. Para lang talaga magkaroon ng ipa. Kasi dati nga, iba yung dedicated operator user nila. At ngayon, sumakto na nga sa kanya in this amount of time. Kasi ito pa, nagpa-block na din siya ng buhok kasi last time naka-bleach yan.
Matindi talaga ang pinapakita nito. Naka-bleach. Lalong-lalo na ito yung last round ng first half, mga tropa. Si Dev, galing na verticality doon lang sa may heaven. Diyos ko, grabe naman, pati Poison Cloud, babarilin mo. Pero yun nga lang, alam ba nila kung nasa si Dev, pero feeling ko alam na nila. O yun nga, Diyos ko, partida, buhay pa siya. Hindi gagalaw si Dev kasi hindi siya aalis hanggat may napapatay siya. Pero ang importante yung mga players dito ng GE nakapag-plant na, sila mamba out na, yung pa-flash hindi tumama dito kay Hiroron. Pero yun nga, nilabas na yung 7 lives, may nakitang dalawa, iba pa flash pa, pero nag-isip siya, ano ba talaga yung gagawin ko? Sige na kayo, pa-flash ko na nga. Dalawa yung nakita niya, hindi mo pwedeng i-fake yan, papi. Pero Dev, sisilip na, alam niyang may tao doon sa may lamps, pero mawawala nga si Dev yun, si Paul B, dire-diretso. Pero Paul B, okay, mabubuhay pa ba siya? Alam nila na lamang sila, Diyos ko, wala pa silang nababawasan kahit isa.
Bawas naman kahit armor lang, pero mukhang nabawasan na nga kagad ngayon ni Hero, si Blaze King, at 2 sa 4 ang natitira. Pero tignan natin kung makaya pa ba nila dahil yung oras nagtitik na nga kagad. Mukhang wala na silang oras ngayon at mukhang matatalo na nga sila. 7-5. Ang dikit ng laban. Zeta pa rin ang lumalamang, pero overall, para sa side ng mga taga Global Esports, this is already a big statement sa kanilang map pick. At lalong-lalo na pag nag-change pa tayo ng sides.
Namekos sila doon, man.
Namekos. Yung mga insan natin,
Oo, namekos sila insan doon, man. Pero yun nga, inaantay na lang natin yung second half. Kasi nga, kung ganito katindi yung attackers ng GE, kasi ano yan eh, itong klaseng composition na to for first half and for attackers yan eh. You have a double initiator. You have that raise as well para makapasok. You have that crowd control na meron si Trash, na meron nga dito si Null Comanda. So talaga mas mahihirapan ng Zeta, pero hindi eh. Talagang si Zeta, lalo si Dep, binalagbag niya ang QC ng Global Esports.
Oo.
Iba, binalagbag niya ang Mumbai, men. Sa kanya daw yun eh. Pero hindi. Tingnan natin kung makakabawi pa ba yung mga players nga dito ng Global Esports. Pero kitang-kita natin kung paano ba kasolid ang aggression ng Zeta Division.
And feel ko naman looking at the first half, pagdating sa Zeta, mukhang malakas naman sila. But ito nga eh, kapag kasi nasa defend ka, naghihintay ka lang. At ngayon na ikaw ang maghahabol towards the attacking. Ano bang amount? Knowing that double initiator ang kalaban mo, kayo naka-double controller. And yes, meron ka namang hero, pero magiging enough pa ba yan to gather a lot of information? Pero ito naman yung next na problem pagdating sa G. You only have a Viper. Once na nawala yung wall niyan, once na nawala agad yung orb niyan pagdating sa smoke, feel ko mahihirapan yung Global Esports to actually get their defending together unless merong specialty si Benkay na pwede niyang matake against Zeta. Pero right now, mukhang magaganda yung magiging push ngayon.
Nagkamali lang ako. Sige na nga, di na! Sige na, bahala na! Hindi, malay mo, ano lang yun. Hindi, fake lang yun. Para mag-push yung mga players nga dito ng Zeta. O di ba, pinaganda ko pa? Pero Paul V, dire-diretso na. Pero ang problema, Diyos ko, mabubuhay kababaen yun na nga. Si Yuran na wala na. Si Hiroron as well. At 3 na lang ang natitira sa Zeta. Grabe naman yung GE. Grabe, game 1 pa lang, barila na.
Right here.
Baril na baril at galit na ang mga taga-Global Esports as of now. At kahit nagkamali si Lightning fast doon, okay lang. Ang importante, wala na si Yuran, wala na kagad si Hiroron. Lance right now takes his lurker skills ready. Sugar Zero together with Dep, mukhang lilipat sila ngayon sa papunta sa iba. Pero nga, Lightning fast, makukuha yung tag. Pero nga alam, may kasama pa kagad Patience at sobrang delay na kagad ng plano ng Zeta right now on their attacking side.
Nag-aantay na yung ating mga tropa, kaya ba sila papasok? Pero ang problema nga nila, yung isa low, which is si Lightning Fast, at tatlo naman natitira dito si Zeta Vision. In terms of utilities, meron pa silang smoke girl, pero mukhang mawala na ata. Dep will catch one, Lightning Fast will get a trade-off. Last ang natitira, nasa kaba, Diyos ko. Malayo pa, nasa market pa. Laz, pag ito na-clutch niya, panalo sila.
30 seconds left.
Sheesh. Pag nanalo sila, magpapaikli ako ng buhok dito. Ayan, sige, tignan natin kung gagawin nga ba nila ito.
Pupunta sa kabila. Yan!
Ayan.
Walang tao sa kabila. Planado ang problema. May tripwire dyan. Hop! Tinamaan siya! Ay, nasan ba? Ayun, nakita na niya. Makakapag-plan siya. Meron siyang enough time. Tinatry niyan. Uy! Diyos ko po, nakaisa na. Pero harap likod may kalaban ka. 5 seconds na lang mga tropa. Kaya pa ba? Pero sabi ni Blaze King, hindi na! 7-6 already. And now, GE for the first time in history, nanalo na sila sa pistol round. Doon na si Insan. At
ngayon na nga kagad ang mga taga-Insan natin mula sa Global Esports. kita na naman natin na pagdating sa side ng GE, those fake, mukhang nag-work talaga on their approach. Sobrang slow nung nangyari pagdating sa Zeta. Na-caught off guard sila towards that push. Nakabalik din kagad yung GE pagdating sa kanilang disiplina. At pagdating sa replay ngayon, mukhang GE isa na lang before they can actually tie against Zeta ngayon, Vil.
At dito naman sa side nga ng Zero Division, sorry. Naka-sheriff naman yung iba do, lalo na si Yun at si Hiroron. Well, it's up to them kung talaga makakapitas na nga sila. Pero ang importante nga dito sa Zeta is kailangan nila manalo dito kasi alam mo kung hindi, Bessie, later on hindi sila makakapag-buy round, hindi sila makakapag-full buy na full armor and other stuff as well. Pero kayang-kaya pa naman do kung makapag one tap nga sila. Half armor and a vandal lang ang gagamitin nila if natalo sila dito. Manalo if natalo yun. Oh, tama. Half.
Talagang kita mo naman half-half talaga ang mangyayari ngayon. Dahil nga lang Lightning Fast will be able to take out depth kagad. Ang pinaka-importante lang na pwede nilang magawa dito is try lang talaga kumuha ng konting credits pagdating sa kanilang mga pera. Pero nga lang mukhang all those shots all together working towards global esports. Nilabas kagad ngayon si DZ. They're able to take down those kills all together. Sa isang iglap na bura, finally tayo na sila. And global esports, sabi nga natin, may bago silang ipapakita pagdating sa defending.
Ito na. Yung dalawang players dito ng Zeta, half armor and a vandal lang yung gagamitin nila. Well, tinry nila i-one tap nga yung mga kalaban para lang siyempre sirain yung economy dito ng mga players ng GE, pero ang problema hindi na talaga nangyari. And ito na nga yung nasa isip ng GE, di ba? Kahit na medyo hindi ganoon ka-solid yung attacking na ginawa nga namin because of depth na talaga pinipigilan kami. Babawi na lang kami, mami. We have a lot of flash anyway. If ever mag-retake kami, sige, try na lang namin bawiin doon. Ganoon na lang yung gagawin namin. And dito naman sa Zeta Division, you have everything in your arsenal para makabawi. Ang tanong kung talagang tatama kayo o hindi. Ang problema sa GE, naka-specters lang yung iba. So kung gusto nila nalabanan to, kailangan malapitan. At alam ng Zero Division yon na lahat ng corners, malay mo, nandun ang mga insan.
Papakita na yan, mamimekos-mekos yan, bro. Pero syempre, ang mga taga, natin dito, Tokyo Gang, ang mga taga Zeta Division, pupush na nga kagad towards B, papasok na sila dito kagad, pero Paul V, nakaabang na nga din kagad. Ganda ng buhok ni Paul V, oh, grabe naman. Basta may mga mustache, no? Magagaling maglaro sa Valorant. Pero syempre, nilabas na nga kagad ngayon ng blinding. Pero walang makikita. Instead, Dep will be able to get the kill. Pero nga lang, Lightning Fast is just taking him down. Napigilan ng konti, pero 8 HP na lang siya kagad ngayon. And it's gonna die out! Sa bowling ni Yuran, wala siyang naging no choice. At miyembro ng mga taga-Zeta Division ay haharap na nga papuntang side mismo. Benkay, pinabagsak sila as naging Cypher Diff sila ngayon. Benkay together with Druz. Benkay na nakakuha ngayon ng Vandal. Kakayanin pa ng Zeta to or retake pa ng Global Esports.
Sa totoo lang, baka makuha din talaga ng GE. Maganda yung position ng Global Esports dito, pero mas maganda yung head count na meron pa ang Zeta. Alam nila na meron sa likod do. Walang tao dito sa may city. So sila, if ever makakapita siya ng isa, hindi lang isa, sana dalawa talaga yung makuha niya. Okay, flashing dun sa may likod, just trying to confirm na wala talagang tao doon, pero alam niya yung tatlo, kitang-kita. May tao dun sa may triple, may tao pa sa showers ngayon. Euron will catch one. Si Ras nagpakita pero na one tap niya. Hiroron bumawi siya. 8-7 already in Zeta Division. Yes, para sila sa round, pero tatlo, that is a really costly round nga para sa kanila. Tatlo yung nawala sa kanila. Pero pagdating naman dito sa side nga ng GE, good bonus for themselves. Tatlong napatay nila kahit yung iba naka-sheriff lang, kahit yung iba naka-specters lang. In terms of economy, panalo ang global.
All in all, nakapitas pa rin sila. Sabi ko, napaka-importante pa rin. So, ibig sabihin, medyo shaky lang. Siguro kung walang difference pagdating sa mga, talaga nila, barrel, this could have been a big win coming from the side of Global Esports. And speaking of, ang Zeta nga, almost on the half, pero nga lang pagdating naman kay Dep, magiging sure ba siya pagdating sa entry na mukhang Benkay patutulugin na. Isa na lang kagad natitira ngayon. Nag-rotate ng ibang miyembro, pero ang bilis kagad ng entry ng Zeta towards A-side.
Pero yung mga players nga dito ng Zeta Division mukhang papasok na ata at yun nga, andun na sila. And as you can see, that is Hero na gina-plant the spike already. At konti na lang, may pechay na siya. Pero yung mga players dito ng GE, Diyos ko, bawing-bawi na. Si Lightning Fast nakapitas na. Pero Sugar Zero, bumawi siya. Meron pa naman silang mga modis dito. Meron pa silang mga cyber cages as well na pwede nga ibato nga ni Lance Hapang naglo-lurk siya. Kadal sa wingman dito at tumatrabaho na. Denied by Hiroron. Russ, siya na lang ang mag-isa. 1v3 Literally, with no utilities at all and Laz from Showers ang bumawi ngayon. Ano score? 9-8 na, no?
9-8. 9-8 na besh. Pero syempre, all in all, looking at this, kita mo naman kagad si Dep, di ba? Parati na lang siyang nananalo. Not just the raw aim lang, oh. Kita mo, knock-off guard kagad si Benke. He tried to fight it dahil alam niyang may molly naman. Medyo naging confident na akala niya pwedeng magiging mangyayari is mag-push out yung mga miyembro ng Zeta pero hindi. Pagdating nga lang kay Dep talaga, sobrang accurate na. Unlike before, hindi siya sobrang kasing confident with this raise. Pero the moment na he improve with this new roster ng Zeta, ang ganda kagad ang pinapakita na. Eto dalawang rounds na kagad ang difference sila with Global at wala pa silang pera ngayon.
Uy, grabe naman si Yuran. Nakatira ng dalawa pero meron pang pangatlo. Eto si Yuran, sa totoo lang, hari ng huka to eh. Kanina pa siya yung round number 2, laging 3 yung napipitas niya at ngayon nasa attacking na siya. Diyos ko, paglabas sa huka, 3 ulit yung nakita niya. May napakatindi ni Yuran.
Oh, wala talaga
Wag niyong labanan sa huka to si Yuran, men. Doon ang lumaki yan. Benkay, tumiso. Bam! It took them 2 agents to destroy the whole GE squad.
Kaya nga 'di ba, sinabi nila kanina sa panel, sabi nila Azuray, yung pag-pick up nila kay Yuran, magiging malaking impact to. It's gonna be depending on how he plays the game. Ganun magiging dictation ng gagawin ng mga taga Zeta Division at mukhang nangyari na nga kagad yun. At ito nga kahit hurt, naging maraming na-disappoint sa roster change nila. Pero I think this is what they needed para talaga mag-step up lalo yung playstyle nila. At mukhang nagiging workable against GE na may maganda ding roster as of now.
Masyadong malakas yung mga nila dito. Lalong-lalo na nilabas na nila yung pechay nila. Pero ang tanong ko, meron ba sila makikita ngayon? Zeta Division, matindi sa first pick ng kalaban nga nila. Pero Dep, ang problema nga na trip war siya. Good placement ng trip war nga dito ni Benkay. Huling-huli kung saan matatagin si Dep. Nawalan pa sila ng showstopper, nawalan sila ng pang-entry. Si Benkay nakadalawa na at ang si Benkay nakaisa na at importante. Ang Zeta Division, wala na yung pang-entry nila. In terms of flashes, they still have Hiroron though. Pero ubos na yung flashes niya, talagang 3 days na talaga malalabas niya. May neural pep pa yung isa, si Hiroron talaga buhay pa, 3 na lang nakuha niya and aiming to get that ace nga nasa isip niya. Pero sabi niya, sige, i-bait out ko lang itong lahat na meron ako para makabawi ako mamaya. Ang tanong ko, meron ba siya makikita dito na isa? Paul V. Bumabawi dito with an operator pero madedelay ata with that pain shell pero get that verticality for him to get that advantage. He needs to force that 1v1 ika nga.
Ang hirap nito para kay Hiroron. May showstopper pa na available. Although natap na si Paul V ngayon, makuha pa nito niya dahil nandiyan na kagad si Lightning Fast. And finally, Zeta ay matatalo ngayon ng global esports. 2 na lang at slowly but surely approach sila towards bind. Dahil sabi ko nga mahirapan sila pag nag-next map tayo. Ito nga yung isa specialty ng Zeta Division. Nakita natin to nung sumali nga sila dun sa off-season tournaments. Ito nga is box. At ngayon, for GE, at least 2 na lang kagad makuha nila to.
Hello mga tropa! Ayun, mga tropa natin yan sa South America. South Asia pala, sorry. South Asia. Pero ayun, itong mga friends natin dito, lalong-lalo na sa Zeta Division, talagang wala nahuli lang talaga si no? Si Riz. Ray.
Wala
Tama na.
Sorry guys, nawala kami sa VMix ng sandali. Nag-ano kami doon, nag-stutterings. Pero ngayon,
Ray?
Zeta. Pagdating sa Zeta, guys.
Zeta, bumabawi na sila, hindi importante.
Kasi nga ngayon bumabawi sila, yes. Pero nga lang, every time na si Yuran yung unang nakukuha or si Dep, wala nang mangyayari sa kanila So dapat talaga sila yung magde-decide ng magiging flow nila towards the game, towards the matches na meron sila. But on the other side naman, yung GE, same approach lang. You take down Dep, you take down Yuran, then everything is going to your side. Pero si Sugar Zero, he's having a hard time adjusting on this role. Maybe kasi pag Brimstone ka, mas passive talaga yung pagdating sa mga utilities mo. You just help the team. setup pagdating sa site. But on the other side naman, happy ako to see si Benkay, kahit ganyan lang yung kills niya, sobrang laking impact parate.
Pero yung poison cloud nasa loob na, importante yung mga players dito ng Zeta babawi na. Tignan natin kung makakapag-trasher ba yung mga players dito ng G kasi nakakaramdam na sila na baka magbilong nga sila. Pero they need to get that advancement for them to get that information para makabawi nga sila. Pero ang problema, si Polboron nang mawawala. Hiroron, Diyos ko, pag si Polby, Hiroron pinaghalo mo, Polboron talaga. Ayos ba?
Oo, talagang dinurog-durog, bes. Naging puro na lang ang mangyayari. Pero right now, sabi nga yung overconfidence sometimes ni Polby okay naman. Pero on this type of moments, mukhang ang dami kasing nakatingin. Tapos nakalabas na kagad. Yung neural theft ngayon, trinay na laharangin. Bumalik lang kagad yung isda dito ni Blaze King. Titignan siya kagad. And now Laz will be taken out as well. Masyado nagmadali. May kasama pa kagad na Molly as well. But Kevin is on the entrance. Blaze King is gonna go down. Lightning fast na lang together with Benkay natitira. Pero B-side captured na ng mga taga-Zeta.
Pero yung mga players dito ng Zeta, at least 4 pa silang natitira. Si Benkay nagpaparinig na naka-phantom naman siya, diba? So hindi naman makikita dito yung bullet trails nga. Yung mga players dito ng Zeta, nag-aantay lang sila sa pwedeng pagbawi ngayon ng mga players nga ng GE. Pero wala silang ka-idea. Tinan mo ko nasa Siyuran. Nasa likod siya ni Benkay, mga tropa. Walang ka-idea si Benkay na mayroon ng tao sa likod niya. May tao pa sa hookah. Lightning fa! Siya ang natitira. 1v3, Siyuran magpapakita. Pwedeng si Hiroron, bahala sila kahit sino na. Pero wala siyang no choice dito, man. Kailangan niyang mag-save para makapag-drop pa siya sa mga kakampi niya.
Wala na talaga kagad nangyayari ngayon. Lightning fast na lang kagad. Gonna be taken out ngayon. GE looks like dahil nga wala silang pera for the next round. Meron naman silang pera actually. Kailangan nang i-distribute siguro yung next guns. Pero all in all, dating kay Paul V. Blaze King, wala na. And this round, dito pa sila natala kung kailan kailangan nila.
Matindi mga pinapakita nila. But for Zeta Division, at least dalawa na lang ang kailangan nila in order for them to get a game number 1. Pero sa totoo lang medyo kahit ganito yung mga pinapakita ng Zeta Division, the start is low for them though. Pero inaantay lang talaga natin yung talaga mala impact ng pag-entry nga nila, yung sabay-sabay, kung ano man yan. And lalong-lalo na, meron naman silang Viper Spit dito. So pwede talaga sila makakuha dito ng kahit isang site lang. Ang importante, yung Brimstone ult, 1 more orb nilang for themselves. So, makakapag-postplan sila ng matindi. Ang dami nila pang postplan dito eh. They have that snake bite na meron si Yuran. You have that orbital strike. You have that molly as well. Ang hirap pag-postplan. At alam nila na kailangan merong tao sa likod para mapigilan nila yung pagpo-postplan nga, lalong-lalo ng Sugar Zero.
But on the other side, buti na lang din na pantayan nila. Parating na matatalo usually yung GE pagdating sa bats eh. Kaya ngayon, or rather sa showers, mag-out na lang din kagad ang mga taga-Zeta. Once na nakuha yung suppress, alam na nila kagad that these guys are gonna be formulating something towards A. At ngayon, nilipat na nga sila papunta sa B set. Kailangan lang nila siguro para kay Sugar Zero makuha yung orbital strike niya at napakalaki na magiging impact niyan. But Blaze King as of now, meron siyang sinusubukan. Kung nakapitan si Blaze King dito, this is going to be workable for him. Kinola nga na kagad yung information na dito sila magpo-push at may kasasama pa na kagad ng DZ. Pero nagbe-wait and see lang ang Zeta sa kanilang pagpunta dito sa B.
Pero dito naman sa side nga ng GE, Blaze King, at least yung 1 kill na yun dito kay Yuran, medyo hindi nila iisipin na baka may mag-lurk pa. Kasi dalawa ang pwede mag-lurk nga dito sa side nga ng Zeta Division. You have Yuran, you have Laz as well. Pero Benkay knows what's up. Alam niya na maraming tao nga dito sa may showers, pero talaga pupuntahan pa talaga niya. Napakadaming smoke na up nila at kailangan nilang pumasok na kasi mamaya mahihirapan sila pag naubos na 13 seconds eh. Mga tropa, Diyos ko, yung oras mawawala na. Yung off the side dun sa may backside, Diyos ko, natusta si Benkay! Men, literal si Benkay naging bangkay! 2 first for already. Paul V with a judge. Blaze King with a phantom. Kaya pa ba nilang gagawin niya? Pero importante, yung Seekers tumatama na papunta sa kanila. Dalawa yung tao dun sa may backside. The clock is ticking already. You have that showstopper. Paul V, pwede makabawi at yun na yung gagawin niya. Yung showstopper tumama sa isa. Yung judge sa mukha hindi makakakuha. Blaze King will fall down as well. Zero Division. Match point already.
Ang bilis kagad. Kahit 7 seconds na lang kagad ang natitira. They took the risk to actually get that plant. Buti na lang na-collect nila yung orb, na-collect nila yung kill para lang makakuha ng orbital strike. At ngayon din kagad, all things work together well for them. At sayang, si Benkay na naman yung napitas. Every time na napipitas si Benkay, pagdating dito lamang sa either A or B, nag-iba yung momentum ng team na to. Tatandaan nyo, wala pa si Yuran neto. Nag-out out kagad siya. Importante pa naman yung Viper's ult niya. At walang nangyari. It's still a match point sa side ng Zeta Division.
Match point yan mga tropa. Inaantay lang natin na magwala sila. Pero for GE, kailangan na ipanalo to kasi ito yung mapa nga na pinili nila. Sino ba si Idol? Nag-mohawk na lang siya.
Ganyan dati, no? Yung mga 2010. Yung mga nagko-comp shop, men.
Oo.
Diba
Tapos may dala-dalang tuwalya.
Dayo.
Tapos 20 lang yung dala, uuwi, may 200 ka. Ay.
Mga dayo, no, bes? Hirap kalabanin yan. Alam ko marami niya sa dapitan, eh.
Grabe. Panabong daw si Coach. Nausukan ng malala. Ay! Kalma! Kung napapansin nyo, kalmado lang tayo. Kalma pa tayo sa lagay na to. Nananawagan ako sa city government ng Marikina. Nagtatrabaho lang po.
Give and take na kami ng bagong umuupa dito. Okay nang mag-ingay, eh. Maingay din, eh. Okay lang yun. Give and take, diba? Yun yung pinakamaganda.
Paul B! Nakapitas na naman isa, pero si yun, Diyos ko.
Ay.
Wala, polboron talaga siya. 2 versus 3 mga tropa. GE na, may bawi ngayon. Sila na ang lamang. Kaya pa ba? Pop Flash, si Ross wala makikita dito para si Laz! Ay, naku, huli ka, paktay ka diha. 2 versus 2 already. Pwede ba makabawi yung mga players ng GE? Wala silang idea. Si Blaze King nasa likod. Last nagbabantay. Maganda yung posisyon ni Blaze King. Diyos ko, makikita na niya kung nasa pa yung isa. Sugar, 0 na nga natira. 1v2 mga tropa. Blaze King! Makakapitas dito ng isa. Sugar, 0 versus Benkay. Wala silang idea. Saan ba sila pupunta? Manural si Benkay. Meron pa siyang bandal na pusta ba? O may isa pa! At may isa pa! Sabi ni Benkay. Buhay pa ang GE!
GE! Pumupuso pa na kay Benkay yun sa kanilang panalo. Buti na lang di siya natalo sa 1v1 dahil nga usually siya yung unang napipitas whenever he's on A side. Pero as for Blaze King, nakita natin yung konting replace lang towards this round. Buti lang si Poby, he took that risk together with his teammates. Kasama si na Lightning Fast. Blaze King right now also went on that flank. At syempre, ang mga watch party natin dyan, big shoutouts nga syempre sa mga supporters ng GE together with Zeta. Pero isa na lang for Zeta, and di pa rin nila nagagamit yung isa ngayon. Yung Viper's ultimate ngayon ni Yuran. So on the other side, Zep na lang, isa na lang, pwede siya mag-show.
Diyos ko, anong nangyari? Anong nangyari sa side nga ng Zeta? Diyos ko, lahat sila naubos. Grabe din si Paul B, nakadalawa na. Pero yung mga players dito ng GE, nagbabantay lang talaga. Pero kaya pa ba niya? Diyos ko, snake bite volley, lightning pass, lumabas ka! Tustado si Lightning Pass mga tropa. 3 versus 3 already. Ang importante si Benkay may neural theft siya. Makuha lang niya yung isang pinatay na mga kakampi niya. Alam na niya kung nasa ba yung mga kalaban niya. At yun na nga. Yung neural theft talagang nag-take na. Yung una, sige, Diyos ko. Si Paul B, alam na niyang may tao dyan. Lumabas ka dyan! Diyos ko! Sugar 0, tinustad niya mga kalaban niya. Si Last lumabas pa. Yung spike na drop, Cypher versus Cypher, magpapakita na yung dalawa. Grabing tusta! Diyos ko, natusta na ng snake bite, molly, pati yung orbital strike. Anong nangyari sa GE, men? Ginawang fried.
30 seconds left.
Pero still, lugi pa rin si Laz dito. Number 1, may time pressure. Pangalawa talaga, meron pa kagad si Benkay na full on HP. Pero nagkasalisihan mo sila. Magkikita mo sila. Hindi sila magkikita ni Laz. Pero nga lang right behind him, it's going to be Benkay. Kailangan na tumakbo ngayon ni Mr. Laz na sinasabihan ng lahat na pogi. Pero nga lang mukhang Benkay right behind him. Kaya na ata to. Konti na lang to.
4.
Tapos yung oras pa sa iba pa nakatingin sila. 12 pa tayo. Sabi ko nga, pumupuso pa rin ang global esports.
Ang dami nilang nabato doon, men. Isipin mo orbital strike para lang mapatay yung isa, pero hindi. Dalawang Cypher naglabad at alam mo naman na talaga napaka big brain move nga na ginagawa dito nga ni Benkay. Si Blaze King walang nagawa, oh. Diyos ko. Pero hindi, yung
Nag-chill na
yung oras din naman talaga yung kalaban nila at alam naman nila doon. Pero yung mga players dito ng GE, pumupuso ba? May pera pa sila though. Pero itong timeout nga ng Zero Division, sobrang crucial nito para sa kanila. Later, we're gonna check if ever they still have enough money. Pero, ang importante, lamang pa sila at isa na lang ang kailangan nila. Men, matindi yung pinapakita dito ni Benkay. Talagang tinataas niya ang standards ng global esports. Dati kasi, halos wala silang panalo eh. I mean, meron pero konti lang. Ang DFM talaga yung matindi. Wala talaga eh. Wala talaga silang pinanalo eh.
Wala talaga at all, no? Yung talaga yung medyo nakakagulat na performance. Hindi lahat mamaya, pero nga lang, DRX pa yung kalaban nila, Vil. Medyo talagang madugo yun ngayon. Pero ngayon, and this time out ng Zeta, will they finally compete? Medyo sayang lang talaga kasi nangyari kanina, Vil, eh. Na, doon na kagad yung orbital strike ba? Pero nga lang, masyado sila nagmadali. Maubos na sana nila yun, but it went into 1v1, tapos low on HP pa sila, just may pressure pa ng oras. Pero ngayon, in this eco,
Stinger
nako,
lang, boss.
next round sila next round. It's
Half-buy
either
lang sila
13-11 or 12-12 to.
Oo. Pero tignan natin kung ano ba makakayanan nila. Yung mga players dito ng Zeta, Diyos ko, dire-diretso na sobrang broken by nila. Kompletos recados nga, pero oh yeah! Andiyan na yung Thrasher, mga tropa. Si Ras nagbabantay, pero itong Euro Tep para hindi na makagalaw yung mga players dito ng Zeta. Si Tep isa na, nakadalawa pa. Diyos ko, dalawa na lang natitira sa side nga ng GE. Pero ang importante, si Ras nakikita pa minasa po yung mga kalaban niya, pero hindi, tumahimik ka na daw, sabi ni Optimum Pride. Pero yung mga players dito ng GE, ang hirap na, may Viper Speed pa. Alam ni Dep kung nasa yung mga kalaban nila. Itong timeout nila, sobrang worth it kasi nga panalo sila at mukhang alam ata ng mga players ng GE kung paano yung gagawin nila. 1v4 mga tropa, si Benkay ang natira. Kaya pa ba? May Viper Speed pa. Literal, nalalabas ka dyan, na piso na lang ang buhay mo. Ang tanong kung kaya pa ba? May napakahirap nito. Pag nanalo si Benkay dito, Diyos ko, sa inyo na ang TF ko.
Hindi sa mapapa sa audience natin ng TF. Dahil ngayon, after that tapos talaga, very smart to actually use it. And now, etong mga taga-Zeta, nakaraos na nga din kagad sila on the training match here in Bind na hindi na pa nila mapick, kundi mapick ng Global Esports at 13-10. Napakadikit ng ating laban. Ito pa, ang laking risk nun. Bumili sila ng half-buy. So, pero pagdating sa mga stingers, you don't usually find that effective. But then the amount of ng confidence kay Dep to actually get that entries, the smoke setup mula kay Yuran, there's just a lot of capabilities that this team can do. And while dwelling sa double controller, I think yun talagang naging malaking impact para magbigay ng space para kay Dep.
Actually, lalong-lalo na dun sa ginawa nga ni Yuran sa hookah. I mean, matindi yung mga pinapakita nga ni Yuran dito, lalong-lalo na sa pagde-defend at saka sa pag-aatake nga ng matindi. Pero ayun na nga, sobrang init nga ng mga players nga natin ngayon. Ginaya ko lang si Rene kasi nakasalamin din siya. Siyempre, gaya-gaya ako, di ba? Pero ayun na nga, as long as makakayanan pa ng G itong next map, ang problema na talaga kasi ito yung map ang pinili nila. Well, let's see later on if we're gonna go to game number 3. Pero however, sa side naman ngayon ng Zero Division, I mean Zero Division being Zero Division, one of the best teams here in APAC. Dumating tayo sa panahon na nag-champions nga sila back then nung natalo nila ang Team Secret. So they had a glimpse already on how to play sa lahat ng pinaka-best teams around the world. Pero right now, syempre, ibabato muna namin kina paring Asoray para sa breakdown lang na ginawa nila. So, Asoray and the gang, take it away.
Cypher. It was almost like that Cypher meme of them pointing at each other with lads.
Yeah.
The Cypher moment.
They kept clashing. They were always playing around the same spot. We saw, on the defending side there from Zeta, Laz trying to hold down the showers, Benkai trying to push in, trying to get control of those showers. So there's a constant back and forth there, and some nice clutches from Benkai at the end to keep Global in this one. But Zeta managing to come out on top, and this is a little bit concerning because this was, again, Global's map pick. They decided to go for this. Given that it was a fairly weak map in the past for Zeta Division, but clearly work has been done. Carl Out Jr., they have been working with this team to improve this map that has been a bit of a bane for them in the past, but it still didn't have to be this damn difficult, Zeta. You didn't give up the pistol round in the first half, and somehow, while defending, they still allow for a 7-5 half to come through. Global being able to get those 5 rounds was a godsend for them, and I thought that might have ended up being their undoing here for Zeta. And Global, they did have a nice rally back. They get up to 10, but I thought that was going to be their win condition, being able to get those 5 rounds initially.
Yeah, and it's all because of how quickly Global is just able to adapt. At the first couple of rounds during the first half, they were struggling in just trying to get control in terms of the rounds, but after a few more, they start to get their groove on, and it really translated into showcasing what Polvi can do as that sole entry fragger here for Global Esports, and that's why we're seeing them be so close to Zeta in that 13-10 end.
And we can see right here, MVPs, we got the gods facing off just as we were hoping for, and Depth is just so amazing, isn't he, Achilleos?
Yeah, and I mean, this is a known quantity. For me, honestly, I mean, obviously the ACS not going to reflect it fully, but Yoran was a huge factor in them being able to get those initial wins coming through. This guy was looking ever so clutch. Great moments there with the Sheriff as well from Yoran. So honestly, a fantastic VCT debut for him, but Depth just continuing to frag out of control.
Now, what has been really interesting, we were talking about this in the green room just now, Zeta was infamous for being so slow, but we saw a different sort of pacing. You were talking about possibly influence from the coaching staff, changing things up for Zeta.
Yeah, I mean, for Carlisle, when you come over from a Brazilian squad, one thing that you can certainly inject into your new team is going to be some aggression, some higher tempo. And while we did see, Zeta slowing things down, especially in that last round, not the last round, but in the last few rounds where they were really taking their time, going for that push in onto the site with like 8 seconds remaining. But we were seeing a bit more ebb and flow for them. We saw that they were willing to up the aggression from time to time. And I love to see this because they were that team that just waited for 20 seconds, picked the site, and then they went and tried to execute. And more often than not, especially in the LCQ, they were getting away with it, but that is not a style of play that is going to be sustainable.
Yeah. Also, one thing I just wanted to add with how Zeta has been actually playing here is more times than not, the way that they kind of look around how their rotation and their opponent's rotation have been is a lot shorter now. So you're seeing Laz looking behind where his tripwires are. He's able to time the lurks coming in from the players of Global Esports more times than them just being kind of slow to think about that or slow to rotate, which has been very helpful in the rounds that they've played.
Now, you were noting, Asteray, how Global Esports is probably going to be a bit more free-flowing in the way the team dynamic is, and it definitely seems so, but is it working?
I think it is. The big problem was, and we mentioned this literally just a couple of minutes ago, is the Benkai versus Laz. They need some extra options that they can choose to go elsewhere on the map, but because Benkai has been losing in that fight, they cannot force the issue elsewhere, so they have to commit to this fight. The problem is the setup for Zeta, whether it's on defense or attacking, has been a little bit difficult. What at least has been good for Global here, coming back to them, has been Polvi's ability to create those openings, but his teammates just can't follow the speed that he is going at it, so it creates this kind of rift where he's already there, he's creating plays, but the rest of Global are still somewhat lagging behind.
What do you make of that, Achilleos?
I mean, I widely do agree. We saw just some... It's hard to say whether or not there are fantastic reads from Zeta's side or just poor decision-making from the side of Global, but, with that ebb and flow from Zeta, like, one of the rounds that we saw was they slowed things way down after playing aggressively, and then Polvi goes on an aggressive push out of B-Long, ends up getting caught, and that's going to be the operator down, as well as your star duelist player taken out of the fight very early. So, a couple of these moments here where they're deciding to go aggressive, take some space, but they have no information as far as player placement on the side of Zeta is concerned. That's something that they need to be accountable for. So they need to make sure that they know that they're pushing into somewhere a little bit safer. And if they don't know that it's safer, they need to be a little bit faster on those reactions.
Now, the second map is going to be Icebox, and this is Zeta Division's pick, which is curious because it seems it's been a very long time since Zeta's played on Icebox.
It has been. And granted, Icebox out of the rotation does account for a large portion of this, but we haven't seen them play this map since their grand final versus Northeption, where Northeption bested Zeta Division to then go on to Masters Copenhagen in 2022. That was all the way back in June of that year. So we have not seen this team in a very long time playing this map. It has not necessarily been one that they tend to play on historically at all. So the fact that they are willing to go onto this map after the recent changes should allude to them having cooked something up.
Yeah.
Who's going to be cooking harder?
My guess with this one is because of the changes on Icebox, and you kind of see this a lot with a couple of teams before, the only play that you could do on mid before the changes was the rush underneath orange and then just kind of see where that takes you. But because there's a window now coming into kitchen, there's a lot, there's the changes on the orange boxes where there's only one avenue, not the two anymore on the split. There's a lot more I think that you can try to do there, and I think that's where Zeta is hoping that they can outpace Global here. That seems like what Global was doing on Bind in some of the rounds that they were successful on was getting those quick contacts on the smaller corridors. And since Icebox, even though it's a two-sided map, it's still pretty open with, again, these new changes. Something that, again, Zeta could use, but again, this is just me guessing what could happen.
This map actually falls into Zeta's older play style really well now thinking about it, because this is one of those maps where a lot of times you do see that poking and prodding and then settling on which site you want to go to. So for Zeta, who love to do that, they absolutely could just poke and prod around green, maybe even inch up towards yellow. Oh, I'm getting racy here with that one. Maybe that's a bit too much for them going that deep into a site. But you can kind of just make an appearance over on this side of the map and then opt to go to the other one if you don't like what you see or what you don't see on that side. So I'm curious if that's going to be the case. We did see the fan sign there saying rush B. That isn't exactly their MO, but as we take a look at it, it's going to be the Harbor coming through.
I like this. Harbor, I think, is so underrated. I think I've said this way back, maybe in VCT Philippines, that he does the job of both Viper and the Sage because of the Cove. It gives you a little bit of that safety, even though there are the changes that happen on the B side, even before this current change. You still have to have some form of safety when you plant that spike, and if you don't have a Gecko, you need something to keep that planter safe, and the Cove is one of those abilities that just does that.
Still sticking in with the KO here for Global. It seems like they're really going to be relying on this one, so I'm curious to see if Russ is going to be able to pilot into more success here on Icebox.
All right, let's go into the Arctic Icebox. We're going to have our casters, Quack and William. Who's it gonna be?
Guys, what's up? Nandito pa rin tayo syempre sa laban between the Zeta Division together with the Global Esports. Kami pa rin lang yung Tagalog casters. Ako nga pala si Rayday. Kasama ko ngayon si Vil. At sa mga kakatunin pa lang guys, sa first map nga which was in Bind na map-pick ng Global Esports, nanalo pa rin ang Zeta Division with the 13-10. And now going into Icebox, na map-picks ng mga taga-Zeta Division, what will be the next step for Global Esports? Dahil nga sobrang complicated. You have that Harbor, and I think this will be playing a huge role sa plans ng Zeta.
Natatandaan natin back then na ginagamit yung Harbor ng tawag dito, ng DRX dito nga sa Icebox. Wala silang ginawa kung hindi abuse lang yung cascade, dire-diretso o kung saan man para makapasok sila sa B. At medyo malakas nga rin talaga yung defending nila because of the two smokers nga na meron sila. Laz, at least nakapitas ng isa dito, pero yung mga players nga dito ng GE, wala silang ka-idea kung nasa yung mga kalaban nila. May tao sa baba, may tao sa taas, hindi na alam kung nasa ba talaga, pero Blaze King naman ang mawawala ngayon. But at least yung mga players ng Zeta, matindi talaga yung ano nila yung defending nila Bessie With everything in their arsenal, talagang alam nila na makaka-defend sila. And in terms of the second half naman, mamaya sa attacking, alam nila na makaka-push sila. Why? Because of the wall na pwedeng ibato nga ni Harbor, cascade in, tapos high tide, paikot nga sa B. Pagkatapos mag-wall naman si Viper dito, pwedeng A, pang gulo lang, at kung saan naman sila pupunta. Alam mo yun, talagang sulit Sulit talaga yung ganitong klaseng lineup lalong-lalo na sa Zeta Division Kasi if ever check naman natin yung GE, best halos mga 2021 lineup yan
Tagal na, no? Like, the basic, the double E talaga, the KO nung na-release siya. Dito siya kaagad naisip gamitan ng mga tao as a compa together with Ascent. Pero nga lang, para sa Zeta, this is... Kung natatandaan nyo, dito natin unang nakita na si Witsay nag-harbor nung nasa Naos pa siya. At ang tagal na nun. Stage 1 pa yon last year. So, ibig sabihin, after that, Paul V nga lang on that, talagang may kita natin, Laz is gonna go down. Grabe talaga, no? Sobrang laking help talaga ng kapag meron ka niyan pagdating sa mid part, tapos ang gumagamit pa si Polvi. At ito pa, yung mga first kills ni Polvi, nakita natin sa stats. It's really good.
Yeah, that's true. At dito naman nga sa side nga ng Zero Division, kita-kita naman natin si Dep kung paano talaga na binalagbag yung mga players kanina nga ng GE. Lalong-lalo na hindi lang GE. Kung lahat ng Pacific teams pa nga way back nung Pacific last year. Pero yung mga players dito ng Zeta, they know what's up. Alam nila kung paano mag-retake dito. Pero nga lang, Polvi, simulan muna natin dito with that outlaw on hand na medyo mahirap na rin naman talaga if ever mag-half armor kayo dito. Kasi pag tumama sa iyo ang outlaw, talagang tayo pats ka diha talaga. Kasi ganito yan guys ilan ba ang bawas ng isang outlaw? 140 yan sa katawan. Katawan pa lang yan At ilan ba ang HP natin pag may half armor? 125 to be exact. So if ever mag-half armor ka dito, talaga mamamatay ka talaga. If ever mag-full armor ka naman, ilan ba ang bawas ng outlaw sa ulo? 159 ang bawas niyan. So talaga one tap ka talaga niyan, boss, hindi ka mawabuhay. And to the fact na si Paul V, kahit alam niya naka-outlaw siya at alam niya pwede sa katawan, talagang ulo talaga ang tira. Matindi ang pinapakita nila. Ang dami kong sinasabi, di ba? Rere, ikaw na nga.
Pero kasi ito nga ito yung meron with outlaw. Ginamit talaga siya as a method to destroy yung half armor na beta. Kasi usually ganun na di ba? Pag may vandal ka, mag-half armor ka na lang kasi ganun din mag-waste ka pa ba ng pera and additional credits. So if you wanna sustain your economy, the best way talaga is to go with the half armors. Pero right now, mapapabalik sila ng full dahil nga ngayon, nandiyan na nga yung outlaw. And kapag magaling kang martial user, it's not, or operator user, it won't be a problem for you. Pero good take lang to. 1-1 all na nga kagad tayo ngayon. Zeta towards their mga pistols lang, mga sheriffs lang nila against right now sa mga buys pagdating sa G. Pero Dep, may makuha ngayon and Benkai will be secured.
Pero yung mga players dito na Zero Division, talagang kinakabahan sila kasi nga naka-sheriff lang yung iba. Pero dante sa pop flash already by Hiras. Wala siya idea na meron pa sa baba. Yun na nga! Inubos ng mga sheriff! Lightning fast na lang ang natitira. 1v5 na Castinger lang siya. Kaya pa ba niya? Winnable to. Pero mahirap talaga Gusto ko i-sugarcoat. Ang hirap nito, men. Ayun na nga, isa. Pero apat pa katapat mo. Fuego, sabay-sabay yung apat. Yun ang sabi nila. Yung spike na drop pa. Paano mo gagawin to? Buti sana kung nakabundle ka. Hindi, stinger lang yung gamit mo. Diyos ko. Lightning fast sa mag-isa, 12 seconds, may oras mapapinin ko, wala na, bahala na si Abatman. Kung mamatay, mamamatay talaga. 2-1 already, Zeta, bumabawi na.
I just can't believe the yung nangyayari sa Icebox between these two teams. Sabi ko nga everyday na bagong match, everyday na new team muna yung maglalaro, sobrang daming adjustments. And lalong-lalo na dito sa Icebox, both of these teams, this is the first time na dinebut nila to mismo sa VCT Pacific. Ang last time na nakalaban pa ng Zeta ay sarili na lang kakampi ng Northception. Nakita na natin yan sa iba't ibang larangan dito nga lamang sa Valorant Esports. But on the other side naman, Global Esports, kaya ba nila makontain yung specialty nila pagdating sa Icebox? Kasi I do think na sa Icebox, yung mga changes niya, hindi ganun kalaking impact except sa mid part. Yung tube talaga na nalagyan mo kagad ng window doon, yun yung naging game changer. But right now, speaking of game changers, looks like si Lightning Fast hindi siya makakapasok doon dahil may alarm bot at hindi siya makakatakas sa botted.
Hindi ata siya nakita. Hoy! Paktay ka diha! Huling-huli ni Lightning Fast. Diyos ko, may isa pa, may recon pa. Lahat na nakita ni Lightning Fast, literal na inubos niya. May dalawa pang natira. Grabe naman ng GE. Gusto ata talaga i-push sa game number 3 para mainit yung laban ng TS mamaya. Ang haba nung araw natin, di ba? Pero mas mahaba kahapon kasi si Rere yung nandun
1 AM natapos. Grabe! Hindi ko na alam. Pero syempre, at least ngayon, wala tayong ganun.
12 hours yun,
Sulit na sulit.
Wala, letso talaga. Pero dito naman sa side nga ng Zenith Division, dalawa na natitira sa kanila, mag-mamba out na lang sila, pwede silang bumawi mamaya. Sugar Zero kasi nga may pambili siya, pero si Yuran for sure magsisave na lang siya. Si Sugar Zero, andyan lang siya para siraan ng ekonomiya ng mga kalaban nila. May libreng battle sa tabi ko, isa-save ko na lang din to. May pambili pa ako para sa makakampi ko. Sila, bibilang ko.
Kaibigan mo ba sila? Close kayo?
Oo, man.
Pinoy yan
Ganito guys pagkatapos nito, TS na. Official watch party na. Kumbaga, game na. Rock na ito.
Doon tayo sa main event.
Oh.
Ito? Wala lang to.
Wala lang to, men. Kailangan,
basta may Pinoy, yun yung main event.
kailangan nilang gawin to eh.
Okay? That was on big behavior.
Oh, big behavior daw.
Wow. Ano masasabi niya doon, Zeta?
Oo.
Big behavior, sabi ng
may iwa mo. Shindero. Nani? Yun daw nasa isip nila. Pero yung GE nakakabawi na. Konti na lang sasabihin nila para makabawi nga sila. Pero lightning fast naman talaga mga kaisa. Pwede ba dumalawa? Alam ni Dep kung nasa yung kalaban niya doon lang sa may garage. Pero si Paul B, nilabas na yung Blade Storm niya. Si Laz at saka si Dep, kinakabahan nga sila kasi si Paul B nandun lang sa tagiliran nila. Pero ang tanong kung kaya pa ba nila, one tap lang ang kailangan. Pero Diyos ko, si Hiroron, Diyos ko, tumatama na siya. At feeling ko, wala na to.
Ang hirap ng moments ng Zeta right now. Oo nga, kung meron kang double control, yung kailangan mo lang naman may double initiator ka. Tapos you have someone with good lurks like Lightning Fast. You have Paul B right now with those entries. So talagang ang Zeta, they're gonna be pushed to actually save this. Pero nga lang, ito na naman, the lurks right now by Lightning Fast is there. Pero nga lang, alas, galit na, pinag-iikutan siya ng mga miyembro, pero namimigay pa ng kills ngayon ang mga taga-global esports. Sige, bigyan mo pa ng tig 200, tig 300 ng mga miyembro ng Zeta.
Busin yung utilities nyo, men. Meron ako nabasa sa mga YouTubero, guys. I swear to God, kailangan pa ng Team Secret ng 1 or 2 coaches. Ano ka ba? Ang dami nating coaches pag merong laban ng Team Secret, boss, libo-libong nanonood on stream.
Go on, bro.
Si Lightning Fast talaga, ang dami ng exposure ngayon, di ba? Pero tayo out already for the side naman ng Zero Division. Kailangan nila pag-usapan kung ano ba yung mga susunod nila mga laban kasi napapasok sila ng global esports. Sobrang tinding factor nga, lalong-lalo na si KO na kayang-kaya talaga nilang talagang yurakan yung mga utilities ng mga kalaban nila. Well, ganito lang naman yan eh. I mean, ang dami mong controller, pero ano magagawa ng mga controller mo kung hindi ka makagamit ng utilities? Allows.
Talagang
Kumain ka na ba?
Ha? Di pa. Siyempre, ano tayo eh. Di kasi tayo morning person. Eto yung problema din talaga sa Zeta, they have the plans, pero nagka-crumble down lang sila. Pag isa na pitas, parang lahat nagiging shaken up. Masyadong nagtatanan lahat ng mga miyembro ng Zeta Division. And if itong inconsistency nila, hindi nila makikip up, I think this might be bad. And G might actually take things around. But then, a few adjustments lang siguro ang kailangan ng Icebox, ay mga member ng Zeta Division here in Icebox. They have mid to protect. Kaya tignan nyo, nilagyan na nila ng dalawa. Nilagay na nila kagad si Dep dyan together with Yuran as well.
Pero yung mga players dito ng Zeta, talagang nakahanda na sila. Yung dalawa, naka-sheriff lang yung gamit nila. Yung mga players dito ng GE, talagang papasok na. Okay, walang nakita si Rasta kahit isa. At ito yung maganda nga na ginagawa nga ng Zeta, di ba? Nagmamamba out muna sila, inuubos sila yung mga utilities dito ng GE. And right after that, babawi na sila pag nakapasok na yung mga players nga nila. Pero si Paul B, Diyos ko, napakasakit, men. Ang nanoswarm pa siya. So, kailangan nila dito gumawa ng kahit konting moves lang para makabawi lang dito kahit papano. Kasi nga yung isa low talaga, which is si Paul V. Pero yung mga players dito ng Zeta papasok na. Yung flash, yung mga nades, nilalabas na. May smoke pa sila, kompleto sa Ricardo's pa. May cove pa silang pwedeng gamitin para mga ma-diffuse nila yung spike. Pero ang hirap, kung ang dami mga utilities, ang ganda nga ng utilities mo, hindi mo naman magamit dahil kay Ras. Men, matinding utilities yung mga pinapakita nga talaga ni Ras kasi siya talaga yung pahirap. Sobrang tindi ng mga nilalabas niya. May line up pa yung mga players ng G, which is Lightning Fast. Kanina pa siya, sasabog na yung spike. Diyos ko, may mamamatay pa atang isa. Pero mukhang wala na. Men, si Ras talaga ang pahirap.
Grabe si Ras. Ang laki ng impact na sinabi nila natin ito. Yung double initiator game style ngayon ng global esports, it's really hard to deduct. You have your problem, si Ras. You also have kagad, syempre si Blaze King as one of the best initiators. Pagdating sa SEA region, nilagay mo kagad dito para makipaglaban sa inyo. Ano to pa? Kahit walang Paul V, sino sumasagot? Ibang miyembro, syempre. Ano pa kaya pag nandyan din kagad si Paul V at the same time? 2-round lead na nga para sa side ng GN. Yung economy din ng Zeta, sobrang gipit na gipit sila. They can even grab by other utilities as well. But you gotta take the risk para lang manalo. Finally sila, nakikita na nga ng isa pero may trade-off mula na kay Paul V lang na kagad.
Pero yun nga, mukhang babalagbigin ata ni Hero to. Nakapit na silang isa, tatlo pa ata. Blaze King, magpakita ka. Ganito oo, baka kanina mabakil kami maglaro, pero ngayon magpupush na kami. Tingnan na nasa isip namin ngayon. Inaantay namin na maubos sa mga utilities nyo, pero ngayon, haharapin na namin kayo ngayon. Barilan na lang, wala nang utilities, ganun na lang, barilan na lang tayo. Kanina kasi nag-aantayan sila di ba? Pero ngayon magbabarilan na lang kami at yun, nanalo kami. Kanina, inaantay namin ang utilities nyo, nag-iisip kami, magpupush ba kami, hindi kasi wala nga kami magamit. Pero ngayon talaga magbarilan na lang tayo, haharapin na namin kayo. At yun, napasok nga nila guys. Nanalo sila.
Talagang nag-audition lang sila kay Hero
yun nilabanan na lang nila. Ang sabi ng coach ng Zeta, tara push A.
Yung din kagad dito sa GE, masyado silang nagmadali. They got over too confident. Punish nila sila. Akala nila wala na silang haharapin pa.
Lupit.
At ngayon naman, Paul V. Ang bus na nga towards Tube. Meron bang next na mabibiktima to on his operator? Pero mukhang aware na din si Zeta ano yung next plan sila. But they gotta be careful. Baka iba-iba silang makakita mula sa side ni Paul V. But Paul V is gonna bail out and maybe move towards A secretly.
Pero pagdating naman dito sa mga players sa to, lalong-lalo si Zeta, tignan natin kung makakabawi sila. May nagtanong daw kung meron daw ibang caster kasi maingay daw. Sa second match guys, tahimik yun. Antayin.
Manood lang kayo.
Kung naiingayan kayo dito sa game number 1, Diyos ko, paano pa kaya sa second series natin mamaya? Pero tahimik yun guys, yung papalit sa akin mamaya. Tahimik yun. Si Justin.
Twin brother mo yun, diba?
Twin brother ko yun si Justin mamaya. Makikita niya yan.
Pero itong Zeta, kanina mini-meet up pa nila kaagad yung mga miyembro ng GE Talagang pinipilit nila pumush ng pumush. Pero ngayon, with depth on that operator, he tries to move in. Pero buti lang may alam. Call na lang din kaagad. Aware na si Lazis. Gonna come back, telling his teammates to actually go with him. Pero on towards that lurk. Ano itong nangyayari? Pero natamaan nila si Lightning Fast on the other side. At hindi karal ng baril ni Bekay. Isa-isa na naman bababagsak man ng Global Esports. Runs na lang together with Paul V ang natitira.
Pero yung mga players dito ng GE, paano sila makakapasok dito kung dalawa na lang natitira sa kanila? Pero yung Zeta, napakaingat na ng mga pinapakita nila. Well, at least ito talagang tinry nila na mag-push in, na mag-hold back. Talagang buti nilang gumagana. At dito naman sa Zeta, talagang tinry din nila ng sobrang aggressive, gumagana na rin na. So ibig sabihin natin, nabasa na ng Zeta yung nasa isip ng GE. Nabasa na nila yung mga steps one by one kung paano sila makakaisa.
And this is just a big movement, a big move coming in from Zeta. Imagine, those 2 rounds were kind of draining. Ang dami ginamit din ng Global Esports against them. Pero right now, hindi na nila iniiwan basta-basta yung mga times na saan nakakalusot ng Global. Hindi na sila masyadong quick mag-rotate. Instead, they'll just be waiting kung meron ba silang mapipitas or wala. But Global Esports on the other side, pinipilit nila yung mga bagay na dapat hindi. For example, pupunta sila sa A, tatry nila pilitin kahit may inapitas na sila. May napitas na sa kanila. Tapos hindi nila hinihintay yung lurk. The timings for Global Esports has been off for the past 2 rounds. And that's why itong si Zeta nakabawi sila doon.
At least, nakakabawi na talaga dito yung Zero Division. Took them 2 rounds para talagang ma-figure out kung ano nasa isip ko, ano ba yung nasa isip ng Global Esports. Pwede natin sabihin na malay mo, this is just parang testing the waters kung baga. Tinatry nila kung ano ba yung mga pwedeng ibuga dito ng GE. Once na makita na natin, once na mababasa natin, ituloy na natin yung mga nasa isip na natin. Well, for sure naman, handa ang Zeta sa ganitong klaseng setup Kasi either way, hindi naman unorthodox ang KO Diba? Talagang usual pick na yan dito sa Icebox Talagang unorthodox kung maglabas ka ng ISO dito. Yun talaga. Talagang malilito yung Zeta. Ba't may ISO dito? Anong ginagawa niya?
Talagang it's really just both of these teams, sabi nga din ng panel natin kanina, they're just trying something and mukhang swerte lang din talaga yung Zeta dahil they have full trust sa application ng mga ginagawa nila. Kasi sa GE na minsan nga may konting pang-aaninlangan, titiisin ni Depto para lang kunyari may titingin sa kanya pero mukhang wala. They're trying to lure in the GE boys into thinking na pwede silang sumilip sa mid pero hindi. Di nila kinuha yung pine. Instead, Paul right now on that operator tries to get at least one kagad pagdating sa B-side.
Pero dito naman ngayon sa side nga ng GE, talagang mahirap nga, yung sinasabi nga natin kanina, ang hirap pumik, lalo na pag-operator ka, tapos ang dami pang mga poison call, ang dami pang mga high tide, ang dami pang mga smoke nga ng mga kalaban mo. Pero habang nangyayari yun, si Dep nga nakapitas na ng isa, si Benkay na wala na. So -1 sentinel para sa kanila at yun, Diyos ko, yung isa nagpakita, vulnerable pa yung isa mga tropa. Paano yung gagawin nila to? Russ will catch one already, pero tamang shorty lang sa mukha, pero Blaze King pa rin talaga makakakuha dito ng isa. Laz, bumawi. Paul V, bumantay. 2v3 mga tropa. Ito na yung lockdown nga na binabato ng ating mga tropa sa Japan. Pero Paul V, ito na ang pagbangon ng api mga tropa. Medyo late lang itong Hunter's Fear ni Hiroron, pero sadly, binato pa niya eh. Actually, sana si Hiroron, hindi na lang niya binato yung Hunter's Fury niya kasi mag-isa na lang siya eh.
Medyo masakit yun, Vil, sa side ngayon ng Zeta Division. Yung push talaga dapat hindi nila ginagawa. But then, they were just also off pagdating sa kanilang mga positioning. Sobrang laki ng angle that actually GE can take. And right now, after those 2 rounds, balik na naman tayo sa pagod ng Global Esports as they lead in 1. But then, the plays are so slow. The amount of patience that these 2 guys have is actually overwhelming a lot ng players tsaka a lot ng kalaban nila. Pero on the other side naman, Dep, mamimilit pa rin siya on that operator. He tries to move around, pero nga lang, Paulby might be. Hindi niya mapiflip! Paulby still gonna take Dep down!
Hay nako, hindi na na-flick, tandaan nyo, Pinoy lang ang malakas mag-flick. Pero habang si Paul B nasa taas na, si Laz nagbabantay lang din dito sa may upper. But right now, at least si Laz getting that kill right now, denying that operator nga na ilalabas nga ni Paul V. At sino ngayon ang papasok sa site base? Ito yung mahirap eh. I mean, yes, Paul V with that operator, kailangan nila makakuha dito ng kahit isang agent lang that can actually go in na magugulat yung mga players dito ng Zeta, which is andito naman si Raz para bumawi because siya yung parang pwede natin sabihin na pseudo-duelist dito sa side nga ng mga players nga ng GE. But right now, wala sila makita dito kahit isa. Play for retake lang ang nasa isip ng Zeta.
Finally gets lightning fast kagad. The perfect timing na meron ito mga taga Zeta is up again and kicking. Benkay na lang together with Blaze King na natitira. Wala silang availability para pagdating sa mga post-cut na yan. Pero mukhang may kita nila si Blaze King right now kasi gets a one-up and finally land 6 out of Benkay. At ito yung power na Cove. It acts as if you have your own Sage. It acts as a wall. Whenever you wanna go with that defuse, kahit may mga kalaban pa, sobrang safe na safe mo. At mukhang tayo na naman yung ating first half, just like what happened almost sa bind map.
Oo, parang sobrang dikit nga talaga nung laban nila. And dun ngayon sa side nga ng Zeta Division, yun eh. Actually, kung hindi napitas ni Laz si Paul V doon, pwede sana sila makabawi eh. Pero ang importante, yung mga players dito ng Zeta, slowly and surely na nakukuha na nila yung pinakamagandang mga porsyento nga para makabawi nga dito. At lalong-lalo na sa kanila, sa side nga ng GE, itong Marshall na to, sobrang crucial nito. Kailangan na makapitas dito ng isa. At ito yung maganda nga sa side nga ng GE, na kahit Outlaw, Marshall o kahit ano, one tap talaga sa ulo yung nakukuha nila. And with this Bladestorm na meron si Paul V, kailangan niyang gulatin yung mga players dito ng Zeta. Pero mahirap nga gawin yun kung napakadaming smoke talaga. Paano mo gugulatin ng isang bagay kung wala kang nakikita?
Tama ka nga naman doon, Vil. But then, itong mga broken buys ng G, magiging worth it ba to? Or talagang papatigilin sila? We still have the Viper's ultimate right now on the other side just to block them out. At mapapaligiran nga yung default sana na gustong bigyan ng GE. But right now, Sugar 0 against Colby. Nakita niya ang ganda ng flash kagad na pinakita doon. He tries to get the second kill, pero Yuran will be there denying him once again. sabi ko nga, napaka-importante ng Viper's ultimate na ito, mabablock off yung site. Pero nga lang sa iba,
Ayun,
Dep
huli.
finally gets down Benkay. Tatlo na lang kagad bilang natitira sa GE kahit mag-default pa sila.
Bessie, huling-huli nga sila. Pero yung mga players dito ng Zeta, nag-iisip sila sa sila pupunta. A or B, bahala na. Pero lightning fast at least, nakapagpalit na dito ng barrel. Hindi alam to ng mga players nga ng Zeta na mayroon pang tao dun sa may taas. Pero feeling ko alam na niya, nagparinig eh. Nagparinig dun sa ropes pero yung flick hindi talaga tumama. Hiroron, alam niya kung nasan, alam niya na mayroon tao dun sa may gitna. Getting that spike done dito lang sa may 2F. 3 versus 4 already. Just gonna plant the spike already. Diyos ko, yung isa namatay habang nakalambitin siya. Hiroron nasa loob na. Pero yung mga players dito ng G, paano nila gagawin to? Kasi tatlo na lang yung natitira sa kanila. Diyos ko, dalawa pala. Lightning fast mawawala. Si Blazeky na lang ang natira. Wala siyang utility kahit isa. Tatlo pa kalaban niya. Yung operator pa rin. Dep nasa kaliwa. Pero hindi siya tumama. Yung pangalawa baka tumama na nga. Siya pa yung nawala at Yuran kinuha yung kaluluwa niya. 6-5 already. Zeta bumabawi na.
Pero yung lineup ng Zeta, it's made for their defending and yet nakakabawi ng sobrang dami pa rin ang Global Esports. Pero to, we gotta give the credit kay Yuran after exposing yung Viper Spit niya. Hinold niya kagad yung buong B-side. Hindi na kagad nakagalaw itong mga G and they actually forced them to go sa A-side kung saan naman nandun si Dep on his operator. At big shoutout syempre sa mga natin dyan, tropa mula na nanonood sa mismong Zeta, I don't know, bootcamp ata yun or holding nila para sa mga fans nila. But then, this is a 6-5. May kasama na nga ngayon na Hunter's Fury. Pero sa mga miyembro, parehas nakuha kagad. It's just a trade coming in. Pero nga lang, all those shots working well together for the side of Global Esports. At try nila ngayon, magasolinahan kagad si Raz. Pero nga lang, mukhang mahihirapan sila. Hindi na alam na ganun yung unang gagawin ng Zeta.
Dalawa yun na
At ngayon nga lang na-detain. Aray ko po, Beshi. Sila sa tagapagligtas. Dapat kayo nagko-crossfire niya ba? Pero mukhang mapamuntikan pa si Benkay doon.
Muntik na sila pero 2v2 mga tropa. Kaya pa ba in terms of utilities? Wala. May cove pa sila. Meron pa silang cascade dito. So lamang ang Zeta dito kahit low yung isa. Pero malay mo makuha pa ng GE. Hindi pa naman sarado yung pinto para sa kanila. Yung high tide nilabas na. Pero si Las pumapasok na ng onti. Diyos ko. Pero yun na nga. Papasok na. Sa kaliwa pare. Nag-cove na pero nagtatago na sila. Pero si Blazeky makakakuha ng isa. Pero paano nila gagawin to? Kasi si Benkay nga makakapitas na. 6-6 already. Pantay muna yung laban nila, Bessie.
Nagkasalisihan. Sabi na nga magiging tie yung first half natin between the Global Esports together with the guys of Zeta Division. Medyo nakakagulat yung mga pangyayari dahil alam natin dahil sa 3v4 and yet dahil lang sa lockdown na yon, naging impatient kasi sila eh. Hinintay kasi kagad ni Depe para makuha yung null command para talagang itry na gasolinahan nga itong isang katulad ni Raz. And even though that happened, yung lockdown nasa stall nila. So talaga na-detain sila. Leaving only 2 members left for the side of Zeta Division and finally tying it up sa first half. Pero ito, next na tanong. Kung magaling sila, actually hindi nga eh. Medyo na-disappointed nga ako sa Zeta Division they're defending. Will it be a better composition pagdating sa attacking? Let's see. But as for Global Esports, ang daming operator power para kay Paul V ngayon.
Yun iniisip ko natin. Lalo na lang si Paul V. Later on, pag talagang nang init na si tropang Dep, ayan talaga makikita natin mamaya. Ito na yung inaantay nga ng mga players ng Zeta Division which is attacking. Maganda ang sitwasyon ng Zeta sa attacking because of Harbor na talaga pwede nating ipasok. Well, actually, nung VCT PH pa lang, sinasabi ko na yan eh, kailan ba nila ilalabas si Harbor sa Icebox? Kasi isa yan sa pinakamagandang controller nga dito sa mapa na to. Merong isang PH team na naglabas ng Harbor. Zol ba yun? Basta nakalimutan ko. Naos. Basta yun, merong isang PH team talaga naglalabas nga ng Harbor dito sa mapa na to at sobrang solid nga na pinapakita nila. At lalong-lalo sa Pacific, maraming Pacific teams na ito ang gamit. Into the fact nga na double controller sila, mas kayang-kaya nilang lituhin yung mga players dito ng GE na pwedeng mag-fake ng B tapos A naman talaga yung execute yung mga ganong klase nga, di ba? And Lalong-lalo na sa Zeta, kailangan nilang manalo dito. Pero si Blaze King, talagang Diyos ko, nakapitas na ng isa. Si Yuran pa yung nawala. Si Hiroro nakapitas pa dito. Pero Benkai, siya ang susunod sa listahan ni Dep ngayon.
Spike down A.
Here. Nakita mo, ang ganda nung punto na left for coming from mid. At sa problema sa walls ni Harbor, will it actually be effective? Mukha yung entrance ng Zeta despite those sacrifices, but despite na wala kaagad si Yuran on those early rounds, ang naging worth it naman ay nagbigay nga ng pugay yon para sa isang katulad ni Dep, sa isang katulad ni Hiroron.
Bigay ng pugay para sa mga taong tropa. Ito guys ito yung magandang tip sa Icebox. Double controller kayo, Viper and Viper and the Harbor. Ganda na yan. Tapos ganito, basta ito, kung ano yung nakikita nyo, ito yung para sa akin, ito yung pinakamagandang lineup para sa Icebox. Mapa din ng Pinoy tournament, malakas ang team secret dito, pero si Dep, Diyos ko, quadruple pick! Ayan na! Fuego! Yun ang sabi nila! Apat silang sabay-sabay nag-pick, apat silang sabay-sabay mawawala. Ano yun, men? 1, 2, 3, pick! Promise, yun yung sinabi nila.
Nagbilang yon? Grabe ka naman.
Nagbilang sila.
Benkai na lang, kasama ang kanyang glitch pop na classic. Yuran takes him out. And finally, ang mga taga-Zeta Division, they finally get the second round. At grabe, nagulat nga talaga lahat doon. Pero yun na nga litong-lito mapapa-overthink diba? Dati kasi kapag may Viper sa wall ka, medyo may pagka-obvious, diba? Kung walang nag-commit, kahit nakalagay yung setup na yan from the attacking, alam mo na saan sila papunta, either mid or A. Pero dito nga lang ang dami. Yung wall na yan, hindi nila bibitawan yan. Then sa default papuntang A. The rest is up sa setup ni Sugar Zero at dun sila mag-e-entrance. At ito pa, hindi pa gano'n explosive si Sugar Zero nga. His setups are very consistent. Hindi siya nagkakamali pagdating dyan.
Ito na si Tropang Paul B, medyo dire-diretso muna siya. Pero yun nga, hindi ina-expect! Nilakas na meron na palang tao dyan. Napakabilis ang mga pinapakita nila. Pero ang importante, bonus round to ng mga players nga ng Zeta. Pwede pa silang bumawi sila. Sino mo naman, 5,000 pa yung pera niya. Pero habang dumarating tayo sa panahon na ngayon, si Dep sumisilip na. Makakapitas pa ba? Pero siya yung mawawala. Blaze King nakapitas dito ng isa. Si Sugar Zero, malapit ang stinger lang para sa kanyang mukha. Pero meron tao dito sa may 2F. Diyos ko, Yuran! Kahit Guardian lang yung gamit niya. Nakadalawa siya. Pero ito mga players nga ng GE, kinakabahan sila. Kasi nakapag-upgrade na ata yung Zeta dito ng baril, libre pa at mukhang maging 6-9 na ata yung score. Yuran, inubos na atin, nakita niya 4K para sa kanya. Ano yung score? 6-9.
6-9.
Nice.
Vil, imagine itong si Yuran, umakyat lang siya kagad, akala natin siya pa'y matitake, at hindi. Talagang siya pa yung nakapitas na mga miyembro ngayon. And ito pa, akala kasi ng mga miyembro ng Global Esports ko commit na nila sa Kobe. Kaya medyo nagmadali sila. They got too confident. But then, the flank with Yuran, hindi na siya kagad nabantayan. Kaya kagad biglang nawala sa isang iglapin niya. Active back supporting. Ang galing ng kanyang setups parate. Nakita na natin yung performances sa first map. Ang ganda. And now he's still consistent towards the second map. Here lamang sa Icebox.
Pero dito naman ngayon, pagdating nga sa GE, 20 seconds na lang ang kanilang timeout. Ano kaya pag-uusapan nila? Lalo nga sa GE kasi medyo nag-iisip sila. Ano ba yung mga next step natin para makabawi nga tayo? Kasi may pera tayo, wala tinry natin magpaka-aggressive pero nakakuha pa rin tayo ng Zeta. And sino ba yung napatay niya, diba? Kung sino pa yung talagang sobrang nag-save, which is si Laz.
Ang ano pa no? Ang role ngayon ni Laza, different na. Kasi usually chamber. Pero ngayon, sa tingin ko na nag-improve talaga siya on the Killjoy. Dati kasi nung nagki-Killjoy siya dito, not just in Icebox but in other maps, hindi ganun ka-explosive compared sa Cypher niya, compared nga sa chamber niya. We've all known him for that chamber na trauma lahat ng taga-Pilipinas dahil kay Laz natalo yung Team Secret last time ng LCQ. nung nabuff yung chamber, nako po, nag-iba yung ihip ng hangin. But then, on the other side naman, ito pa yung crucial rounds. Pero tignan natin, malay mo may changes when it's Paul V we are talking about. And he's just waiting. He gets the shot doon. Kapag dalawa siyang pitas dito, ang laki ng posibilidad ng panalo ng Global Esports in this 3-3.
Pero dito naman, sa side nga ng Zeta Division, alam nila na sila diretso lang nila yung kanilang aggression at talaga mas mahihirapan pa ang GE. May pera sila, wala. May baril sila, syempre wala na rin talaga. Pero si Paul V muna dito ang kailangan makapitas. Pero paano nagagawin to kung wala siyang makitang kalaban dito sa side nga ng Zeta Division? But now, Dep, ang kailangan niya dito is makabasok. Napakadaming wall na lumalabas. Partida yung kay Harbor, nandyan lang yan. Wala pa siya nilalabas kahit isa. Pero meron naman siyang record dito sa mga kapag post plant sila, lalong-lalo na sa Zeta. Ito yung talagang inaantay nila na para makapitas sila para sabihin sa mga kakampi niya, tara sa A naman tayo. Pero grabing hyper-rotation na pinakita nila. Diyos ko, nagparamdam lang yung isa sa Zeta. Lahat kayo nag-rotate na? Nagparamdam lang sila ng isa. Lahat sila nag-rotate daw. Sama-sama daw sila.
Oh my goodness! Open na open! Messi Wap! Oh, nandun na sila! Oh. City lahat sa B-site yung mga taga-Global Esports, man! Grabe to ha! Pag ito pa na-retake ng Global Esports, idol ko na tong Global Esports, promise. Pero ang ganda ng Planty Sugar Zero, open na open sa kalangitan eh. Pero nga lang si Dep, nakaboost na. Feel ko medyo GG talaga ang mga miyembro ngayon ng Global Esports.
Oo, pero dito naman ngayon si Zeta, mga tropa, paano nila ang gagawin to? Medyo mahirap nga to kasi yung mga players nga ng GE, Diyos ko, wala silang pera kahit isa, pero yung recording nandyan na, alam nila meron tao sa taas, pero magpapakita ba siya? Diyos ko, si Yura nakapitas na, si Paul V walang nagawa, naka-marshal pa siya. Pero yung mga players dito ng GE, hindi nga sila makapasok, may reckoning na, may Viper, may Snakebite pa, may Recon Bolt pa, may High Tide pa, lahat na nilabas nga nila. So ang iisipin lang nila, huwag na natin tong i-retake, pakamatay na lang tayong 4 sabay-sabay, at least yung mga kalaban natin walang pera.
My goodness, na-bait sila Bill doon sa B-side take ng Zeta, and now it's down to 10-6. Alam nyo, kalahi ang Zeta, binibilisan na kasi nila matapos. Gusto na daw nila makita maglaro Team Secret. Idol kasi nila.
Oo. Shoutout nga pala. Uy, may nag-exclamation maps. SR pa yun nandito. Ano itong TM?
Yung maps,
Map
guys,
5?
first map kanina.
Map 5? Ano to Team Liquid tsaka Shopify Rebellion. Game changers pa to. Last year pa to
Kaya pala may mga nagtatanong dito. Yung first map, guys, sa Bind, nanalo yung Zeta. Dito sa Icebox, ayan, current, ito yung nangyayari. Tapos if ever magka-game tayo sa Sunset, ito yung decider map. So ayan. Share lang namin.
Share lang natin. Tignan natin kung ano bang mga ipapakita ng ating mga tropa. Lalong-lalo na sa side ngayon ng Zeta kasi nga alam nila na sila may lamang ngayon. Tatapusin na natin to kasi nga 2-0 na to.
Ang tagal na naman. Lang. I mean, pag ayaw naman ng Zeta maging reckless, di ba? Change nila yung style nila, Vil. Dati may pagka-press W sila, pero ngayon sobrang tagal na talaga nila maglaro. Ayaw na nila yung parang chaotic kasi hirap talaga magkasabay-sabay. Ang daming reckless na nangyayari, but speaking of, hindi siya reckless dito. Yun is gonna take the first kill. Pero nga lang si Dep nasa boost na nga din. Makikita niya yung my ult's ready. Ito, sabihin na si Ben.
Ayan na!
Natitira na lang kagad sa Zeta, pero tatlo pa sa G na pumupuso ngayon.
One enemy remaining.
Pero may trade si Hero at Paul V na lang kagad on that operator.
Mainit nga rin pinapakita na si Paul B. Polboron, ano napapakita mo? Wala ka ng kakampi, baby boy. Hindi mo pa isa-save yan, lalaban ka pa. Diyos ko, mag-isa ka na lang, pumupuso ka pa. Wala ka pang idea kung nasa yung mga kalaban mo. Sige, magpakita ka. At yun na nga, Diyos ko, hinawakan lang sabay mamba out. Umamba lang pala si Idol. Umamba lang siya, boss. Pagkahawak niya, mamba out na siya.
Wala na. Save mo na lang yan.
Chill lang tayo today.
Okay lang. Konti na lang.
Ganito na lang gawin natin. This is PPGL_VCTPH. Exclamation point Pogi. Yeah.
Tignan nyo nga guys, kung anong lalabas dyan. I-exclamation point Pogi nyo
Pagod ako. Hindi lumalabas si Bumbot sa inyo guys. Pasensya na kayo. Ay, si
May
Mumot pala.
gagawin lang ako Kaya ngayon pa naglolo ko tong mic. Kung ingay ko doon kasi.
Sorry.
Sorry, guys,
Sa akin lang ata gumagana eh. Sa akin lang gumagana. Ba't sa akin lang gumagana?
Kaya nga eh.
Gumagana sa inyo, men. Aray ko. Naka-full gain ka ba?
Hindi ko nga alam, Pisik. Ngayon lang nag-reset, diba? Pati dito may Texas, pero nga lang yun. Nagmadali na naman si Lightning Fast. Pero gets ko yung approach siya. Gusto niya makapitas eh. Pero nga lang, na-trade lang siya. Kahit nawala na si Sugar Zero, nandiyan pa rin si Yura na to pa. Meron pa siyang Viper Spit na pwede niyang gamitin. Pero sa iba nakatingin kagad si Dep. Timingan nga lang kagad. Pero next, busy ka pa. Halika dito. Sa kanya. Sige, siya. At dito kagad ako, sinurprise na kagad ng mga Zeta Division, ang global.
Pero eto mga players nga ng Zeta, men, hindi man tumama yung Blade Storm ko, pero papatay naman kita gamit yung baril ko. Pero si Volby babawi na. Pero napakahirap nga nila gawin to kasi may Viper Stick yung kalaban nila. Daw silang natitira. Diyos ko, bahala na if may matamaan. Kung wala, sorry na lang talaga. Pero yung mga players dito ng Zeta, okay, kalmado lang sila. Kasi for sure, hindi naman tayo nakikita ng mga kalaban, di ba? May snake fight pa tayo. At babawi na lang tayo mamaya pag may baril tayo. Diyos ko, hindi naman karpintero ang Zeta pero pinako nila ang GE sa 6. Naku po! Malapit na ang TS mga tropa! Isa na lang! Tapos na!
Ay. At ako'y naiinis na sa mic ko.
Ayan, maraming salamat, Bes. Inayos mo na.
Ay. Ano bang meron pa dito, Tech Post? Ayaw ko pagbigyan. Ay.
May tech pass ba?
Ang buhay. Hindi ako lang.
Ayan.
Stick sa mic ko.
Isa na lang. Nice!
Nice.
Sorry, intrusive thoughts. Intrusive thoughts. May mga bagay kasi hindi ko mapigilan. Number 1 yung bibig ko! Isa na lang.
Pumunti ka na doon.
Isa na lang, game na. Si Yura, nice entry by the Viper. Oh, wag na kayong pumuso, boss. Tapusin nyo na! Ras, nagpakita. Pero napakahirap nga kasi ito, ha. Wala silang makita kahit isa. Okay? So yung mga rank warriors yan, yung mga maglalaro mamaya, alam nyo na kung ano yung composition na gagamitin nyo. Ito. Pero simulan muna natin dito with the Hunter's Fury nga nilalabas sa mga kalaban nila. Pero Lightning Fast nakabawi ng isa. Pero Diyos ko, Yuran mabubuhay pa ata. Pero si Dep, Diyos ko, baliktad ata sila. Si Yuran, yung mapapakita sa kalaban nila. At saka si Dep yung mag-alert para na lang quit sila. Pero Hiroro nasa taas. Ras dumediretso nakapitas pa. Blitzking bumawi dito ng isa. Pero Dep, sisilip ata. Si Ras, Diyos ko, si Blaze King. Hoy, hindi na pinipigilan. Yung spike down, tapusin nyo. At yun na, na-clutch pa nga. Diyos ko. Dinefuse sa mga mukha nila! Hindi pa tapos! Isa pa daw!
Next game pa ulit. Grabe talaga. Ano ba naman yan? Masyado kasi umalis sa mga taga-Zeta Division. Masyadong nakaspiyansa. Napanalo na. Pero hindi nila alam dahil kay Bengay na defuse spot. 12-7 pang scoreline bill.
Ay! Akala natin tapos na pero may isa pa. Sige, pagbigyan nyo na yan. Napakadami nyo naman pera, di ba?
Siyempre.
Oo, kumbaga, isa pa daw. Alam niyo yung Beck? Beck sa shooting? Kasi ganito kasi yan, guys. Pag nag-shooting kayo, pag sinabing Beck, ibabalik sa'yo yung bola, tapos shoot ka pa ng isa. Hindi, legit yun, men. Legit yun, men. Ganito kasi yung basketball sa mga kanto-kanto eh. Back. Yun, pag tinawag, pag sinabi yung back, ibabalik sa'yo yung baril. So, sige, isa pa daw. Sabi ng GE, back daw. Sabi nila sa mga kalaban nila. Legit yun, men. Legit yun.
Ba't kaya naging ganito? Ba't kita yung mic ko mamaya nga to? Naiinis na ako. Hindi na okay naman. Sabi kasi ng ng BMX siguro maingay na ako masyado.
Pero okay naman sa akin.
Pero bakit civil hindi eh?
Okay naman
Yun
sa
nga
akin.
eh.
Okay naman sa akin.
So, ibig sabihin,
Bayad yung BMX.
Alam ko na kung bakit.
Pero dito naman sa side nga ng mga players nga ng GE, paano ba gagawin nila? Pero dito naman sa si Lightning Fast, Diyos ko, hinahanap ng mga kalaban nila. Kung kanina, kung lagi tayo nagpapaamba, eh tayo ngayon yung mag-push, yun yung pinapakita nila. Talagang dire-diretso na sila. Alam nilang may tropa nga dun sa may likod, Diyos ko, magpapakita pa sila. Pero tamang high tide muna lahat. Sila pinalibutan ng tubig. May ecoms pa. Sige, magpakita kayo isa-isa. Lightning Fast at Blaze Screen na lang ang natitira. Paano yung gagawin to? Diyos ko, Lightning Fast, pag to na-clutch mo, sa'yo na ang TF ko!
Lightning Fast.
Last player standing.
Or Yoran, tapos na kagad ang ball test Pinos. Kita na lang po. Ayro nga lang, tinamaan na tinapos na ni Yoran. And Zeta Division wins this series 2-0. Maraming salamat ng Zeta at GG's sa side ng Global Esports.
Ubos! Pati pantubos! Na pinakita ng mga players nga ng Zeta Division na sinabi na natin kanina na itong side na to ang lakas mag-defending, ang lakas mag-attacking. Yung ganitong klaseng composition kasi literal na wala silang makikita kahit isa. At yun na nga, diba, basang-basa composition pa lang. Alam na natin kung anong mangyayari. Huwag na tayong mag-break. Oo, tama, ituloy na natin. Game number 2 na, series 2 na.
Tara
Watch
na!
party na.
Puntahin nyo na kagad dito ang Team Secret na pero grabe naman yung mga nag-cheer na yan at shy type pa. Congratulations sa mga tropa natin mula sa side, syempre ngayon, ng Zeta. The effort that they have, this Icebox, sobrang confident na nila. Sinabi nga natin na despite na sobrang naging secret itong Icebox sa lahat, sinurprise na naman nila tayo at nandito din si Madam Fade. O, di ba? Tawag dyan kay Fade. Nagulat din siya. Hello po. At shy type na siya. Nagharang na siya ng mukha. Pero
muntik nang ma-focus yun.
Yun. Muntik na kami masabi. Pero fan na fan ako ni Blurred mula sa Geek Fam. Yan.
Eto na! Kalma lang si Kuya Bill.
Oo. Teka lang.
Nananawagan po ako sa City Government of Marikina. Trabaho lang po.
Kapag na-report si Bill, alam niyo na.
Our first winner for day 2, VCT
Uy, iniwan
Pacific
si
Kick-off goes to
Zeta.
Zeta Division.
Ito na yung Mara Aquino ng ng Zeta Division ng Korea.
Good to see you back.
Si Mara Park.
네, 오늘의 우승 데이트 첫
This
번째
is
우승을
Shingyumi.
제타 디비전이 가져가게 됐습니다.
Hello.
라즈 선수
Ano guys, gusto nyo bang panoorin na hindi? Press 1 if oo, press 2 if hindi.
Right before the match started. So,
Nilipat na namin
Oh,
kagad sa Team Secret match.
Press 1 if papanoorin natin itong interview. Press 2 if kami na ipapakita. Yun lang yun, boss. Kayo magsabi. O press 2 daw. O press 1 daw. Ano ba talaga?
そうですね、
おプレスト
個人というよりはやっぱチーム
おsige direct
として
kami
になるん
na
ですけど、全体で、うまく動けて連携も取れて、で相手に対してしっかり対策というかそのなんていう
Lipat mo
の
na.
対応する戦い方をうまくきれいにさせたっていうのはすごく良かったなと思ってます。
Ay, ito nila mapanood to eh.
So it's more of a team
Sige na!
movement kind of
Sige
way,
na!
but we were able to sort of connect
Yan.
with each other,
Okay.
make movements,
O yan, o.
work towards what.
O, kayo ang direct namin, di ba? Kayo ang magsabi kung sino ang gustong ipakita. O yan, mga tropa, shoutouts nga pala sa inyo. Pero congratulations nga pala si Zeta Division kasi panalo kayo.
Yan, idol namin. Ibalik mo naman balik ka natin sa kanila.
Wow, ito na, man.
Dito lang.
Ito. Oo. Yan, kitang-kita sa chat kung sino ang gustong mapanood ng lahat. Kitang-kita. Balik na natin sa kanila, boss. Pakita lang tayo, di ba? Yan. Panoorin.
협력과 함께 대화도 잘 통하고 그래서 이 게임의 승리를 이끌어낸 것 같다고 말했습니다. So I'm seeing new players, new vibe, and new strategies also. So how was your teamwork is specifically to details? How was your teamwork specifically in today's match?
新しいメンバーの2名が入って、特に今日、どういった面でその連携が取れたなっていう感じるところがあります。
細かいコミュニケーションもうまいし、その意図が通りやすい、意図をすぐに共有できるっていうのも強みですし、あと少人数戦の打ち合いの強さが光ったなと思ってます。
So the new members, we were able to communicate a lot more in detail, and it's easier with the new members, and it works really well to sort of communicate what we're actually thinking, and they understand what we're trying to tell them a lot more. And especially the new kids are really strong when we're shooting each other in small numbers, so they're really good in close fights, and it was really good.
네, 개인적으로도 이 두 선수가 보이는 전략이 매우 강하고 전 팀보다 좀 더 소통이 아주 활발하고 더 이야기가 많이 되고 있어서 조금 더 쉽게 게임이 풀리지 않았나 싶다고 답을 했는데요. 그러면 또 이번에 또 새로운 전략을 봤어요. 좀 차분했던 제타 디비전이 이번에는 좀 기다릴 땐 기다리고 아주 매서울 땐 또 매서운 전략을 가져갔거든요. 어떠한 변화가 있었는지 알아보겠습니다. We're seeing like new strats, you being more aggressive, also controlling the pace in the whole team. So what changes are going on your team?
今までにない作戦だったり動きみたいなのがたくさん見れたかなと思うんですけど、チーム内でどんな感じでの、作戦だったり練習が行われているんですか？
そうですね、カルラオコーチが知識を持ってきてくれたり、あとはアイスボックスのリワーク入ったりして、どう戦ってくるか分かんないっていうところで、どのチームがどう戦ってくるか分かんないっていうのもがあるので、自分たちでいろいろ試しながら、強い戦い方っていうのを見つけて、この本番でうまく出せたなっていう感じですかね。
So because we have a new coach, Carlau, he takes a lot of, he brought a lot of new insight to our team, and as well, especially for Icebox, we've got Yuran doing moves that we haven't had before. And because in the situation right now, we don't know what other teams are doing at the moment because we've got no stats. But we were able to sort of figure out how to be strong on our own and figure out a way that we could become stronger without relying on the data that we don't have yet.
네, 아직 팀에 이제 막 시작 경기인 만큼 많은 정보가 없어서 조금 더 차분하면은 거기에서 나오는 것 같고, 또 코치님이 새로 오시면서 팀 내에서 많은 영감을 주고 있기 때문에 전략도 새롭게 바뀌면서 좀 더 공격적인 면도 나오지 않았나 싶습니다. So thank you for the interview, and we have the special wingman present for the fans. 네, 이제 인터뷰에 맞춰서 이제 선물을 또 팬분들에게 전할 건데요. Can you do a little sign on the
Sign?
Yeah, I got a
wingman. プレゼントなのでサインをお願いしますということで。
You can do it wherever you want. Maybe on the side or the middle. Yeah, right there, right there. Perfect. Oh, okay, on the back. Nice signature. And then two fans. We have one right there. Can we hear a shout? I think that part is the most interesting. And from the back also. It's up to you. Yeah, you can throw it to the fans. It's your present. Who gets the present for last? The winner's present goes to fans in the back. Oh yeah, you can throw it to the fans. Yes. Okay, Elias Last was kind enough to go to the back and give it to the fans. Okay, thank you for the interview. Wish the best luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we are now going to look at the viewing party. Yes, there are many fans watching here and outside of Seoul. Yes, for the viewing party, we can see fans all around the world. We are going to look at fans in India, Mumbai for global esports. And the fans in South Korea. Oh yeah, hi guys! Wow, nice! We can all hear you shouting way back in India. It's a nice vibe y'all got having. Yes, thank you fans. And that for the second match of the day. We are waiting for TS and Talon.
Oh boy, you know, the global esports fans, I love them. They've got so much energy and they just keep powering through no matter what the result. And honestly, global esports has some really good foundations. They kind of just need to harness that energy and that power they have, especially with Polvi on their team, and move forward. They're still in the game. It's not over for them yet. They're just moving to the lower bracket. But Zeta clears in a 2-0 in this game against global esports. Comms has clearly been a huge change for Zeta division, and that young energy they have with the new players, that new dynamic they have there, we're seeing a fresher Zeta.
No, we absolutely are. And I mean, any concerns that we had, we were talking about at the start of the day, you know, how are they going to feel coming out here onto the stage? Now it's the big leagues. It's no longer show matches. It's not off-season events. Hiroron, good God, what performances from them. Hiroron, especially in that second map, just coming out swinging with that Sova. Star-studded performance from him the entire way. And you can see Zeta oftentimes were disadvantaged. I mean, these are TRX, you know, last year's TRX level statistics where they're giving up these first kills, but they're still managing to clutch out the rounds in these 4v5, these 3v5s, whatever the statistic may be. They manage to come out on top, and a lot of that does boil down to clear communication.
Yeah, and it just, again, just to kind of add to that from Hiroron's perspective as well, a lot of the highlights that he's gotten as well was off of just his teammates being very confident in him making that. They were baiting for him a lot. Like, Depp would just go in with his blades, try to get as much impact as he can, and if he cannot, Hiroron is there to pick up the slack, and he does that multiple times throughout this Icebox map.
Absolutely, totally covered for Depp as well. I mean, they played off each other really, really well. Polvi, I mean, we got to mention that one round in the very beginning.
Oh, yeah, I mean, a risky play, Global deciding to go for that force buy once again after dropping yet another pistol, but that one, it absolutely paid off. Polvi looking phenomenal when it comes down to the sniping. That, you know, that outlaw in his hand, being able to pick up the 4K was really good, and it seemed like, okay, this is going to be Global rallying back. They have a solid read of how this Icebox is going to be played by Zeta, and they should be able to take the win here to try to tie things up. But that feeling, unfortunately, didn't last very long. Zeta, they came out swinging as soon as we swapped sides. It was just complete and utter dominance the entire way through, just basically riding that wave all the way into that 13 scoreline to be able to take it home. This was really good comfort to see from Zeta, because, again, this is not a map that they have played it in a very long time, not since 2022, and that was in a loss versus North Eption. So they have not brought this to the forefront in a considerable amount of time, and clearly they've been workshopping it a hell of a lot. Sugar Zero as well, props to him. The scoreline might not really tell the whole picture, but I like some of the setups that he was going through. Clearly he's been putting some time into learning this harbor, which is something that I think he's only played twice in any sort of tracked capacity coming into this series. So this is his third showing on that agent ever, and overall I think that his util setups were very much on point.
Absolutely, especially with how they were playing just with that cove, again, either to plant the spike or defuse the spike, whether it's attacking or defending. They really played around that so well that you saw how pressed Global Esports was just to kind of counteract that, and it still didn't pan out for them.
I'm really excited to see the matchup between Bleed and GE now, because I think both teams are ones that show that there is like a foundation here, but it needs to be built up more. So who can have a faster construction job here, I guess, is kind of the question. Is it going to be Bleed? Can they get things together? Can they find those pop-offs from Ye? Are they going to pivot their strategy? And Global, can they continue to build off what we just saw here? Because I think if they fine-tune a couple of the things that we're seeing, they absolutely can have success. One of the things that I'm going to be curious to track is, do they continue trying to run this solo Viper controller that we now have seen for 2 maps in a row? Is it going to be Russ continuing to run this KO where other teams still are kind of straying over towards Sky on those previously, you know, Sky-centric maps?
Yeah. And T1 versus Zeta, they're going to be facing off next. This will be really interesting as well. How are you feeling about that,
I mean, I think the only word I keep saying in any of these matches is just super excited, because again, Zeta, you already see how far the changes have been with the 2 additions again of Euron and Hiroron, and it's already successful here. How is it going to deal with the T1 that we saw from yesterday, that even though it did go to the very limits up against Bleed Esports, it still was them having a really big showing in that first series.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big things that I would love to see, because I think both teams are very happy to play on the map, is Lotus. But after seeing T1 really picking apart Bleed yesterday, is that something that you still feel comfortable on? Does this identity of Zeta Division still feel comfortable on Lotus? If the answer is yes, then good God, give me the Chamber matchup right now. Show me Laz versus X-Grid, but that's for a future matchup.
That is definitely, that's very exciting, and I would love to see a Lotus matchup. Give it to us, give it to us. That's it, guys. Those of you watching at home, those of you access to your chat, tell us what you think, your reactions to all the games that have been happening so far. We're going to go on a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we're finally going to see a bit of Group B.
cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and wait. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes. Cause homie, we get here. Into the jungle. Into the jungle. Bring it on. One in the world, huh? You all of my words, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Kick-off. I'm your host, Chubby Ninja, and with me I got my beautiful analysts. We got Asarai, we got Achilleos. He's obviously used to being called that.
Beautiful.
I'm feeling real good because we're finally going to see Group B. I'm really excited to see this. We're going to see an adjusted Team Secret and a completely revamped Talon from Thailand. Although it seems like there are a lot of North Americans on the team now.
There's a healthy mix, is what we could say, as far as Talon is concerned. But yes, it's been big changes. We just saw, another team that had monstrous changes in global esports. Couldn't get the win there. Talon, there's been a lot of eyes on this squad. We did get to see them a bit in the off season. Weren't able to win the tournament they were playing in. That was the ESL Clash of Nations. But we're putting up a solid fight, and for a team that had recently come together, it seemed like there was going to be some strengths there. So now with more time to develop, we should expect a much stronger performance out of them here today.
Yeah, similar with Team Secret here, they offloaded 2 of their previous players, which one of them is actually playing on the other team, so there could be something happening there in terms of the narrative. But yeah, excited to see what the newest player addition for Team Secret is in NDG. He's been on the free agency for a couple of months now. Team Secret were happy when I guess he got through the vetting process, and now he's here in the Pacific League.
And we can see the players now. Team Secret, they looked really good, especially in the early part of the season last year, and they ended up finishing around 5th or 6th, and they actually faced up against Zeta during LCQ and lost that spot to Champions. So we're really excited to see this new iteration of Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, that was unfortunate timing for Team Secret because that was right when that chamber came back through. Laz just had an absolute pop-up performance. Depp as well. That duo was going crazy to be able to get them through that LCQ. So Secret is catching that power spike that Zeta had hit right at the very end. But I'm curious to see, have they really fixed up some of the flaws that we saw for them? Because yes, we do have JDG coming into this one. NDG, sorry. That's for a different tournament that's going to be starting in a couple days. But with NDG coming into this one, that means that we have one duelist player here. There's not that kind of fallback strategy that Secret did have last season, which was, okay, we're moving over to a map where the operator is going to be important. We need to put Dubstep over onto the Jet. We need to flip around our roles a little bit more because we just don't have the comfort there otherwise. They don't have that anymore. So how comfortable are they going to be? How much flexibility do they have in this roster is what I'm really curious to see from Secret.
Now, Talon, this is a bit of a painful graphic to be showing off. They finished 9th in the regular season last year in LCQ, around 5th or 6th. But they did show one surprising game. I'm going to say one map that they took off of Paper X last year. But it was on Pearl, which is one of Paper X's strongest maps.
Look, I mean, as much as we can compare and contrast Talon last season to this season, it's ultimately, it's not really worth it because A, the team is so very different. There's plenty of new faces that are coming into this Talon lineup. I mean, coaching staff has obviously been changed as well, so it's basically a completely different team. But the other thing is that, yeah, Talon, like, they had some moments last year, but they also had plenty of blunders. There was tons of series that Talon were playing in where it seemed like it was going to be winnable, where if they had just done one thing a little bit differently, maybe they could have closed out that map, maybe they could have won this round that would have then given them this momentum. But so often we were seeing them experiment with random things. Patty Pan was playing 17 different agents, never really getting to play anything twice in a row. Changes up on who was going to be playing in the lobby at given times, as well as just wild and bizarre strategies with the triple duelist attempt over on Split and that sort of thing. So with all of that going out the window, hopefully, I think that we can expect a very different display here from Talon.
It's going to be hard. They faced off a lot last year, but like you said, it's a completely different roster now for Talon, or almost anyway. But Team Secret, let's get a real intro to NDG. Asarai, you know, you're from the Philippines. Tell us, who is NDG and why should we care?
I feel very down if I actually don't give him any information whatsoever. Anyways, NDG was a former NOWS esports player. He was very high in that particular team where he was duo as well with Mojo. Both of them went into the free agency, and like I said, they were able to, or he was able to get a slot here to play with the Team Secret roster. And real quickly enough, he was very known for his anchoring capabilities or even his SOBA. So him slotting into Team Secret when they needed someone to be that anchor fits well with what the team needs now.
And now we're looking at Lenny. You had mentioned this. He was a sub at Team Secret, and now he's the IGL of Talon? What?
Yeah, I mean, this is a really wild arc for Lenny because not only was a sub, we saw him subbed in once, and it was in one of the most critical moments that it possibly could have been in, and unfortunately, he wasn't put in a position to have a really solid performance in that game, and that was a part of the, the Team Secret demise last season. Now he goes over onto Talon. He's in an opportunity where he can get some revenge on his previous organization, but he's IGLing, and we don't really know what to anticipate from this whatsoever, whereas Jesse Vash, a much more known quantity as far as like what kind of strats he likes to go for. Fairly loose. We know that he likes to play the SOBA. He likes to garner information for his teammates, but we don't really know what to expect from Lenny here.
I mean, Aster, how are you feeling about this? Jesse is, he is so well known, not in just Valorant, in esports. And he's facing off against Lenny as IGL.
Yeah, true. And again, it's already said there in the graphic that Lenny might know the ins and outs of how Team Secret are thinking about, but Team Secret, they're a team that I feel like still has some great mid-round calls, so might not be as clear-cut for Lenny here to find that counter against his former teammates.
Well, this is going to be very exciting. And now you can see our predictions here. Quack is soaring with talent today, but the rest of us is on the Team Secret train. Shout out to Razzie Binks, Team Secret streamer, definitely streaming this right now. All right. Achilles, why are you voting for Team Secret this time around?
I think that Secret still, even with the flaws that they had last season, have a solid enough foundation to build off of, and they don't have to make too many playstyle changes to basically integrate NDG into this roster. So I think that they're at a higher jumping off point compared to Talon, but I also think that this could end up being a very close series. I think that, Coach Frost here for Talon, he has just been on the grind, so he has been working these guys hard to try to get them ready for this series. And having spent a little bit of time with the team, they are all getting along incredibly well. It seems like, as far as the vibes are concerned, everybody is very much on the same page as one another. And they've also been working up some interesting strategies that maybe we'll get to see here today. So I'm really curious if that's going to come into play. But just from what I've been seeing, I think that Talon has put in a solid amount of effort here at the time that they've had with this roster so far. But I think that Secret is just a little bit ahead of them, but I could be wrong.
I mean, Cruz could also be teaching them some K-pop moves. There's a lot of synchronization happening with Talon. But Team Secret, okay, we're gonna put all the biases aside. Team Secret is a really strong team.
Yeah.
But I want your hot take on who the key player is from Team Secret.
Okay, so when all of the other teams that we've been talking about, for today has been like Depp, Povi, all frontline players, it's not that role that I think Team Secret really shines on. It's actually someone in the middle, with Envy actually being that, I think, star player. He joined Team Secret, I believe, last year, made a huge splash. So with him, I feel like he's the one that really creates that tempo with those mid-round plays that Team Secret likes to do.
Now, we are going to hear from the coaches themselves. I'm really excited. Warbirds was such an interesting character that we got to speak to last year. And now, the new coach, Frost. Welcome to Pacific.
Okay, they're not quite ready at the moment here, but it's fine.
I'll send my welcomes ahead of time.
We'll get to those guys
But let's talk about
soon.
this actually anyway with Frost and Boy. Boy came in a little bit later in the season as an assistant coach. What kind of, stylistically, what were we expecting from Talon?
It's hard to say. I mean, Frost, I haven't watched too many of his previous teams as it
I'm going to
turns out
interrupt
as he
you,
was North America.
even though I asked you, we're going to go over to the coaches.
Before we head into Team Secret versus Talent Esports rematch, let's have a chat with Warbirds from TS and Frost from Talent. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Oh, that was a sweet hello. Okay, from first, Warbirds from TS. That's your rematch with Talon. So how do you feel? Because you have won at the previous season, at first match. 그래서 이번에 또 탈론과 TS가 다시 대결을 하게 됐는데요. 어떤 감정이 드는지 묻겠습니다. 왜냐면 저번 시즌에는 첫 경기에서 이제 TS가 이겼거든요.
Yeah, we're pretty confident in the matchup. Obviously, it's a whole different team, a whole new staff, whole new everything. So we're just focusing on ourselves and hoping that we can have a nice, close, and fun match.
모든 게 새롭게 바뀌었지만 더욱더 자신감이 있기 때문에 더욱더 재미난 경기를 할 수 있을 것 같다고 답변을 들었습니다. Now let's ask Ross from Talon Esports. What do you feel about meeting TS as your first opponent?
On a personal level, I think it's really unfortunate for me because I was formerly GM. I hired Warbirds. I have a lot of love for Warbirds and the players, me and Jesse Vash. I love the ownership of Warbird on Team Secret. They're super great. So it's unfortunate that my first matchup happens to be people I like, but at the end of the day, we came here to do a job and we didn't come here to lose.
일단 월버즈과 감독과 개인적으로 친분이 있고 전에도 함께 있었기 때문에 첫 번째 매치를 만나게 된 게 조금 안타깝긴 하지만 그래도 재미난 경기를 풀어나겠다고 답변을 받았습니다. Yeah, I'm sure both coaches have high expectations for the match. So let's also ask about how you prepped for today. So how did you prep for the match against Talon?
Yep, so a lot of it was just focusing on ourselves. There's new maps in rotation, there's new patches, so a lot of it was focusing on us and trying to draw what little we can from like solo queue and stuff like that.
새롭게 바뀐 맵과 전략들이 많기 때문에 우리 팀 자체에 집중하는 것에 더 핵심으로 삼았다고 답변을 들었습니다. Then what about you, Frost? How did you prep for the match against?
So for me, I kind of had a little bit of an advantage because I'm so close with them. So for our perspective, we basically just focused really heavily on the picks and bans. And since we know he's like a very good coach, we kind of had an idea of trying to be a little bit more tricky than normal. So I'm very curious to see if you can figure us out.
네, 월버즈 감독과 좀 친분이 있기 때문에 저희 팀은 이제 좀 더 맥픽에 집중을 했는데요. 이런 좀 다양한 맥픽에 대해서 TS가 어떻게 반응할지 또 TS는 어떤 걸 준비했을지 좀 궁금하다는 답변을 받았습니다. Yeah, we're all excited for the upcoming match, but do you have anything to say to each other? Last moment?
You are still the homie. But not this one. Not today. Today's not your day.
네, 좀 친한 친구지만 오늘만큼은 좀 어려울 것 같다고 경고를 했는데요. And for Warbirds?
Yeah, I love a lot of the people on the team, but I'm sorry we got to take it today.
I respect it.
네, 팀 저 친분은 인정하지만 오늘만큼은 아닐 것 같다고 두 팀이 이제 피스펌프과 함께 경고를 날렸네요. Thanks for the interview, both coaches. The best of luck
Thank you
for
very
your
much.
team.
I'm really excited for this. That was so cute. The little banter between the coaches. I didn't realize how close they were. But of course.
This is like when you are in like a minor baseball league and your brother's on the other team and you have to play against each other. That's kind of what the vibes felt like between that one. I think I need to get in there and maybe coach both of them on their smack talk because some of that was a little bit weak. But I think maybe they're trying to maintain the friendship. But you know, all's fair in love and war. But I'm really curious to see how this one's going to go down because, I mean, like Frost was kind of alluding to there, it says that we have some tricks up our sleeve. As long as that's not triple duelist nonsense, then I'm all for it. I'm very curious to see what kind of tricks they do have prepared, if they have a solid read on Team Secret.
Yeah, at least for me, I'm just doing another one of my guesses where I feel like how I mentioned about how Envy's going to be the big star player here for Team Secret. It's going to be their mid-round calls. Talon, when I saw them in Clash of Nations, and thankfully I was the one of the talents that was covering that, they really put a lot of emphasis on Governor. Granted, that was a couple of months ago, so it might have changed within that span of time, but they really put a lot of emphasis on how very aggressive this import from North America is and could be playing through that strength coming into this one because, again, I don't really feel that Jeremy has really proven himself from last year specifically.
Whoa. Sorry.
I was just going to say a little bit bold. I mean, I don't necessarily fully disagree with you, but I mean, Jeremy did also have plenty of highlight moments. I mean, one of the maybe the fastest saves of all time with that play on Haven, which course, with the draft coming up, we should mention, of course, the Haven is not in the pool anymore for Secret.
True.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we were talking about this, Haven being such an incredible map for Team Secret. What kind of maps are we expecting this time around?
Again, if I'm just looking at my memory on what Team Secret was known for before Haven, it was bind and split. So if they can maybe gravitate towards that, but again, with the addition of NDG, them being a 5-man roster now, there's so many other things that they can focus on that maybe they have another, some different maps. I did remember the last tournament that Team Secret did play, and this is the reason why I am still kind of up in the air about what statistics I have for them in terms of maps, is they only played Haven in that one particular tournament, only Haven. And when it went into a best of 3, that's when they only changed up because, you know, there were more maps to play.
Yeah, well, maybe it was on purpose.
It
right?
probably was.
It was last month or weeks ago.
Yeah.
So I can understand why they would make such a decision.
I think this Haven, Haven being out of the pool does affect both teams to a certain extent. A lot of the highlights that I think of when I, the cruise especially comes to mind, also take place on Haven. Some of those moments where he's sneaking around out of A main, gets himself into window, and just mows down 3 people in B. That was also a fairly comfortable map for them, but I think widely, I'm not sure what to expect whatsoever from Talon, because as far as I'm concerned, the slate is wiped clean. Last year, I don't think it's harsh of me or unfair of me to say was
returns
a bit
on a
squandered.
mission to reach Champions 2024. Here to take the winner's ticket, it's Team Secret. Unique strategies and witty techniques, the Pacific Jesters are back with reinforcements. Ladies and gentlemen, Talon Esports.
Both teams are here. We'll begin the map veto for the second match of today. We'll be doing a coin toss to determine the higher seed. Heads will be Talon, and tails will be Team Secret. So it's going to be tails. So Team Secret, you may now choose whether to be Team A.
All right, well, now we can get into this one. See where exactly we're going to end up. Talon does have the first ban. A lot of curiosity about this, because as I was saying before the walkouts came through, I think widely the slate from last year should be wiped clean, because it's a very different team, very different coaching staff and a very different identity here. So Icebox does get taken away. And you were referencing, Asarai, that split might be a comfort pickup here for the side of Team Secret, but they're actually banning it away.
Yeah, now that I've actually gone and checked my notes, Team Secret's, yeah, there we go. Last year's most highest win rate map for them during Pacific League was actually Ascent. It was the only map where every single time they played it for like 5-7 games ever since has been all wins. So makes a lot of sense, and happy to see it's there. But Breeze for a talent selection here, they might be looking something to spread out this defense that Team Secret has. And again, they haven't played this map in a long time, so everything is up in the air for this one.
The Lotus is another one I'm a little bit surprised to see Secret ban away, because they did have some very solid proficiency. And, you know, Jesse Vash's, just him opting to run that Sova on that map every single time was catching teams off guard a lot of times when it came down to his timings with the darts and whatnot. And not everybody really understood his timings nor his lineups that he was going to have on that. They take it away to leave Sunset out in the open for them. So it would be a debut for both of the teams on that map here in VCT. So if this one ends up going the distance, which I have a strong feeling that it very well could, and then we'll get to see how they pilot that map and if they have something a bit more unique there as well. My biggest concern for Secret going back to Ascent is, again, this is where we would see Dubstep being swapped over onto that Jet so that he could op. So what is the comfort going to look like for Jeremy now?
I don't think I've ever seen him op as well, so that's going to be something to definitely see if he's picked up the sniper or he's just going to be maybe on a raise, and then there's some kind of iteration that's different from what we saw last year that they're going to be bringing into Ascent. Another thing I just wanted to add real quick on Breeze, Talent might actually want to try to bring out NDG into the open because of how big of a map that is, and he's going to be maybe soloing sites as that Sentinel. They could be looking at to spread him thin and try to make him the weak point of Team Secret on that Breeze map.
But I mean, it is just another one here where you have these long sight lines where that operator can find an immense amount of value. Marshall, you know, Outlaw, whatever it may be, having that long range scoped in gun, it's going to find value for you almost no matter what. So Secret need to be prepared to try to pilot around that one, because you can be damn sure that we are going to be seeing that very likely in his hands as well.
Well, the first map is going to be Breeze. I mean, like you guys said, what I'm very curious about the team comms is Team Secret going to lean heavily into their comfort picks. I expect Jesse to remain, you know, the Sova king as he is.
Especially on this map, you pretty much have to go for that one. The Sova still finds an immense amount of value. I mean, even just yesterday, where we had Breeze as the opening map between Bleed and T1, we saw those Sovas on either side from the likes of Crazy Guy and Carpe. So I think that it would be the most shocking thing if we go into Breeze and Jesse Vesh is not playing that Sova, but it's more about what is going to be going alongside it. Is it going to be Jet? How many other teams have been fooling around with trying to make this Yoru work? Because we also saw an immense amount of impact yesterday from Izu. Is that something that Talent have up their sleeve? They said that they have been messing around with some stuff. They've got some tricks that they're going to bring out here onto the stage to try to really mess with Team Secret. Is that Yoru a part of the formula?
And of course, we're always also very curious about stylistically how Talon's going to end up performing. I'm expecting a lot more aggression and a lot more cohesion coming from this team this year around.
Yeah, and I mean, it's something that they need. Everything that you could list was basically lacking from Talon last season. But again, there was that foundation. It was just the decision-making from coaching staff, whatever it may be, to try.
Wow.
Okay. Well, screw what I was about to say, because it's not important anymore. All right, we have a big old blend coming through here. Talon bringing in the Harbor Vipers to the double controller. The Sova, of course, is going to be there, but they're going for the Neon Yoru, combining what we saw from T1 and Bleed yesterday.
That's very, like, that is a hyper-aggressive comp, even coming out on the defense. Imagine how little map control they have because they don't have the Sentinel. They're going to have to move around the map to alleviate the lack of Sentinel control. That being said, there's also the nifty combo between the Yoru and the Sova that we'll probably see later on when they have their ultimates, but yeah.
And they have 3 walls to slice up the map as
Also
they like.
true.
I mean, there are different ways that, they're definitely cooking something.
What is up, mga tropa? Oras na! Oras na! Para magwala tayo kasi balita ako, best TS na! Ako naka-TS, ikaw ba?
Ako naka-ready na ako. Hindi ko nadala dito, pero nandito na nga yung Biblia. TS 2-0 mga kapatid. Si Phil, hindi ko in-expect na nakatayo na. Ready na siyang magwala.
Oras na para magwala. Eto na, 2-0 na tayo mga tropa. Kung napapansin nyo, si Lenny nandito, di ba?
Oh
diba?
my, kakampi dati yan, best. Pero ito, matinding double kill. Partida lang para sa side ng TS kasi gusto nila, medyo nahihirapan sila.
Nahihirapan nga sila. Siyempre, kailangan muna nating ibigay yung mga nasa kanila. Hindi ko alam kung ano ibig sabihin nun, pero feeling ko TS talaga yung mananalo dito ngayon.
Welcome nga pala sa watch party natin, guys. Na-miss namin maging unbiased.
See, man, this official watch party of TS, actually meron pang isa, yung nasa Katipunan, shoutouts nga pala sa inyo, pero ito na nga, maglalaban na nga sila, 3 versus 4 mga tropa, pero yung mga players nga dito ng TS, kinakabahan sila kasi 3 lang natira. Si Lenny, dati hindi to pinapalaro ng Team Secret, kaya sumali lang siya sa ibang team.
Nag-IGL pa, yun ang matindi, di ba? Pero ito, sumilip si Borkum, but that's gonna be Borkum also being shut down. Makakapag-plant pa ata si Jessie Vash, pero hindi, fake lang pala yun. As Governor, makakatatlo. Pero ang tawag nga dyan, gift-giving eh. Alam mo yun?
Oo! Di ba? Ang saya ni Lenny, naka 1 point ka lang sa mga dati mong kakampi. Feeling mo, panalo ka na? Ha? Alam mo, sino eh? Ano ba, makakasigaw ko dyan? Sa Germany? Hindi.
Nagpalit na nga ako ng pwesto ng PC. Kung mapapansin nyo guys, iba na yung background ko. Lumayo na ako sa kapitbahay para sa araw na to.
Eto na mga tol. Si Lely naglalaro na for the first time in history sa ibang team ngayon. Pero grabe naman si Gob. Diyos ko, 3-0 na agad si Tropa. Kala mo naman talaga mananalo. Pero ang importante, ang TS, mananalo din sila mamaya. Pinagbigyan lang sila. Kala mo naman talaga tatapusin na. Pero Governor will get 1 kill already. Jessie Vash, unang nawala. Alam mo, Bessie, meron nga tayo tinatawag na first game jitters, di ba?
Ito kumbaga nag-a-adjust pa lang sila. Malamig kasi sa Korea, guys. So, syempre, tayong mga Pinoy, hindi tayo sanay dyan. Pero si Jeremy, pag nag-swing to, si Lenny makakatapat. Double swing ang gagawin nila. At si Envy nga makakakuha nung trade na yan. 4v3 pa rin naman to, Bes.
4v3 mga tropa, si Envy nagbabantay na. Okay, medyo hindi siya nakikita kasi nga invisible siya. Pero ang problema, hindi siya nakikita ng mga kalaban niya. Wala na siya idea kung nasan di ba yung mga kalaban niya. Pero feeling ko, nasa B sila. Okay, magbibi na lang sila. Si Jitboys ang nandyan. At saka kasama na rin si Yoru para mapatay nila yung mga kalaban. Pero ang importante, si NDG, Noel Dagot mga tropa. Na-plant nila yung spike plus 300 na to at mamaya babawi sila.
Basta may pera at least para dito sa kanilang plan. Pero posible pa rin naman kung sakasakali, NDG nag-aantay sa may loob habang yung isa, which is si Envy, naglo-lurk all the way from mid-end. Makikita natin makakahanap sila ng isa dito. Envy na lang ang natitira. And as much as possible, kumbaga para sa kanila, mas maraming kill na lang ang kukuhanin nila kasabay nung plant.
Nice one! Nice, Iko! Nice, Iko, Bessie. Dalawa yun nawala, yun ang pinaka-importante. Nice one! Dito na tayo babawi. Pina 2 points na kayo. Akala nyo, champions na kayo. Ito, Bessie,
2-0 pa lang.
2-0 pa lang, di ba? Ito, Bessie, ang TS, hindi naman sila sanay manalo sa pistol round eh.
Totoo. Lagi nating sinasabi yan nung sinaunang panahon pa lang. Hindi notorious ang TS dito sa mga pistol round na binibigay nila dun sa kalaban.
Kamamaya kinakabahan na sila. Okay, naka 2 points na tayo.
Ako yung kinakabahan eh.
Ako rin kinakabahan din ako. Ito, kinakabahan din ako eh.
Si Lenny kasi, syempre, galing TS, alam nag-IGL dito sa kabila. Alam niyo yung mga strats, man?
Wala siyang ka-idea, iniba na. Ganito kasi yun, pag gumagawa sila ng strat, si Lenny hindi kasama.
Hindi kasama.
Hindi naman siya maglalaro, di naman siya maglalaro, di ba? Pa siya isasama. Yun lang yun. Pero yung mga players nga ng TS, at least lahat sila nakabandalism na. Patay ka mamaya, tandaan nyo. Yung last time na naglaro dito yung TS, panalo sila, nag-champion pa nga. Saan? Sa Predator League. Dito rin yun, di ba? Okay lang, sila naman yung sponsor nito, di ba? Pero yung mga players ng Talon, naghahanap sila. Nasa ba yung mga kalaban namin? Diyos ko, si Governor nag-Hotel California niya.
Walang nagbabantay ng hall sa kanila dito, ha? So, magandang lurk ang ginagawa ni Jeremy. Tingnan natin kung makakahanap siya ng kill. Dahil si Jessie Vash mawawala na nga. Jeremy, good for the trade. Pero ito, pinasok na. Envy on the other hand, makakahanap din ng isa. Cove, wasak na. Cross, mapapakatras. Ligtas ka. Hanggang dun lang yon. The lurk from Jeremy, makakakuha ng isa. Governor, hinahanap niya na yung kanyang senator.
Sana. 2 versus 3 mga tropa. Si Gob, Diyos ko. Hindi niya alam kung saan pa siya pupunta. Si Jibos at least alam ng mga players sa TS na mayroong tao doon sa may kaliwa. Si Governor na lang ang nag-iisa. Men, yung mayor tinawag na pero walang magawa. Kahit yung mga tanod, Diyos ko, tawagin mo rin. Wala rin talaga kayong magagawa. 3v1 yung mga tropa, yung Governor, malakas ka, di ba? Bumawi ka, naka-3 kills ka kanina, di ba?
Wala ata siya magagawa dito. Magsa-safe play na lang si Governor pagdating sa round na to. Indeed, mawawala sa kanila. Pero syempre, para sa TS, isang magandang pangitain, lalo na ito yung buy round nila.
Oo nga, takot na si Gob, ayaw talaga si Bilip dito.
Ayaw
Diyos ko,
na
nag-Hotel California kanina, ginamit yung daliri niya. Hinanap niya kung sino may mabisit niya. Pero wala siya nakita kahit isa. Pero yung mga players dito ng TS, syempre, may 9 games lang kung baga. May tao sa may A, may tao sa may hole, nagulat na lang sila na nasa likod na pala yung mga kalaban nila. At yun na nga, si Park Borkum, mga tropa, bago na yung hairstyle niya kasi daw Korean yung gusto niya.
Grabe, no? May perm. Ready na. Naka-turtleneck na. Grabe. Isang matinding change. Hindi lang sa team, pati sa kanilang mga appearance. Syempre, tagal nila doon. Kailangan nila magpagupit. Papagupit sila sa barbero ng South Korea, syempre, sa Seoul.
At
tayo, pansol lang.
Yeah, pansol Korea talaga. Pero ang dami mga bago na nanonood, guys. Welcome nga pala sa official watch party ng Pilipinas. Pero si Governor magpapakita, pero si NDG nagbabantay. Diyos ko! NDG, saan ka nakatingin?
Masyado mataas yung tripwire. Kumbaga, nilimburak lang, kinrouchan lang, nakatakas na. 5v4. NDG, mawawala at least yung isang lurk dito ng TS. Pero syempre, para sa Talon, kung mapapansin mo sa minimap, sobrang lalim nung hawak-hawak nilang angle. Talagang takot silang forward.
Oo, kasi nga matindi rin talaga yung tarima dito ng Talon, di ba? Ang pinaka-problema na si NDG nga nawala, pero if ever talaga mag-pop off si Jeremy mamaya, kakabahan na yung Talon dito. At saka sa totoo lang, tama naman talaga yung sinabi ng panel kanina na halos hindi nga nilalaro ng mga players ng TS itong mapa na to. Actually, yung Fav Gaming nga, ito yung pinili na mapa nila para matalo sila, pero hindi, tinalo pa rin talaga yung TS ng mga players na yun eh. Pero ang importante, Diyos ko, na-headshot si Lenny, pero si Lenny nakapatay dun sa isa. He is super low on HP, pero nasa ba yung mga ibang players ng TS? Yung iba nagre-lurk pa, si Borko medyo malayo pa, si Invi, Jesse Fa, silang dalawa yung magkasama, pero yung Owl Drone magkikita pa sila, pero mukhang hindi naman asa. Importante, Diyos ko, Lenny, men, ginawang basketball eh.
Oo, sinut eh, pasok. Kasama yung yung may foul pang kasama, pero kung iisipin mo, sakto din naman dun sa drone na ginagawa niya, kaya wala talaga siyang laban dun kung masasalo niya. 4v1, Borkum, si Park Borkum, naghahanap ng pwedeng makatapat, pero 9 seconds remaining na lang to para sa kanila. At mukhang isa-save na lang ni Park Borkum for this time.
1v4 guys, winnable sa side na Borkum. Lamang tayo guys sa suporta. Lamang tayo sa suporta.
Close fight.
Oo. Lamang tayo sa suporta. Ganito yan kasi ganito lang yan mga tropa. Isang bash nyo, plus 1 point sa kalaban. Kaya kung wala kayong sasabihin maganda, yung mga sabi-sabi dyan, manahimik na lang kayo. Ha? Yung mga mababaho hininga dyan, manahimik na lang kayo. Take pause sila, di ba? Oh.
Take pause gear.
Partida, TS yung may take pause.
Baka kaya. Ayusin lang nila yan. At kanina parang nakita ko na si Jeremy. Tinatawag niya na yung mga bantay ng shop para silipin kung ano nangyayari. Pero hindi natin sure kung saan side kasi mukhang walang nag-aayos para sa side ng TS. Baka sa kabila, sa talong. Tingnan natin kung ano mangyayari. So far naman, itong mapa na to, Bessie, pinili ito ng Talon. So, syempre, comfort pick nila to. Naghanda talaga sila. Tapos, yung dalawang duelist pa nila dito, yung mga magugulong duelist pa. Yung Neon tsaka yung Yoru.
Yun nga talagang pinapaisip nila, lalong-lalo na pagdating sa attacking ng Talon Esports. Sa talagang baka sila yung makakuha nga nun. Kasi syempre, paano mo man lang hahabulin? Yung isa, umi-slide pa kaliwa, pa kanan. Tapos yung isa, bigla-bigla nag-teleport. Hirap nun, man. Daya, may skills. Dapat barilan lang.
Sabi nila, hello, go TS! May exclamation point pa. Yung isa, 2-0. Yung magiging score ng TS. Love you all. Nakasulat.
Shoutouts nga pala sa mga nanonood dyan sa Watch Party! Hello sa mga Watch Party goers dyan. Shoutouts nga pala sa inyo. Mamimigay si HG ng 5,000 Valorant points. Magpapicture lang kayo sa kanya. Matik, may 5K Valorant points na kayo.
Lapitan nyo, mamimigay naman yan. House and lot.
Lapitan
sa
yan
lucky
si
winner.
HG. Mamimigay yan. Paldo yan eh. Paldo yan guys. Lapitan nyo si HG, tapos mamimigay ng pera yan. Cash.
Kawawa naman si HG.
Kamusta ka din sa Germany, Bes?
Okay lang naman, di pa naman narereklamo, Bessie Wap. Tahimik ang mundo dito eh. Baka nagtataka sila araw-araw, ano ba itong naririnig kong may sumisigaw, may English, tapos biglang ibang lingwahe.
Yun nga, napakahirap na. Pero yun nga, nananawagan po ako sa City Government of Marikina na nagtatrabaho lang po ako. If ever po may mapuntang barangay sa tapat ng bahay namin.
Shout out Valorant PH! Ayun oh!
Uy,
may tropa pala tayo dyan eh. Shoutout tayong lahat. Shoutout din sa'yo, tropa, kung sino man yung nandito mismo sa venue.
Oo. Pero ayun nga, inaantay lang natin na matapos yung tech issue ni Borkum, feeling ko. Wala eh, Dayan, start nila.
Dayan, restart tayo ng rounds.
Ulit tayo. Ulit. Ping check lang to eh. Ping check lang to, men. Ulit tayo, boss. Pero ito nga, di ba, ang maganda sa Koreano, alam nyo ba guys, na ang mga Koreano, wala silang tawag doon, sa mata. Wala silang eye bag. Wala silang eye bag. Yan ang maganda. Yan ang okay sa Koreano. Wala silang eye bag, men. Ang daya, boss.
Malugi tayo eh, no? Tingnan mo si John Lloyd, natutulog na.
Oo.
Nakapikit na lang.
Yun nga, si John Lloyd Cruz.
Si John Lloyd Cruz.
Wala.
Pikit na lang. Pero mabilis na lang daw ata to, guys. Mukhang natimbrihan na tayo ni Direk eh. So, hindi na ganun katagal. Pero ito nga, dami rin nagbago para sa side ng talo na. Guys, 4 hours, 2 hours lang daw. So, hindi ganun katagal.
Pero yun nga, like what you've said, Bessie, tama yung sinabi mo. Kasi ang dami nilang bagong team. Andito si Lenny. Actually, 3 nga yung nabago dito, pati yung coach eh. So talagang medyo nakakapanibago para sa kanila. Pero ang maganda dito, yung mga players dito ng TS, handang-handa rin sila eh. I mean, sino ba yung pinalit nila? Si Noel De Guia, si NDG, di ba? Tapos kitang-kita natin na si NDG talaga ang nag-MVP nung Predator Tournament nga dito sa MOA na dinurog niya yung mga players nga ng 5 Gaming. Pilipino sila champion dun, by the way. At pagdating naman dito, natalon nga yung kalaban nila. Feeling ko talaga wala silang magagawa. Talo na lang kasi ang pangalan nila.
Kumbaga nabura yung letter N, di ba? Sa mga salita. Pero yun nga, para dito sa team ni Lenny, ito yung, kumbaga revenge arc niya to eh. Against dun sa hindi niya pagpapalaro. Para dun sa Team Secret. At grabe no, yung screen ko. Hindi ko na alam kung ano nangyayari.
Oo nga, pati ako, hindi ko alam kung ano nangyayari. Pero ito yung
effects ang tawag doon.
Like what you've said na talagang revenge arc nga ni Lenny. Sobrang tama yun eh. At saka if ever panalo sila dito, syempre natawa siya, natalo ko yung dati kong team. Syempre, ganun yung iisipin niya, di ba? Pero sasabihin ng TS dito, talagang congrats.
Congrats, pre.
Nice one.
Dating brother eh, di ba?
Oo, tropa natin ng si Lenny, men.
Tayo. Si Jit Boys, matagal na rin doon sa talon eh, no? Matagal na rin natin itong nakikita eh.
Ang IGL ng talon si Lenny, di ba?
Si Lenny,
Let Lenny lead.
Let Lenny lead. Literal siya yung mag-lead dito sa team na to. Pero malaking advantage para sa kanila dahil yun nga, mga strat play, alam nila at yung mga pag-uugali, kumbaga, yung good side, yung bad side ng paglalaro, medyo aware din siya pagdating dyan. Pero syempre, para sa kanya, napaka-importante nitong match na to. From sub to IGL, ang laking jump nun, Bes.
Well, lakas sila eh. Lakas sila magagawa dyan. Lahat tayo magagawa dyan, Bes eh. Pero feeling ko talaga, tapusin na natin yung tech pass eh. Nung oras na eh.
Oo nga, it's time.
Oo eh. Pero yun nga, shoutouts nga pa sa mga nanonood dyan.
Ako ata yung malas, Bes.
Feeling ko.
Kahapon, nag-tech pass. Ako din yun eh.
Ganito yan. Ano muna tayo? Tawag dito, attendance check muna tayo. Attendance check tayo mga tropa.
Anong chapter? Ito na.
Anong damods chapter nyo? Sa Facebook, sa Twitch, sa mga YouTubero. Anong chapter nyo, guys? Ito kasi may Germany chapter na eh. Ano muna tayo? Attendance muna
chapter.
tayo.
Anong chapter ang mga viewers natin ngayon? Taga saan kayo?
Taga saan kayo? Taga saan kayo? Sabihin na lang, boss. Tapos babasahin namin. Tapos yun na yun. Pero ayun nga, di ba? Ngayon lang kami nag-cast ni Taylor na TS na hindi magkasama.
Totoo. So, naghuhulaan na lang kami kung anong nasa isip ng isa. Laming eye contact this time.
Hindi ako mabubugbog ni Taylor ngayon. Pero ito, Bermuda Triangle chapter, sabi ni Ran. Cebu, Pangasinan, dami, men. Diyos ko, tuloy-tuloy. Men, grabe naman ang mga kulto.
Jupiter. Grabe
ito Bes, di ba mayroon nga tayong tinatawag na barangay damods, di ba?
Oh, Barangay Damods.
Tapos sila, yung mga tanod, alam nyo, anong tawag sa inyo? Mga nodda. Mga nodda.
Mga tanod namin dyan. Hello
mga
sa inyo.
nodda.
Pampanga chapter, dami Mga Mexico. Mexico, Pampanga chapter. Shoutout sa inyong lahat. Pero ito
Mga
na.
nodda, men.
2-1. Nasa tama naman.
Nasa tama yun, men.
Sinatanod natin
Sa
2-1
mga
yung
nodda.
score. Pasok na tayo. Tapos na sila magpalit ng
Panalo na?
ng RGB keyboard.
Ayan,
Pinapalitan lang yung ilaw.
Tignan natin kung anong magagawa nito mga tropa kasi nga yung mga players nga ng talo papasok na pero wala silang idea. Diyos ko! Si Jeremy, siya lang yung mag-isa! Mga tropa, isa-isa silang pumapasok sa site! Rumarap pa
Ewan ko
sila!
ba?
Akala nila mga model sila! Si Jeremy, iniwang mag-isa, walang makita dito mga tropa. Nakapikit ako, hindi ko alam kung anong nangyayari, bes. Nakapikit ako.
Sabi niya, pasilip nga kung ano nangyayari sa loob ng site. Sumama
totoo
sa
to.
hukay.
Hindi totoo to, hindi tunay to, men. Okay lang yan.
NDG, mawawala din once to sumilip towards mid, elbow, in V, pati si Jessie Vash. Utang na loob. Double swing naman kayo.
Jessie Vash, 1v5, winnable tayo. Nice try, nice try. Okay guys,
Close
NT sa chat, NT tayo, NT. Okay lang yan. Ano ka ba? Tandaan nyo, ang mga Filipino action star sa una nabubugbog. Magbigay ka ng action star, bes.
Si Fernando po.
Si Lito Lapid. Sino ba? Magbigay ka pa, bes. Sino?
Si Coco Martin.
Si Manny Pacquiao sa una nabubugbog yan, di ba? Marami
Pero ang duwan pa lang, bugbog na.
Sila Aramina. Sa una nabubugbog yan Yung mga ganyan sila Maui Taylor yan. Yun ang mga Filipino action star talaga na nabubugbog sa una. Tapos mamaya sila na yung panalo
Comeback
ngayon.
of the century.
Exactly.
Ganun lang yun. Set up na mula dito sa side ng TS. Si Jeremy na naman ang nangunguna pero napigilan. Siyempre nung Viper. At ito na nga.
Nice.
Ubos pati pantubos.
Try.
Nice. Try.
NT mga tropa, NT. Ipakita natin ang NT sa chat. Ayan. At least tayo alam natin na malakas tayo sa suporta. Sa suporta tayo babawi, guys.
Tayo ang pinakamalakas doon. Walang titibag sa ating lahat pagdating sa pagsusuporta sa TS. Pero itong mga entry nila na isa-isa, pumipikit na lang ako pag nakikita ko
Hanggat kaya ko, isusugarcoat natin to. NT close fight Winnable tayo.
Ito na, sisilip na naman sila. Pero si Governor naman ang mawawala this time around. Governor!
Wala.
Tama ka na.
Nice one! Diyos ko! Hay nako, kaya nga, Talong yung dapat pangalan ng team name nyo. 3 vs 5 already. Yung Talong Esports, kinakabahan sila kasi 3 na natitira sa kanila. Pero yung mga players ngayon ng TS at TS base, talaga na-plant nila yung spike. 4 pa sila, may utilities pa sila, at medyo kalat-kalat sila sa mapa. So hindi alam ng Talong Esports kung nasa ba yung mga players ng TS ngayon.
Kailangan na lang nila hawakan yung post-plant position na meron sila. May dart, meron ding makikita dito. Pero Jet Boys, siya ang umuubos so far sa mga players. Nako, Burkum, mapapa-atras na lang dahil sa snake bite na yan. Pero mahahanap niya pa rin yung kill. 24 HP remaining. Pero dalawa na lang din ang natitira para sa Talon. Nahanap na rin nila ito ang crossfire. Jeremy, 1v1. Pero ban! Tama ka na, ban ka na.
NT guys, NT. Ang importante na plant yung spike. So, ngayon sa game na to, tayo may pinakamaraming plant ng spike.
Most spike planted. Yan ang team secret ngayon. Siyempre, inaaral pa rin ng TS Ano bang ginagawa nito sa defense ng Talong Esports, di ba? Kasi pagdating sa post plant, mukhang nahanap at nahimay sila dito isa-isa. Kaya si John Lloyd mapapasigaw na lang ng nice.
Si John Lloyd Cross. Ay nako, Bash, ang sakit-sakit na. Pero ito, kailangan mo nila mag-timeout. Sana timeout to. Kailangan nila mag-usap-usap. Mga tol, ano ba nangyayari sa atin? Ang dami-dami nating ginawa pero tinatalo tayo ng former teammate natin. Pero okay lang yan kasi malay mo, meron tayong tinatawag na first jitters, di ba? First game jitters, di ba? Pero Breeze, wala naman pumipili ng mapa na yun. Actually, worst map nga ng Damods yan
Kaya binaban lagi yan Ewan ko ba kung ba't pinili dito ng Talon. Mukhang malakas ata sila doon, bes. Anyway, itong Talon Esports, when it comes to the defense, makikita mo naman talagang pagdating kahit sa retake, kakayanin nila. Pero syempre, sa TS, Sabi nga nung coach nila kanina dun sa Talon, wala, pinaghandaan namin to. Naghanda kami ng cheeky plays para lang masagot yung ginagawa ninyo. Kasi tropa sila dati.
Oo, wala men. Isipin mo, talagang
Kumbaga,
naghanda ang Talon.
48 hours silang nag-review.
Diyos ko, bes. Wala, kailangan nila paghandaan yung Team Secret kasi sobrang lakas nga natin Pero sa sobrang tindi natin, bes, sa timeout natin, partida si Warbirds, wala siyang sinabi kahit isa. Di ba, tahimik
Minsan,
na siya.
you don't have to say anything. Minsan, kailangan mo lang ng katahimikan para makapag-isip.
Ako kasi di ko ginagawa yung katahimikan
Wala kasing isip
wala kasi akong isip kaya hindi ko rin gagawa yung katahimikan, men.
Maingay ka lang Ganun lang yun.
Tinan mo si Gob. Si Gob may outlaw na mga tropa pero tingnan natin kung makakapitas ba siya. Gob ang nagbabantay. Alam nila may tao dun sa may kaliwa. Ay, naku po, Diyos ko! Ginawang fishball yung dalawa, Jeremy and Impy. Ito na yung Hotel California.
Naghahanap ng pwedeng mahanap dito pero wala atang lalabas mula sa side ng TS. Medyo malalim yung control ni Ban. Lalo na ang lalim niya pagdating sa halls. Kaya niya pang tumakas pabalik. Yun yung nakakainis
Winnable sa atin, tol. Ban, nasa taas. Tumingin ka sa taas. Bash, nasa taas mo. Nice one. One tap lang ang kailangan ko para tapusin ka, Ban. Parang yun nangyari sa Facebook ko.
May baril na si Jessie Bash. Nakapulot na kahit papano. Hindi mo na nabalik yung Facebook mo, no?
Hindi namin.
Wala na.
Mag-iisang taon na.
Ito na talaga, yung bago na talaga.
Wala namin.
3v4 pa rin to, Bes. At kanina, di tayo lamang pagdating sa baril. Pero napulot nila yung hawak-hawak na vandal dito ni Ban. So kahit papano, even ang ating mga bala dito, pero hindi pa rin, syempre, pumapasok sa loob ng site.
Ay, nako. Diyos ko, first game pa lang pero pawis na ako. Pero yung mga players ngayon ng Talo, nagbabantay lang sila. Yung isa may cold, may cascade pa, may high tide pa. Pero tamang wallbag na ang ginagawa nila pero wala sila dito nakita kahit isa. Yung mga players ng TS nasa loob na. Si Talo, Diyos ko, si Gob, matindi si Gob, Diyos ko. Lahat ng makita niya namamatay talaga. Pero si Jesse Mas bumabawi ba? Ay, nako! Gob, ano ba naman yan?
Ang sakit niya sa brain.
6-1! Winnable ba kami? Close fight.
Close fight namin. NT, chat NT. Chat NT. Nice try.
Nice
Grabe
try.
si Cove, man.
Gumising
siya ng parang gusto niyang ubusin yung buong TS dito. Parang may masamang ginawa sa kanya.
Wala naman kaming ginawa sa'yo,
Gob. Pangit ka, banding.
Grabe ka naman, Gob. Inano kita binoto kita Pero ba't naman ganyan, men? Hindi luto yun, men. Galing sa puso yung pagboto ko sa'yo.
Walang
pero
pag-aabot
nagsisisi
yun.
na ako, men. Walang abot yun, men. Walang 500 yun, boss. Pero Jeremy, nasumilip, na-stun, nice. Hindi siya namatay. Yun ang importante doon.
Yun yung pinaka-nice doon sa parte. Pero ito ang laking investment nito, Bessie. Naka-operator si kuya mo, Jeremy. Gusto niyang tapatan yung ginagawa dito ng Talon. And kung mapapansin mo, si Ban, siya yung operator din. O yung may hawak ng operator para dito. May ult na rin siya para hanapin pa yung ibang mga member to get intel. Uy, nice one.
Nice one.
Finally.
Nice try!
Sayang.
Muntik na mga tropa. Pero hindi, matindi. Feeling ko mananalo tayo dito sa round na to kasi si Envy may null command na. May null command na. Pwede na siyang
Tsaka
bumawi.
may Viper Spit pa tayo.
Bes, may nabasa ako.
Ano yun?
Sabi ni Gagamboy, malas daw yung caster. Kami yung naglalaro Diyos ko. Ay, nako. Ito piso, bumili ka ng bagong utak mo. Pero, dito naman sa pinapakita natin, Borkum at saka yung mga players dito ng TS, si Cross, sana siya yung pwede mapitas dito.
Tingnan natin, napakadaming utility play pa pwedeng gawin ng Talon so far.
30 seconds left.
At isa na lang din yung orb na kailangan dito ni Lenny. Meron na rin Hunter's Fury. Null command being used. Walang utility na pwedeng gamitin. Pero si Gov, mainit ang tarima. Kaya pa nilang i-res. Si Envy, nabuhay nga ni Jessie Bash pero pinatay lang din ulit.
Ay, hindi ko alam kung ano meron kay Jesse. Mas partida, pinatay niya, kakampi niya. Diyos ko, bahala na. 6v4 atay laban na. Pero si Borkum naman, ang nakapitas dito ng isa. Men, partida lang yun, sabi niya. Gusto ko 3v3 para mahirapan naman yung mga kalaban namin ngayon. Pero Borkum, napitas na lang bigla. 2v3, Diyos ko. Pero si Van, nagtatago. Dito pa si shorty niya. Ay, naku po. Jesse Bash, 1v1, great one. Pinatay ko, kakampi ko. Pero feeling ko, papatayin ko rin yung kalabang ko. Silip, nice. Nice try.
Oh my God, tama na. Play for time. Yan ang gagawin nila. Recon out para sa kanila.
Kanan.
Pero ito.
Ay, naku po, sayang mga tropa. Diyos ko.
Hindi ko nakita. Bes, nakapikit ako Nakita mo ba? Pero ito nga. is now, para sa time being, Team Secret. Kumbaga, hawak na nila yung bola at that point. And still, alam din kasi dito ni Jesse Bash na low on HP na si Ban. Pero unexpectedly, may kaunting whiff lang nakasama pagdating doon. Na-crouchan to the face, kumbaga.
Sayang na nga. 7-1, winnable tayo mga boss ha. Pasensya na kayo, tumahimik ko kasi may lamay sa labas ng bahay namin eh.
Legit.
Pero legit yun, men. Kumakanta eh. May
Nakakahiya.
Nakakahiya kasi.
Sumisigaw sa loob ng bahay.
Oo. Isipin mo sila nagluluksa, tapos ako kung ano-ano mga pinagsabi ko, kaya kailangan ko muna tumahimik as a sign of respect. Pero dito mga tropa, lalaban na tayo, babawi na tayo. Si Jeremy may outlaw na. At tulad ng sinabi sa skin niya, unstoppable kasi hindi mo mapipigilan yung pagsuscore ng talon.
Ang lungkot ng pagkakasabi. John Lloyd nasa loob ng Viper's Pit. Inaabangan lang kung anong gagawin nila. Tamang pre-fire malala pero nasalo rin ni na Jesse Bash. At least yung trade-off dito. May baril na rin siya.
May baril na rin siya. Pwede na siya makabawi ngayon. Lamang pa rin tayo mga tropa sa suporta. Yan ang tandaan nyo. Panalo tayo sa suporta kasi yung mga players ng Thailand, tahimik lang sila. Ang importante, may 1 point na tayo, hindi tayo 0. Pero si Ban, sumilit. Diyos ko, nakapatay pa. Dadalawa pa ata. Diyos ko, Ban.
Nagpapainit pa yung nagpapainit pa ng tutok, bes. Yung TS ngayon syempre, kailangan nila ng matinding warm-up. Ito yung warm-up game na nakikita natin ngayon. 3v2 scenario. Yung operator sa kabila, yung owl drone, ang taas naman nun. Nasa langit, literal.
Ay nako, kasi heaven knows kumbaga. Jesse Bash and nice kill! Ay! Sa kalaban! Kasi kailangan ng TS ng mahirapan para lumakas sila. Yan!
Ito na naman tayo. Post-plant scenario mula kay Jesse Bash na walang kaalam-alam na nasa A-main na si Governor. Napakabilis din kasi makapag-rotate dito talaga ng talon. Dahil sa tulong nung nung dalawang duelist nila eh.
Ay noo. Medyo tumulas ako ng konti, no, bes, no? Pero napasa ko naman na maayos, di ba?
Oo, napasa mo na maayos.
Traitor pa. Sorry. Friendly pa rin.
Nice sa kalaban.
Sorry. Nice sa kalaban.
You're insane.
Diba?
Oh, you're insane daw. Insane. Baliw ka pala.
Online na online. Tinakot niyang baliw ka kampi niya. Papahin ba kayo nun?
Baliw ka daw, pre. Sabi na.
Pinag-away-away na lang yun, no? Para mag-away nga kayo. Please lang, matilot naman kayo.
Sige na. Babawi tayo, guys. Nice try! Akala mo ha, Governor! Pero Jeremy, babawi na! Ito na, di ba sinasabi nga natin sa inyo, kailangan mahirapan ng DS para manalo. Si John Lloyd Cruz nakapitas pa, pero wala ka na magagawa kasi si Inbi nasa mukha mo na. NDG! Hoy, Lenny! Ako ang pumalit sa'yo, tandaan mo! Mas pogi ako sa'yo!
Yan! 4v1 scenario, binuksan pa ang pintuan, buksan mo, papasukin ako, yan ang sabi niya dito. Pero Borkum, mas matindi pa. 8-2, nice. Finally, nasagot ng TS.
Ay, ang sarap sa pili pag pinapatay ni NDG si Lenny, di ba? Kumbaga, parang chinuplak ni nung present yung ex.
At least ito, nasagot nila yung mga swing ng talon. Kasi kanina, luging-lugi sila when it comes to the aim. Pero ngayon, nilalaro nila sa angulo eh. Uy, mga tropa natin dyan. Ngiti naman kayo.
Ay, naku, Lenny. Tira mo, bot frag. Kaya di pinapalaro sa TS. Okay lang yan.
Dami niya kasing trabaho dito sa talon. Siyempre, siya yung gagawa ng play.
Shoutouts nga pala sa official watch party ng Pilipinas. Ito yon, guys. Hindi kami caster. Cheerer lang din kami katulad nyo.
Totoo. Fans lang din kami pagdating dito. Number 1 fans tayo. Jeremy, operator, set up towards B main. Tignan natin kung may mapipitas siya kasi wala na, natakot na yung talon eh.
Yan na. Nakikita ni Jeremy yung dulo ng bandal ni Lenny. Alam
sige.
ko na dito ka, papi!
Ay, sayang, hindi tumama. Pero muntikan na yun.
Calculated yun, man. Ginamitan na ng quantum physics, trigonometry at algebra. Pero si Jeremy mukhang papasok na may dash pa sa mukha. Pero Jit Boys nagpakita. Ay, naku po, hindi na pa tayo pinabuti ng CP nasa likod niya. Pero yung Hunter is Fury nandyan na. Yung long katog mga tropa, walang tinamaan kahit isa. Pero yung mga players dito ng talon, Diyos ko, mukhang kinakabahan na ata kasi tatlo lang natitira sa kanila. Pero ang problema, yung isa nakita pa, si Lenny nakapatay dun sa isa. Pero puti kita 3v2, si Bash na lang ang natitira. 1v2 dito, Bash, sige na! Ha?
Ang daming tubig sa loob ng site. Ang daming wall. Yun yung problema para sa side ng TS din as well. Dahil nga sa dami nung wall na pinoprovide nung Viper, pati na rin nung harbor nila, nagkakasalisihan lang sila dito. Tas idagdag mo pa sa sakit ng ulo yung pang-delay na snake bite na binabato ng Viper. Kaya walang makasunod pagdating kay Jeremy.
Ano score, Bes?
9-2.
9-3 na yan, boss. Tandaan nyo.
9-3, Kers. May ganun. Totoo
Pinalabang
yun.
lang. Gusto pang manalo. Tandaan nyo. Mapa ng Pinoy to eh. Sa Boracay lang to eh.
Sim. Kumbaga, babarko lang sila papunta dito. Pero Hunter's Fury agad-agad na nilabas ng talon. Ito na naman si Jeremy sa loob ng side.
Wala siya makita.
Bubuo ang kanyang buhay. Pero ito, Recon yung Binuse. Pero si Bano at Cross Lenny. Mawawala. Nice one. PS. Ito na, nasa likuran. Bam!
Nice
For
one!
double. Pero masasagot naman nila. 3v1 scenario. Governor, tama ka na.
Wala na, ama ka namin. I-impeach rin si Governor. Governor. 1v3 mga tropa. May Viper Spit pa si Borcom. Pwede nang gamitin yan. Pero yun nga, nagpapasilipan sila ng dulo ng bandal nila, Jesse Bash. Pinasilip yung dulo ng baril niya. Kitang-kita ni Gob. Ang tanong kung kakakat ba yung kalaban niya. Governor, nasa gitna. Nagbabantay lang sila. May tao ba sa kaliwa o kanan pero nasa harap lahat ng kalaban niya. Pero tandaan nyo, Bes, ito na ang triangle formation. Walang nananalo sa triangle formation. Tandaan nyo. Yung oras wala na. Diyos ko, tumatalon-talon pa. Operator, hindi ka naman tumatama. 9-3 curse, mga tropa. Ito na, TS na ang mananalo dito. Kaya stop nyo na.
Stop nyo na. Stop nyo na. 9-3 it is. And hindi na rin naman nila masasave yung off dahil yun na yung first half na makikita nga natin dito. At para sa side ng TS, took them a while na mahanap yung momentum o kaya naman yung breakthrough pagdating doon sa depensa na pinapakita ng talon. Dahil nga naman matindi-tindi rin yung napakadaming walls and na-mention na natin yung mga Viper snake bite dyan na medyo makate para sa mga susunod na membro sana ng TS. And tignan natin dito sa attacking nila kasi syempre dalawang mabibilis na duelist yung mapapanood natin. Si Gob, online na online pero kayang-kayang sagutin ng TS.
Ito na, TS. Tinan mo, partida, si Warbirds, tahimik lang siya.
Tahimik lang.
Tahimik. Hindi na kailangan magsalita kasi may tiwala siya sa mga team niya.
You know what it is. Yan lang sinabi niya.
Alam mo yung sabi ni Warbirds, let's go, Bo. Yun lang.
Oo, grabing pagpaplano ng talo, no?
Let's go, Bo. Dami-dami nilang pinagsasabi, pero kami, rush bilang, push bilang, ganun lang isip namin. Namiss mo maging bias, Pes. Nakakapanibago sa bahay ko ito ginagawa.
Yun nga eh.
Ninibago.
Nahihiya pa ako ng slight sa kapitbahay dito sa Germany. So, tingnan natin kung magre-reklamo sila. Sabihin ko sa kanila, naglalaro si Gov eh.
Wala eh.
Governor yung naglalaro eh. Sorry guys.
Meron ako nabasa.
Ano masasabi?
Ang toot daw ng caster kasi sabi ko hindi daw tumatama si Governor pero 19-4. Pakialam mo ba? Gusto ko sinabing hindi tumatama paki mo ba? Pero 9-3 curse it is. Lalaban na tayo. Tandaan nyo, defender-sided tong mapa na to.
Nilalabanan nila yung halls at least nilalabas nila yung mga kumbaga execution ng sabay mula doon sa Viper pati kay Jesse Vash na naka-shock dart kung sakasakali mang may gustong gumapang towards halls. Pero ito tahimik ang mundo ng lahat hanggang pumasok ang talon. Jeremy malalim ang kanyang hanap pero hindi lang din na makakahanap ng kill. Nabawasan niya daw.
Okay na yan, panalo na tayo dun, bes.
Okay
Yung
na
mga
yan.
players dito ng TS, mukhang andito na ata sila. Tinatry na baka sirain. Uy, nice one! May IP! Nice one! May IP! Inuubos niya! Diyos ko! Dalawa na agad na wala si Bad. Super low on HP pa. Borkum, isa na rin talaga. Pero let's see if makakapatay ba. Pero mukhang hindi na ata. Pero tamang spray, nagpaparinig lang siya. Si Borkum nasa Gedli. Swing kay Borkum. Diyos ko, mag-isa ka na lang, Lenny! Ito na yung dati mong kampe! Tuturugin namin kayong lahat ngayon. 9-4 already and TS. Map 2 na tayo.
Oo, tama na. 9-4 na eh. Simulan na natin to with Jessie Vash also picking up those 3 initial kills na nakita natin. Pero good hold mula kay Park Borkum pagdating dito sa loob ng site. Lalo na mula kay Envy, bes. Ang tagal niyang tiniis yung wall nung Neon doon. Sabi niya, saan ba papasok tong mga to? Pero hinayaan niya makapasok si Gov para mapatay niya yung sumusunod kay Gov.
Nice!
Good!
Let's go!
Nice! O, di ba?
Yun! Tropa, yun yung inaantay natin!
Yun ang
yung
inaantay
si Envy!
natin!
Pag sinigaw na niya ang magic words na mahal kita, yan! Ang saya!
Magsisimula na talaga. Snake bite. Agad-agad kasi alam nilang magdadash pero di nila magagawa yun. Borkum, hawak-hawak ang A towards that side. Makakancel yung plant. Kitang-kita ka, Sir Lenny. Anong ginagawa mo dyan? Ito na yung Stinger. Pre-fire lang malala para kay Borkum para pigilan itong mga players ng Talon.
Nag-iin na sila mga tropa. Si Envy, sinabi na niya ang magic words. Pumatay naman kayo kahit isa. Pero si Jit Boys na lang ang natitira. 4v1 Jit Boys. Tuturuan kita. Pwede mong isulat sa chat mo /FF para matapos na yung paghihirap nyo.
Maganda ang depensa dito ng Team Secret. Alam nila yung firepower na kaya nilang dalhin at saka alam din nila yung hindi sila magpapasindak dahil sa bilis ng mga entry. Instead, yung info, yung intel na inaantay nila dito, kumbaga, kukumpletuhin. Parang Exodia, kumbaga.
Oo, tsaka Bessie, ito yung matindi Sa lahat ng Pinoy, si Jeremy na lang ang naka-face mask. Yun ang tanda. Si Jeremy na lang ang Pinoy na alam ko nagpe-face mask. Pero pagdating naman dito mga tropa, ang importante, 9-5 na. Pinalamang lang kayo, gusto nyo pang manalo, kala mo naman talaga. Pero yung mga players ng TS dito, tamang bonus round, 1 tap lang ang sa ulo yung gagawin nila. Maganda naman yung mga position nila, 2 tao sa mid, 1 tao sa B, 2 tao sa A. Kahit saan sila pumasok dito, may mamamatay na. Pero Jeremy, mukhang alam ata niya kung nasa ba yung mga kalaban niya, yung isa na-recon pa yung Shakhtar, tatama ba? Pero mukhang hindi naman ata, Bessie.
Pang-amba lang para umatras itong mga player ng Talon. And once na umatras sila, ihahanda rin ni Envy yung kanyang knife. So at least detected yung ilan sa mga players dito. At para sa Talon, kailangan nilang mag-rotate. Napo-force out sila sa rotation. Di nila alam kung saan nanggagaling yung mga pre-fire shots. Hindi lang pre-fire shots yung pre-ability shots ng mga TS.
Hindi mo alam kung saan ba talaga manggagaling. Lalo na yung Talon kasi nga isipin mo, may Yoro sila. Pwede silang paikot-ikot. Pero Jeremy! Anong ginagawa mo dyan, Yoro? Pero super low siya. Yan ang importante doon. Pero may nade pa naman sila daw. Pwede silang bumawi. Pero tignan natin kung makakisama pa sila. Si Envy nakapitas na. Si Cross nakabawi pa. Alam na meron tao sa likod. Pero Borkum buti nakapag-flick siya. Super low on HP. Oo, na-recon siya. Pero muntik na siya matamaan nga ng snake bite. Pero yung mga players dito ng TS, alam nila, 4 pa sila. Lamang sila in terms of head count. Pero Lenny naman talaga nakaisa. Jeremy from up top, muntik na. 3v2 mga tropa. Jessie Bash. Sheriff lang yung gamit niya. Pero malay nyo makakuha. So nice one! Hindi ko kailangan makita ka kasi alam ko mamamatay ka. Si NDG na lang ang natira. Naka-specter lang siya. Pero nasan ba siya? Okay, medyo malayo pa. May sheriff sa harapan mo. Pwede mong kunin yan, tropa. Pero sobrang open mo. Kaliwat kanan yung kalaban mo. Ayun na nga. 5-10 pero lamang pa rin tayo in terms of suporta.
Yun yung kanilang bonus kung hindi ako nagkakamali as well. So, kahit papaano naman para dito sa Team Secret, napunish nila yung 2 o 3 players dito ng Talon. But this entry, nagkamali din. Para kay Envy, akala niya yun na yung Yoru. But with a pre-fire or sinunod-sunod niya na lang din at tiniwala niya na lang doon sa mga sunod na shots, pinapitas pa rin naman sila. Tignan natin, 10-5, 5 rounds ang kailangang habulin ng Team Secret dito. Kayang-kaya.
Ganda yan, men. Importante. Marami tayo napatay. Yun na yun. Pero yung mga players nga ng TS, ito na naman yung mga puntos. Ito na naman yung mga oras mawawala.
Nice one.
Diyos ko, si Gob biglang nawala. Hay, nako. Gusto ko lang naman mag-slide pa kaliwa, pero bigla ako nawala. Yung 2 duelist, wala na rin talaga. So paano nila gagawin to? Paano sila papasok ngayon? Diyos ko, ang hirap nito. 2 kayo smoke nyo, pero wala naman kayong duelist. Paano ang gagawin nyo ngayon?
Si Borkum, kanina pa nare-recon to. Pero over and over again, di nila mapigilan yung kills na ginagawa niya, yung pag-punish niya sa side ng Talon. And now, gugustuhin nila na subukan, i-take yung halls. Nakabantay naman si Jessie Vash kung sakasakali. Pero binuksan na to, Bes eh. Nagbago na ang lahat.
Yun nga buksan mo, papasukin ako, pwede na kayo pumasok dyan ulit. Pero si Boys, Diyos ko, ano yung inaantay mo dyan? Christmas? Diyos ko, December pa. Pero yung mga players dito ng Talon, okay, hindi mo sila nagpaparinig dito, hindi mo sila nagpapakita. Ang kailangan nila gawin is i-force ang TS na lumapit sa kanila. Pero hindi Alam naman natin na disiplinado ang mga Pinoy na hindi sila sisilip, hindi sila mag-overextend kasi alam naman nila na lamang ang Talon.
Tingnan natin, tahimik ang mundo ng Talon ngayon. Parang nagdesisyon na silang mag-save para sa round na to. Alam nilang 5v3, wala silang duelist. Nag-aantay na lang sila ng exit frags. Tsaka wala silang pera para sa susunod na round as well. Might as well for them have those 3 Vandals para dito sa susunod nilang round. Kaya magiging 10-6 na to, Bes. Binigay na nila, kumbaga. Yan, hindi namin kaya.
Wag na. Takot pala kayo.
FF nila.
Kala ko mas malakas sa mga yun, pero hindi nila magpakita. Takot, 3v5. Pero yung TS kanina, kahit 1v5, lalaban niya. Nagsisave ba kami? Hindi. Tas kayo, tatlo kayo natitira, tas ayaw nyo magpakita. Takot!
Nabura yung governor nila, tsaka si Bay. Nawala yung dalawang duelist na makulit eh.
Oo, wala, hindi nila kaya, men. Pero
sumuko.
Yung mga players dito is babawi pa. Puso lang.
Alam mo yung naantay ko dito?
Ano, Bes?
Mag B-site sila kasi si NDG. Kailangan nating makita yung mga kills ni NDG. Malupit to. Pagdating sa mga shots, tingnan natin kung kaya niyang hulihin. Lalo na may mga trip-wars din na nakaset up dyan.
Tignan natin kung makakaisa pa ba yung ating mga tropa kasi pakiramdam ko kayang-kaya pa. Tandaan nyo hanggat hindi pa 13 yung score.
Di pa ha.
Puso lang, men. Tandaan nyo yan. It's all about the support that we give every day.
Kanina, 9-3 to. Ngayon, 10-6 na. 4 na rounds.
Diba?
Kailangan habulin ng TS. Kayang-kaya. Alam na ni NDG na manggagaling sa B-site. Nandiyan na rin yung wall. At sasagutin nga niya yan. Ito na yung hinahanap nating kills mula sa kanya. Makakaisa pa ba? Pero ginamitan na rin ng utility play. 4v3 scenario for the side of Team Secret. Kailangan nila ma-retake to. Jessie Vash! Ang ganda ng shocker. Tumama pero not enough to kill.
3v4, malay mo na kayang-kaya pala. Pero ang problema nga kay Jessie Vash, huling-huli siya nung owl drone. Hindi ka pwedeng ma-wallbang dyan, papi ko. So pumunta ka lang sa kabila, pumunta ka sa kaliwa. Cross, Diyos ko, napakadami pa niya mga utilities ngayon. Napakadami ng smoke, kumbaga. Pero paano nila papasukin to kung wala silang nakikita dito kahit isa? Jessie Vash will fall down. Borkum, the only man remaining, 6-11, still in favor of Team Secret.
Grabe yung post-plant setup. Doon pa lang pagdating sa walls, kung iisipin mo si Cross, ang baba na sana nung HP niya dito. At katabi na lang niya halos si Jessie Vash. Pero dahil dun sa wall, di niya makita at all kung saan nga ba nagtatago itong mga players ng Talon. Plus, once na na-plant nila yung spike, mapapansin mo si Ban, automatic, magtitipi pabalik ng B-main. Nagta-triangle formation na sila agad-agad. Grabe si Gob, no? Buhat na buhat.
Lamang na lamang pa rin tayo. Wala Wala si
20
Gob
kills, 9 deaths.
Import pala to na si Gob no?
Import.
Wala, boss.
Import.
Di nyo kailangan na full Thailand para manalo. Kami nga, pure Pinoy
Import no?
Oo, tinan mo si Taylor. FIL. Ako rin, FIL ako Half Filipino, half amazing.
Yan.
Si NDG kailangan niyang magpainit dito, Bes, sa totoo lang. Medyo malamig ang daliri ng bata natin, Bes.
Nahuhuli rin kasi siya ng recon agad eh. Yung mga utility play nga dito ng Talon, makakahanap ka ng isang kill. Pero pag na-detect ka ng recon, tas through the wall, or kaya through the smokes of the Viper, tsaka Harbor, huli ka pa din. Wala kang laban kasi nasa likodan ka.
Ito, hindi ko gusto yung sinasabi mo, hindi ko gusto tabas ang dila ng Talon May mga pinagkasabi na kung ano-ano Pero yung mga players dito ng Talon, Diyos ko, alam nila kung nasa ba yung mga kalaban nila, hindi sila nababawasan kumbaga. Diyos ko, tinitignan lang. Sabi na barilin mo ako para mapatay ko yung isa. Pero alam ata ni Ban ko na si NDG pa yung nawala. Pero si Ban papasok na, super low on HP, si Jessie Vash buti nakabawi ng isa. 4v4 already. Ito na ata ang oras na mananalo sana ang Team Secret kasi nga ginagamitan na lahat ng mga utilities na meron sila. May Hunter's Fury pa, tumama ba? Pero mukhang hindi naman ata. Pero meron tao sa main likod, sila sandwich ata nila. May tao doon sa may arches, sa mid, dyan siya sa B. Pero Jit Boys, Diyos ko, kung makakaisa ka pa ba dyan, kaya pa ba? Yung isa pumasok na, Jit Boys nasa loob, mga tropa, mamamatay siya. And buti na lang, Lenny! Mag-isa ka na lang, Lenny! Sumuko ka na!
na-realize din dito ng TS na kailangan nilang makuha yung B main best, and that's exactly what Jeremy does right now or did. Pagdating dito sa round na to, kailangan nilang maglagay ng pressure pagdating sa B main dahil yung post-plant scenario at setup nga dito ng Talon, doon malaki naka-gauge at saka para dito sa pagpa-plant nila ng spike, mapapansin mo, iniiwas na rin nila doon sa default setup dahil nagbabato na rin ng shock darts tsaka ng utility play dito yung TS. Pero with that, open na open yung plant towards mid. So, ito rin yung isa sa mga kinukuhang control ng Talon. Unfortunately though, nag-iisa na nga lang si Lenny doon at good for TS dahil hindi pa match point.
Lamang tayo, 7-11 na, bibila muna sila. Shoutout ulit sa mga tropa sa watch party si Katipunan! Hello nga po pala sa inyo! Tayo ay magsaya dahil hindi pa tayo talo! Hindi mangyayari yun kasi tayo ang mananalo!
Time out. Napatime out sila, Bes eh.
Oh, lakas pala!
Lakas pala, guys.
Grabe yung TS,
Kailangan
man.
natin mag-isip ng 200 IQ.
Huwag natin silang ismulin!
Tapos si Warbirds,
di ba? Hindi siya nagsasalita. Pero laki ng bayad niya.
Hindi na natin need.
Partida, di nagsasalita, pero laki ng bayad dyan.
Sahod pa rin yan.
Oo, sahod pa rin yan, man. Kasi alam mo bakit? Your presence is enough. Oy,
alam nyo na. Yun na lang siya sabi niya. Oh.
Shoutout daw from Auckland and Melbourne. Hello sa mga Australia. Hello nga po sa mga kangaroos.
Oy pala yan. Nanood din lahat ng mga kangaroo doon.
Sana mga bloody. Hello nga po pala sa inyo.
Time out daw para makainom ng maintenance.
Ayan, kailangan din uminom para si Jeremy, nakapitas na si Lenny. Hahay, buti na lang, patay ka na. 5v4 mga tropa, bawas naman kayo sa mga kalaban nyo, wala kayong magawa. Oo, si Goberton may ultimation pero magagamit mo ba yan? Feeling ko, hindi na.
Saan niya yung spike dito? Siya na lang daw entry at magpa-plant. At yung mga tripwires, magmula kay taas, baba, andun na, nakasetup para lang maiwasan na at papigilan pumasok. Jeremy, kontrolado yung mid. Alam niya may manggagaling sa elbow pero one and done position to kung sakasakali man ha. May flash pang pwedeng gamitin pero atras.
Ito na mga tropa, babawi na tayo. Tignan natin kung makakaisa pa sila. Si Jeremy nagbabantay lang din, galawang sneaky, kumbaga malatondo ang galawan niya. Pero Jeremy, wala talaga gusto humarap kay Jeremy. Pero NTG, babawi na ba? Napakadaming echo zone lumalabas dito nga sa B pero wala pa rin nagpapakita kahit isa. At kung napapansin nyo dito sa sa mapa, Hoy! Jet Boys, huli ka! Paktay ka diha!
Tagal inantay ni Jeremy yun! Nice! At gusto nila kunin yung holes pero hindi yata mangyayari yun. Nandito yung spike drop para sa kanila. Si Gob, mawawala na din. Isa na lang. 5 HP pa.
Ban, isang letra na lang pangalan mo ang kulang kompleto na. Pero hindi ko alam kung anong sasabihin. Hindi ko pwede sabihin kung anong letra yun, man. Kasi mawawalan tayo ng trabaho. Pero Ban! Ang nag-iisa. 1v4, 5 HP, wala kang buhay, wala kang oras, wala kang kung ano, kaya mo ba? Pero feeling ko hindi na wala pa yung spike sa'yo.
Gaantay na lang siya ng mga nang-hunting dito sa side ng TS para mapatay niya pa kung sasakali pero hindi mangyayari yun. 11-8, Messi! Hindi malabo, 3 puntos na lang. Ano?
3 puntos na lang. Kanina sa is pero ngayon 3 na lang. Hay, nako Ban, isang letra na lang talaga ang kulang sa'yo, kumpleto ka na.
Ay, nako. Di pa nila nagagamit yung Hotel California dito ni Governor. Meron silang Hunter's Fury para sa side ng Talon. Pero meron tayong Null Command, so wala rin kwenta yon.
Isang letra, alam nyo kung ano?
Ano?
A.
G.
Ano G?
Para bang na lang.
Bang,
Yun na lang.
Pwedeng letter U. Anong Tagalog ng CR? Banyu. Diba?
Tama.
Banu, pwede. Banyu. Yung Tagalog ng CR, boss. Tandaan nyo. Pero yun
May operator si Jeremy Bes.
Yun na. Operation patayin ng talong.
Daming nagsisiri po.
Jit boys.
Kapangin nyo. Sige.
Huwag kang aalis dyan, Jeremy, ha? Jeremy, ayun, nakita na. Nice! Ay, Jeremy!
Sayang!
Sayang! sayang pero okay lang, may stun pero lilipat na lang daw siya, magre-reposition siya pero hindi lalaban siya. Ay, naku po, Jeremy, mag-out ka na, utang na loob, mamamatay ka. Pero ito na, sino ang mananalo? Right click lang sa mukha. Pero Lenny nakaisa na, pero yung mga players dito ng TS, Diyos ko, papasok na, 3 pa. Sa kanila, ang natitira, sana makabawi ito mga players ito. Ang problema na talaga, may Viper Speed si Jit Boys, at saka buti na lang talaga may ultimation si Invi, pero okay, pwede na siya mag-ulti ngayon.
Tagal mo, wala ng wall. Pagdating sa harbor na to, pero may Viper Spit pa nga silang pwedeng gamitin. Talon right now, ginagapang ang labas. Pero Crows, mahanap si Jessie Vash. 2v4 scenario para dito sa dalawang miyembro ng TS. Hunting begins. Nakaabang kung saan lalabas.
Nice try.
NVG mawawala, and that's gonna be Envy. Securing a kill. Labas muna.
Ito yung mapa pinili ng kalaban guys. Ito yung mapa pinili ng kalaban So okay lang yan.
Comfort pick nila to, syempre. Diyan sila malakas, kaya nga pinili nila
Mapa natin ng Ascent, tandaan nyo yan. Mapa ng Pinoy yan. 3 taon ng mapa ng Pinoy yan, mga tropa. So nandito tayo para sumuporta. Yung mga players dito ng TS, mamaya na lang daw. Kasi gusto nila maganda yung laban para sulit yung punta nila sa venue.
Ang ganda nung pagka-cancel out nila kay Jeremy, especially missing those shots o 2 shots na nakita nga natin. Yung wave na meron, yung nilabas din dito nung harbor nila, hindi ka makakasilip pabalik Mapa-force out ka. Kahit si Governor, yung stun niya rin, na-force din yung updraft ni Jeremy during that time.
Yes.
Sayang lang.
Yung mga nasa watch party ulit, sana nga po pala sa'yo ng tandaan nyo. Pag nakita nyo si HG, si Reby, tsaka si Razi, lapitan na lang yan, mamimigay ng pera yan, pampauwi nyo.
Cash. Pamasahin nyo times 3. Hoy! Nako, Jeremy, mawawala ulit. Si Ban, hinawakan yung holes. May op din sila.
Kinakabahan sila, nasabay yung mga kalaban namin si Jeremy na wala na. Pero tignan natin, tandaan nyo, lamang pa rin tayo sa suporta. Walang watch party yung Talon kasi iba't iba yung bansa nila.
Dito, puro Pinoy. Kumbaga.
Tayo puro Pinoy lang.
Sana lang pala, may ultimation na rin.
Yun na nga Pero si Borkum, nag-Viper Speed ba siya? Partida hindi pa. If ever nalaman ni Borkum na mag-A sila, malamang Viper Speed na talaga yan para hindi na makapasok yung mga talong. Pero Ban, sisilip naman ata, pero ang problema nga, naka-operation siya. Ay, naku po! Diyos ko!
Walang Viper Spit na magagamit dito, Bessie. Para sa round na to, wala muna. 5v3 scenario. Tamang flash lang, papuntang city, reposition kay Ban dahil naka-off siya. NDG, ikaw ang may hawak ng bola dito. Alam niya, may harbor pa, pero may nakasilip din towards B main. Onto the back end, Jessie Vash, aware ka ba na nandyan na? Sina Governor and Jet Boys to close things off. Talon wins their map pick.
Wala akong nakikita mga tropa, hindi to.
Hindi totoo to.
Hindi tunay to.
Ping check pa lang to.
Hindi tunay to mga tropa. Wala akong nakikita dito kahit isa. Ay nako.
All in all, itong first map na nakita natin, magmula pa lang dun sa mga first few rounds, kumbaga nagpapainat pa lang yung Team Secret. Majority nung ibang mga clutch moments, kung ika nga, mas may tutok. Obviously, mas may tutok yung Talon at that point. Lalo na yung mga entry na ginagawa ni Governor dito, Bessie.
Ang importante, Bessie, hindi nakabawi yung mga players nga dito ng TS. So hindi ganun kasakit. Hindi tayo itlog. Well, dumating tayo sa punto nga na akala natin makakabawi tayo, pero tandaan nyo, ito yung mapang pinili ng mga Noipi. So syempre, ito yung mapa pinili pala ng Talon. So syempre, mapa nila to, ibigay na natin sa kanila to. Pero mamaya mag-antay kayo sa mapang pinili ng mga Pinoy. Dun tayo babawi.
Ascent? Kumbaga nakatitulo na sa Team Secret yan, yung mapa na yan. At itong first game nga na nakita natin, performance-wise, magmula dito sa side ng Talon, di mo pwedeng i-deny na malakas din yung pinakita nila. Pero moving forward, tignan natin kung ano sasabihin ni na Asurai, ni na Chubby Ninja at ni Achilles.
Gusto na sa amin na lang.
Talon has right now.
Yeah, when you look at the compositions, right, from the start of this entire game, especially with Talon's comp, it's very specialized, and you immediately see the big win condition that Talon needs is a lot of contact, a lot of aggressive contact, and they were so good at that. And what TS needed to do was to try to counteract that when they were on the attacking side, which means that a lot of the pressure relied on Jeremy being able to to find openings into the site. Unfortunately, you saw he was just dashing in, getting caught, getting punished by Governor, and then everyone else from Team Secret was just walking up, dying to or taking extra damage from the Viper utility, and then Governor's just there to say 3 kills for me, and then it just kind of happened over and over again until we ended like a 9-3 in the first half.
Yeah, just fairly brutal here. I mean, Team Secret, granted, this isn't a map that they're the most proficient on. Obviously, with Ascent coming up, it would be that, and then Haven, which is out of the pool. So I think there's still certainly an opportunity for them to rally back in this series. I don't think it's necessarily done yet, but I mean, if Governor is going to be playing like that, playing like this with the sniper coming into his hands, then Ascent is still a very scary prospect because he can very easily just flip over onto that Jet. Hell, you can even have Ban play the Jet and Governor play something else going into Ascent if it's not a double duelist setup. But if Talon continue to cook, if they continue to have some unique looks as far as their strategies are concerned on certain maps, maybe they have something different for Ascent as well.
Now, what kind of improvements do we want to see from Team Secret? Jeremy was on the Jet there, but I think there were some critical moments that he missed. And what's it gonna take for Secret to step up going into Ascent?
The thing is, I think Secret before already had some really good entry setups, and that's why I think they were so feared, you know, when they had those good days back in 2023 for Pacific League. But this time it just feels like they're letting Jeremy do everything by himself. We don't see the follow-up, the kind of back and forth he has with Jesse Vash, no support utility from Borkum. It's just the standard setups that you kind of see with these kind of agent pickups, and that's not going to be enough against Talon. So they, at least in terms of improvement, they really need to have that support system for Jeremy. He can't just be alone when he's going to be having to go up against a possible double duelist in the form of Ban and Governor.
Yeah, I mean, also when he's going into these sites, I mean, we see 4 first kills, 4 first deaths for Jeremy. It's very much the same for Governor on the opposite side, but when you have that secondary, not initiator, but secondary duelist there in Ban, you're able to capitalize a lot more if Governor does go down, and more often than not, especially that first half, Governor was entering and no one was able to stop him at all. Jeremy, when he's getting traded, it's that trade back hasn't really been there in a lot of these rounds from Team Secret. We see him going out trying to get a line with an operator. He ends up getting picked off. But also just some of these shots that he absolutely should have when he's set up over there in A main, staring down over towards the defender's spawn. Governor swings that corner. Jeremy should have that shot pretty much 100% of the time, but the whiff comes in. They manage to hound him down, and then they close out the map from there. It's just, wow. we need to see those shots coming through. I mean, does Jeremy look improved when it comes down to the offing compared to what we've seen in the past? Yes, I would say that he has, but I don't think it's at that top level right now, and there are so many great offers in this league that you're going to have to contend with at some point.
I'm really liking this iteration of Talon, whatever it is. The crews also very different kind of energy this year. You watched him on the cam, on the player cam. He just looks cool as a cucumber throughout the entire match.
Very zen.
He's not overly, yes, very zen. Not overly, no overheating happening on, at least on his side. When they got like 6-7 consecutive in a row.
And that's what they kind of want from an IGL, right? You were talking about how in the green room, wow, it looks like they were overheating a little bit, you know, chasing the kills, both Ban and Governor. If they have somebody like Cruz to reel them back in, it's perfect for this Thai team roster.
Yeah, I mean, having sat down with these guys and talked to them extensively, like, they were so excited to finally just have their match, get out on stage. They wanted to debut their compositions to the world, you know, finally play against the other teams that are in this league, because again, everybody has been hiding strategies away from one another. No one within this tournament has been scrimming against each other, maybe barring a couple exceptions. But widely, they've been keeping everything locked away, just hiding it from the opponent's eyes. They wanted to put it out on display, and they finally have done that. And I think that did lead a lot towards them getting a bit overzealous, having a bit too much fun, like we said, chasing in for those kills. There's a couple times where Governor was very clearly just trying to pad the stats, and he ended up cutting down his ACS a little bit there. But as long as Frost in this downtime, as they get ready to go into map 2, if you can rein them in a little bit more, if they have that kind of hot start, then I think that they're going to still be in a really strong position. For Team Secret, right now it's more about, okay, you had a slight warm-up in that second half. You started getting the gears shifting in the right direction. Can you carry that momentum forward going into your map pick of Ascent, start off hot like we saw from the side of Talon, and just take that early lead and run away with it and take us to map 3?
While, you know, we're saying that a lot of the teams have been hiding a lot of their game plan for the season this year, so we haven't seen a lot of that, especially Talon, especially the teams that have a lot of changes. But with Ascent and with Team Secret, we have a lot of data to go off of.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Team Secret has gotten probably their most successful games on the Ascent map, probably because every single time that they played it, it's always the same composition over and over again. It's the double initiator with the Sova and the KO, and so on and so forth. You get yourself the Jet and everything. But, I mean, at this point, they might just have to think about Talon might have a different approach in this one, kind of change the status quo, and Team Secret might not be aware of this. But what is going to be at least better right now, at least compared to Breeze, if I'm just, hyper-analyzing a little bit, NDG and Envy, the two most recent pickups for Team Secret, weren't really given a chance to do anything on that first half because it feels like they had to always follow up on Jeremy, and they kind of get punished every single time. On the second half, when they were on defense, you saw that they had more chances to do so. Ascent as a map, whether it's attacking or defending, allows you to have those more individualistic plays. So I feel like they have a lot more opportunity now to influence the game compared to this first map, but still is to be seen.
I'm just curious, as well for Secret, do they have something up their sleeve when it comes down to Ascent? Because there is plenty of tape of them on how they like to play this map. So either there needs to be a big compositional difference as far as what agents they're selecting, or a really big change in the pace, the setups that they have as they go to attack these sites. Because, again, with Talon, you don't know what to expect with these 5 players because the slate has been wiped clean. For Team Secret, if it's mostly just going to be, okay, we're going for Ascent because historically we've been very good at this, then Talon can be the ones who are hyper-analyzing. They can sit down and just really review how you've played this across the last several years and then break it down and really find your weaknesses.
That's right, and on top of that, the coaches from both sides, it's been made very clear how well they know each other, and they are definitely trying to, break down each other's mental and get into the mind games of what they may or may not do. And that is definitely a lot of fun between Frost and Warbirds.
And again, it just puts that much more pressure on Warbirds because he is the one that's working with a much more known quantity here. So he has a lot more onus on him that he has to try to really reinvent this team as far as what they're going to be doing. And we'll go ahead and take a look. And, well, look at that. It's good old Ascent.
They do not change the status quo. So it's going to be about how the approach will be. I will say this, though, at least looking back at Jeremy's performance, not the entry fragging anymore, his lurking on the second half, he was actually pretty successful at creating those 1v1 duels that favor him. So maybe he was able to isolate a couple of fights, or he builds up on that confidence of his, make it into multi-kills, following the footsteps of Governor. That really is something that is going to be so beneficial here for Team Secret, because again, it really just goes back on having to have a very reliable duelist. And Jeremy, even though he's gotten top frag for Team Secret, it wasn't the top frag that they were kind of hoping for that will get them that game.
Yeah, I mean, in comparison to just that impact wasn't quite there as much as it was for Talon.
All right, let's go into our second map of Ascent. We got Team Secret versus Talon. Are we going to go to a map 3 or does it stop here on Ascent?
I guess.
Oras na lang mga tropa dahil ito na mga kababayas. Mapa na ng Pinoy, Besiwap. Ito na ang pagbangon ng api.
Babawi na tayo mga tropa. Eto na, kung binigyan natin sila ng 1 punto dun sa kanilang mapa ngayon, atin na to. Ito yung mapang pinili natin, so magwa 1-1 na to. Yung mga nasa watch party, shoutouts nga po pala sa inyo. Maraming kainan dyan. Mamimigay sila ng napakaraming pera. So, antayin nyo na lang.
Binigyan mo pa ng problema yung Team Secret. Diyos ko. Mirror match to, Bes. Mamimigay sila ng ano?
Ng pera.
Yan.
Okay na, sige na.
Sige na.
Sige na.
Ano yun na lang, lapitan nyo na lang si Narebi.
Sila Gob, sinisilip-silip, pero let's see. Nice one, nice kill by Jeremy, pero ito gusto pa niya. Sige, pumunta kayo. Men, defenders nga kayo, pero bakit nagpupush kayo? NDG, sumila! Pahin ako, bigla siya nawala. Pero ang importante, si Gob low on HP. 1 bullet na lang siya.
Ito na yung signal nila na pumunta na lang ng A, mag-rotate. 2 ang nasa may short. At makakatakas kahit papano sila Jessie Bash. Nasara naman nila yung pinto, so at least kahit papano, safe play para sa kanila. Meron pa rin 3 players dito na buhay para sa Talon side. Drone, kailangan nilang basagin para hindi malaman posisyon ni Jeremy. Low on HP na dito si Gob. Uy!
Jeremy, hindi. Diyos ko po, nawulbang siya. 1v3 mga tropa!
Oy!
Babawi na lang mamaya.
Notorious. Pistol round. Team Secret. Kailan ba na kinukuha nila tong pistol round? Sayang!
Bawi na.
Bawi na lang sa next
Oh,
round.
man. Hindi pa tapos to, man. Mamaya magkakabawian pa. Pero ang importante, si Lenny, kita mo yun, best, may 360 pa, umiikot-ikot pa. Kala mo naman talaga. Si John Lloyd Cruz, babawi na. Pero ito, yung mga players ngayon ng TS, wala na naman silang pera. Ito yung mapa pinili nila. First game jitters, meron tayong tinatawag na ganyan. Hindi dapat lagi na nasa taas. Dapat kailangan din nating pumunta sa baba.
Para malaman mo yung tunay na sarap ng pagkapanalo. Yan lang yun. Ito na naman, aggressive push towards B main. Ang ganda ng paranoia na nilagay nila dito.
Actually, basic yun.
Hindi mo na pwedeng lokohin ang sarili mo. Alam mo yun?
Ano yun, bes? Flashpoint, diba? Tapos paranoia literal na bulag ka talaga hanggang bukas. Pero yung mga
Kumbaga,
players
yun yung
dito ng
kapalit
TS,
ng kapalit
ano?
ng dismiss ng Reyna.
Oo, man.
Kasi jet yung meron sila.
Oo, pero wala sila makikita kahit isa. Yung mga players ngayon ng Talon, kinakabahan sila. Probably they're gonna go here in B na nga talaga. Papasok na sila. Nice smoke actually na ginawa nga ni Borkum na wala silang idea na nasa loob na pala yung mga kalaban nila. Okay, play for retake na lang doon yung nasa isip nila. Ang problema, tinami yung gamit nila, dalawang sheriff. So dapat makapatay si Invit and DG, one tap sa mukha.
Jessie Vash ang may control pagdating sa B main. Wala nang lurk na makikita dito so far. Governor gusto nang pumasok sa loob ng site. Retake on its way. Ganda ng paranoia mula kay Borku. Ma-force out yung positioning nila. Maraming na-recon actually on site. Kaya alam nila kung saan manggagaling. Pero NDG good on the first. Governor to kill on to Borku. Magbilis mag-swing nito. Grabe.
Diyos ko. Pinag-iikot-ikot pa. Medyo sa totoo lang, nakakalungkot yung position ni NDG kanina sa likod sa backside sa boathouse Kitang-kita mo yung bala, ang daming balang tumitingin sa kanya, nag-chacha-chacha na lang siya
Tsaka, eco round yun para sa Team Secret. Kumbaga, minimum na gusto mong makuha, makapag-plant ng spike para sa pera.
Yun nga, yun ang importante. At least may plus 300 sila at hinayaan sila ng mga players ka ng Talon kasi if ever humarap sila, talo sila. At least alam nila yung mga nasa isip sa isip nila.
Bagong setup mula sa Talon, B-site or A-site rather, instead. At ito na, TS, buy round na nila to. Napaka-importante na makuha nila at ma-execute nila tong round na to.
Pero tignan natin, at least ang mga players dito ng TS, alam naman natin na mayroon na silang mga vandalism ngayon and hopefully talaga makapita sila dito ng isa. At kung napapansin nyo, si NDG medyo malayo pa. Contact play lang to, men. Pero si NDG, Diyos ko, sit down ka muna, sabi ni Gob. Ba't kasi hindi
Grabe
mo ko
si Gob.
binoto?
Grabe si Gob, man. Ang sakit niya na. Every time na sumisilip siya, ewan ko ba, napakagandang pick up mula sa Talon. Pero anyway, Lenny, alam niya na merong tao towards short na natawid na. Jeremy, gusto pa atang umamba. Pero si Borkum, nagpa-plant na. Kailangan na nilang ayusin yung post-plant dito. Huwag na tayong magpatumpik-tumpik pa.
Ang importante, nasa loob na sila, Bessie. So yung mga players dito ng Talon, kompleto serkados pa sila, pero in terms of firepower lamang dito ng TS. Meron pa naman silang recon, kompleto serkados pa yung lahat ng mga utilities sa mga players nga ng TS. So sana makabawi sila. Jit Boys will catch one. Borkum with a trade up right up at Governor talaga bumabawi. Lumilipad pa. Hay, naku po, Jessie Bash, 1v2! Sige na! 1v1 with a great one, si Pan! Nasa kaliwa, Jessie Bash, yung panalo mo! Nice one! 2-1 already, ladies and gentlemen! Map 3 na!
Diyos ko.
Nakabahan.
Muntikan pa.
Muntikan pa.
Buti na lang may nanggaling sa A-short dahil lahat nung nasa loob ng site best na tusta. Jessie Bash all the way, inikot niya yun. Papuntang mid. Buti nga wala nang nakaabang para dito sa mga players ng Talon at in the end, ang importante makonect niya yung shots na yon. May kasamang heavy sigh pagdating sa dulo. Pahinga siya ng malalim
Ang pinakamatanda sa lahat ng Pacific mga tropa, si Jessie Bash nandyan para talunin lahat ng mga nakikita niya. Pero yung mga players ngayon ng Talon, Diyos ko, walang tutok si Lenny, nag-Odin na lang siya.
Pre-fire malala. Baka sakaling makahuli, yun na lang. Ang mahirap kasi dito para sa side ng TS, lagi silang nahuhuli ng utility play ng Talon. Magmula dun sa recon, magmula dun sa knife na pinapalabas ni Ban. Pero ito, entry na. Jeremy nasa loob ng side, hindi ata nag-connect yung paranoia sa kanya, nag-aabang lang siya! Trade mula kay Jeremy, successful on that. Jessie Vash secures a kill as well. Pero Invi, tamang talon lang.
Hindi siya nakikita dito. 4v3 mga tropa, ang importante yung TS pa rin talaga yung lamang dito sa game na to. 2 tao dun sa may heaven, tamang wallbang lang ang ginagawa ni Lenny. Baka siguro matamaan siya ng isa, pero ang problema natamaan siya ng Recon ngayon. Low on HP, 1 bullet kay Lenny, at yung mga players ngayon ng TS medyo okay na sila. Diba tandaan nyo, dito nila tinalo ang DRX sa mapa na to. As talon lang ang haharap sa kanila, pero si NDG naghahanap na ng susunod ng biktima. Yung mga players ng talon, Diyos ko, 3 na nga kayo, isa naka-Odin pa, tapos magbabak kayo, magsisave kayo, takot!
Grabe yung mga safe play dito ng talon, best. Ayaw nilang ibigay yung Odin. Kita mo naman, walang pera si Lenny dito. Kumbaga, nag-all-in siya para sa barrel na to. At mas gugustuhin na lang nila na at least 3 yung kanilang mga malalaki, big guns kung ika nga.
Ito bes talaga yung mga players dito ng TS, andyan lang sila, yung mga execution nila, nagagawa na nila flawlessly. Later on, malay mo, pag talaga nakakuha na sila ng magandang tayuan dito, ng mga magandang mga sitwasyon, doon na sila babawi. Kasi ganoon lang naman yun, first game jitters, yes. I mean, oo, Breeze. Medyo talagang hindi talaga nilalaro talaga ng TS yan, men, aminin na natin yan. Kaya talagang yun yung ginamit ng talon para makanalo nga sila ng 1 game. Yun yung advantage nila, kumbaga.
Gaya ng sabi nga ni Boss Asuray, di ba? Hindi nga masyado nilalaro ng TS yun. So, doon nga sila kumuha ng advantage. Pero ito, 2-2. At para sa talon, si Cross naka-stinger lang dito sa round na to.
Wala. Kahit humingi ka ng pera kay Basha, wala ka makukuha kahit piso talaga. Yung mga players ngayon ng TX, at least alam na nila kung saan sila pupunta. Pwedeng B kanina kasi talagang, alam mo sa totoo lang, best, gusto ko sabihin to, iwasan na lang nila si Gob. Yun na yun. Diyos ko.
Online na online no?
Ayokong katapat si Gob Jesse Bash, tignan natin to. Malay mo talaga makapitas siya. Sabi ni Jeremy, hindi lalabanan ko si Gob. Kung siya Gob, presidente ako, tandaan nyo yan.
Tingnan natin, 2 wards short, it's gonna be Jeremy. Gonna lurk, naghahanap. Merong mapapansin, papuntang B main. Alam nila na may mga tao dito. At si Gov, madedetect ng knife. Borkom! Grabe mag-swing!
Grabe naman si Gober.
Sabi ni Borkom, okay guys, nandito siya sa A. Pwede na kayo mag-B.
Nagpapakitang gila siya, men.
Walang si Gov sa A.
Walang sa kabila.
Pasok na kayo dyan. Walang problema.
At yun na ata yung pinakauna nilang gagawin ngayon si Jit Boys. Nandyan, 3 yung nakuha. Diyos ko, sige, Rumamba. Wala silang kay idea. 3-2 already. Anong nangyari kanina? Hindi ko alam.
Binasic sila nung isolate na angle dito ni Jit Boys. Lalo na yung Recon, walang bumabaril hindi rin nila nakukuha. Because of that, this gives away the intel, the info na napakadami na nasa B main. Ang gagawin mo na lang, abangan silang mag-swing out. Walang flash papasok. So yun na yun. For Talon right now, 3-2. TS, may pera pa naman para sa susunod.
Yung mga players ngayon ng TS talagang nagpapakiramdaman lang sila. Lalo na kay Jeremy, at least pwede naman siya Bladestorm. Pwede siya makabawi dito kahit paano. Pero that is the Bladestorm already. But ban, waiting patiently na i-deny na i-cancel out yung Bladestorm na yan. Hawak-hawak nga ni Jeremy. Pero simulan mo natin dito with an owl drone pero being denied agad-agad ni Ban. Pero Jeremy, dire-diretso. Alam niya na meron tao sa kaliwa kanan. Diyos ko, hindi na ba nakita? Hindi pa nakita pero buto talaga si Borgo nakakuha. Ban, super low on HP. Buto kita 4v4 right now. Tamang flash na din talaga lahat na binabato niya. May tao dun sa may heavy, nagpakita na siya pero buti na talaga si Gobernador natamaan dito kahit isa.
Medyo na late yung pagpasok. Napansin ni Jeremy yun actually, kaya medyo na-distract din siya. At ang ganda nung initiating power din ng Talon when it comes to delaying players from TS side. Pero post-plant na to para sa team natin. 3v3 scenario. Ito na naman.
Parang nila gagawin to, Bessie. 3v3 mga tropa, yung iba nagsismoke na. Si Indy nagbabantay lang dun sa may helper. Jit Boys makakakuha dun sa isa. Jesse Bash, Diyos ko, hinampas ng Odin ni Lenny. 1v3, Indy ang mag-isa. Alam nila ang nasa hell, Lenny! Hinampas ng mga Odin. Naghampasan ng Odin ng mga tropa. 4-2 already and Talon ang lamang ngayon.
Sakit nung knockback damage nung Odin na yon. Hindi nakapuelo si Jesse Bash at all kahit na sinubukan niya ring ma-pick off yung mga players towards heaven. In the end, ready na rin yung recon nila ulit. Doon sila parating nauhuli nung Talon dito, Bessie. Dahil doon sa mga utility play na nilalabas nila, yung mga intel, yung mga info na nagagather nila. Wala pera.
Walang pera.
Kalahapay.
Guys, ganito lang gawin natin ha. Tawag dito, bigyan na natin sila ng pera. Sama-sama tayo magbigay ng pera para sa kanila para pambili nga ng baril mamaya. Pero yung mga players ngayon, ang talent alam nila kung saan magdadash yung mga players ng TS. Talagang, they really try to be really aggressive to go here and B at buti na talaga nasa loob na sila. At andyan sila para i-delay lang lahat ng pagpasok ng mga kalaban nila. Pero meron pa silang null command ngayon na binabato nga ni Ban. This is gonna be really hard for them nga na makabawi. NDG, maganda yung position niya. Makikita ba ng mga kalaban niya? Pero mukhang alam naman ata. Dalawang nagbabantay dyan dun sa may B main. NDG waiting patiently. Governor will get Jeremy actually, which is sobrang init nga talaga. Governor lumilipad-lipad ba? NDG ang natira at mawawala ka na. Kinain ng dragon, Diyos ko. Pati si Shenron against sa inyo.
You cannot deny ang ganda ng retake ng Talon, Bes. Literal, lahat ng utility nila magmula sa Paranoia, Null Command, lahat tumatama. Tapos kahit may handle o kahit may hold towards B-main yung Team Secret dito, napapunish lang insta-smoke para sa kanila. Kahit yung TS medyo naiilang mag-swing completely dahil sabay-sabay pumapasok tong mga players ng Talon.
Ay nako, Lenny, binabawian yung dating team niya, Governor 11-2. Last yun na yan, Bessie. Kasi nga partida, wala naman silang baril kanina, pero ngayon makakabawi na sila, tignan mo. Yung mga players ngayon ng TS, papasok na, nag-aantayin lang din, try to be really aggressive tulad ng ginawa nila kanina. Pero alam ata ng Talon kung sila pupunta. Pero ito na yung null command na binabato ng Envy para hindi pa makabawi yung mga players dito ng Talon if ever nag-retake sila. At Cruz nagbabantay dito lang sa may short, mamamatay ba siya? Pero mukhang hindi naman ata, Bes.
Sasaran din nila yung doors. Ito na yung plant na inaantay natin. TS, kailangan lang nila patatagin yung post-plant scenario nila rito. Ban all the way from mid. Mahuhuli niya si Jesse Vash. Governor, nakahuli na rin ng isa with that operator shot. One-way smoke ang ipapakita dito. Flash settling in. Ito na yung gugustuhin nilang pagpupush. Pero masasagot din agad ng Team Secret. Jeremy, makukuha din yung lockdown. Hindi nila kailangan lumabas. Pero nasa taas si Lenny with an Odin. Double swing. NDG. Sa kanya nakasalalay ang lahat. Alam niya mayroong nasa short pero heaven.
Yeah, sobrang sayang lang din talaga. Hindi na kinaya ni NDG nga. Wala silang ka-idea talaga kung sila pupuntado. But right now, at least Talon, 6-2 na sila. At kung napapansin nyo mga bes, kalmado na kami ngayon. Actually, kabado talaga kami.
Kabado 20 lang.
Ako 30 eh.
Ay, nako. Yung post-plant scenario, yung isa sa mga nagiging malaking issues na kailangang ayusin dito ng Team Secret as well. Kahit na nilalabanan nila, again, yung initiating fights nila dito, magmula dun sa flash, sa one-way smoke na yun, tinatalo nila, sinasaktuhan nila, pero hindi nila kayang tapatan yung tatlong players. Alam mo yun? Sisilip kayo, pupush in mo yung A-short, pero ang daming nakaabang sa'yo.
Yeah, yun nga. So, hindi pa rin talaga mahanap nga ng TS kung saan ba yung pinaka-safest nga na pwede nilang puntahan, yung pinaka-safest na route na pwede nilang i-push if ever. Kasi maganda rin talaga yung pag-cancel na ginagawa dito ng Talon. You have that Omen, yes, you have that knife na pwedeng ibato nga ni KO. So, if ever, parang nangyari lang kanina, if ever they wanna go here in A, Owl Drone, knife lang si KO, suppress, wala sila magagawa, antay sila ng ilang segundo, na mababawi sila. Pero yun na nga, di ba? Talagang inaantay lang din natin kung kailan na magsasalita si tropang Warbirds.
Nahayaan niya na mag-usap-usap itong mga players ng Team Secret. In the end, yung comms din naman nila ang importante anyway. At I think for NDG, especially dun sa last post-plant round na nakita natin, it's more of nag-hyper-focus na rin siya dun sa kay Governor. Kasi nga, napakainit ni Governor ngayon eh. And alam niyang nasa short si Governor, hindi niya na ata na-realize na heaven is wide open. Nag-tunnel vision na lang din. So, it's one of the things that you have to fix.
Oh my God! Lenny with an Odin taking down Jesse Vash at hindi pa nakikita. Owl Drone lang ang kailangan niya para ubusin si Jesse Vash ngayon agad. At ito yung mahirap, Bessie, in terms of utilities, medyo mahihirapan na yung mga players dito ng TS para malaman nga nila lalo kung saan sila pupunta. I mean, yes, you have Envy, antay mo pa yung knife na yan, pero yung exact information, wala talaga ko yung idea. Pero NDG bumabawi na, pero Jitboy sa talaga dito nakabawi ng isa. Muna kita 3v3 right now. At least, yung mga players dito ng TS, ramdam na, alam, pupunta nila kami sa A, medyo umiikot na sila, pero kailangan muna nilang patayin. Ito si John Lloyd Cruz.
Basang-basa sila. Jeremy, though. Saan galing yung shot na yun? Mula pa kay Van. Ito na nga, Crows nakahanap din ng isa. It's all up to Envy, the clutch master ng Team Secret. Kaya pa ba?
Ito, Bessie, napakadami natin makita nga mag-clutch si Envy ngayon and hopefully talaga makuha nga niya next round.
Hindi niya makukuha yun sa 3v1 scenario. Nakakailang mag-plant para sa kanya dahil wala ring idea at all yung TS saan nang gagaling yung mga shots na to. Sipin mo si Jeremy, siya pa yung nahuli doon.
Yun nga, nagulat na siya na meron palang tao doon sa may gilid. Actually, hindi ko ina-expect yun, to be honest. Nasa site yun no? Site to na, city. Sa spawn. Sa huli na lang siya bigla. Pero yung mga players dito ng TS, 5 lang yan, boss! 5-7 tayo to close the first half. Let's go. Kahit wala kayong pera, kayang-kaya pa yan. NDG, meron siyang lockdown ngayon and hopefully talaga makuha niya. Pero meron tayong pang-cancel which is si Hunter's Fury ni Lenny. Pero go for the maganda position niya. Nakita ba siya? Yun ang tanong doon. Pero si NDG naman ang pinakaunang mawawala. Jeremy bumabawi pa kahit Spectre yung gamit niya. Ay, naku po, lumain up na naman kay Gob. Napakatindi naman kay Gob. Diyos ko naman. 4v3 mga tropa. 2 Stinger, 1 Sheriff. Winnable pa.
Para siyang may third eye, bes. Lahat ng pwede niyang makita, nakikita niya at nararamdaman niya. Lahat ng pwede niyang iwasan, naiiwasan niya. Kahit yung smoke towards heaven na yon, para lang makapag-dash out siya. Napakatindi. Jit Boys! Nakuha from behind, Governor. Ligtas pa din. Alam niya lahat. Para siyang may... Alam mo yung sa Haikyuu, parang on the zone. In the zone siya, literal.
Bes, pasensya ka, hindi ako sa nanonood nun eh.
Okay lang, pero basically sa soccer world, para sa football world, pag in the zone ka, alam mo yung nangyayari sa buong mapa kahit hindi ka nakatingin.
Ano yung sa Naruto? Yung mata? Sharingan. Ayun, may Sharingan siya. Ayun, meron siyang Sharingan, best. Lahat nakikita niya, namamagana yung mata niya. Saka kasi alam niya yung lahat sa buong mapa. Ito, number 1 na nakakainis dito kay Governor sa totoo lang. Talaga sobrang on point niya. Napakaganda ng map awareness niya. Tapos parang, yun nga, like what you've said, talagang basang-basa niya yung galawan ng TS. Parang pag may nakita ka dito, alam niya yung saan susunod agad-agad.
Well-rounded team. Ika nga, etong recon na to towards mid, alam niya rin. Kumbaga, para siyang nag-review ng replay tapos alam niya na lahat ng mga susunod na steps.
Hindi. Ilalabas ni Jeremy yung sarili ng Sharingan, tandaan nyo. Diyos ko, Borcom na wala. Oh my God, hindi ko alam kung paano ko pagkakantahin yung story ng TS, pero feeling ko ito na talaga. Jeremy will catch one already, pero andun pa si Crow. Dire-diretso lang si Jeremy ngayon. Ito na ata yung pagbangon niya. Pero Lenny, nasa taas, nasa heaven siya. Pero let's see if ever makakisa pa siya. Governor, Diyos ko. Jesse Bash! Ay, nako! Binarubal ni Lenny mga tropa. 9-2 already.
Alam nila lahat.
Ako nga pala yung sinaing nyo.
Alam niya lahat. Siyempre, makikita mo yung Hunter's Fury kung saan nanggagaling. So, obviously, with the last man remaining na si Jesse Bash, andun. Pero di ko alam, si Borcom nakatayo lang din kanina sa A-main. Na inahayaan na lang din niya na matamaan siya nung ultimate dito, nung Hunter's Fury. At nung nasalisihan nga at nahuli kahit isa ni Lenny dito, ako nang bahala, yan ang sabi niya.
Ito, hanggat hindi pa ito tapos, babawi at babawi pa yung ating mga tropa. Malay mo, talaga ito na ata yung revenge arc nila. Lenny will catch one, will catch no one already. But Governor nandyan, bumabawi na talaga si Jeremy nasa loob na. May tao sa may market, may tao sa may loob. Buti na talaga nakapita siya na isa. Pero Jeremy dire-diretso na. 3 pa ang natitira dun sa kalaban niya at sa TS din. And let's see if ever magna 9-3 ba to. Malay nyo, mas malakas sila pag mamay nag-defending sila if ever. But Governor already. Dito lang sa may market, makikita si Jeremy pero yung flick hindi tumama. Importante, boy pa siya. Cross sa likod, kaya pa ba? 2v2 mga tropa, Governor and Ban ang natira. At Governor, grabe naman, alam na alam mo kung saan titira.
Check PC! Check PC!
Grabe
2v2
naman!
scenario! Para dito, null command has been used. Wala nang utility play na pwedeng gamitin. Boom, na flash ng saglitan. Pero Governor to fall down. Isa na lang.
Saksakin
At
mo,
si Ban.
Wag mo na pala saksakin. Nice!
Safe play muna tayo, bes.
Huwag mo na saksakin. Huwag mo na saksakin po.
9-3, okay na yun.
Okay na, 9-3.
Isa sa mga successful takes na meron sila dito, bes. Ang hirap pasukan actually nitong Talon. Alam nila lahat ng plano na pwedeng gawin dito ng Team Secret. Buti nga si Jeremy, yung entry niya ang ganda eh.
Oo, nakapitas siya, buti na lang.
Nakapitas siya ng mga importanteng kills na kailangan niya mapitas doon. Pero halftime it is sa isang 9-3 score.
35 seconds mga tropa, mag-uusap-usap muna sila kung ano yung pwedeng pag-usapan para nga manalo sila mamaya. Ito na ang 9 Trickers, inaantay natin. Tandaan nyo na ito yung mapang pinili ng mga Pinoy. Si Lenny nakangiti siya kasi nakakalaro na siya ngayon. Kalmado lang sila. Si Jeremy.
Tunay na ako yung sinaing mo no?
Oh, yan talaga boss. Wala tayong magagawa dyan. Yun na yun eh.
Pigil
pero,
na pigil.
Hindi ko alam kung anong kinakamot ni Inbi pero sana nakamot mo na. Si NDG, Naos de Gia. Ay, Naos. Oh, kasi yun yung team na dati. Pero ngayon, Noel the Goat. Yun yung pangalan niya.
Noel the Goat na siya.
Oo.
Tahimik lang si Warbirds. Di siya angry this time. At TS, ito ang pagbangon ng api sa defense na meron sila. Kung ano yung pagkakabasa ng talon, ganun din ba?
Oo. Utang na loob, DS. Hindi gumising ng alas 5 si Taylor para maging... para
Hindi ako gumising ng 5 a.m. dito para mag 2-0
Ay, nako. Si HG hindi naligo para pumunta sa watch party para ganito. Ito na. Naligo pala ako ngayon today.
Congrats. Minsan lang yan. Once
minsan lang to.
in a blue moon.
Para maalis yung negativity, kumbaga.
Eto na, Talon, Governor, na galit. Dito, buong Talon, sinusuportahan siya. Alam niya na may tumawid. Envy, goes to the flash, pero Jeremy, makakakuha ba? Paano nakapasok si Cruz doon? Nabigla na lang nasa harap niya.
Hindi ko alam kung paano nangyari doon.
Para silang mga kabuti.
Nagta-teleport pa tong mga to. Paano nagpapatinalaro nito? Hindi ko na alam, men!
Bakit ganun? Nanonood naman tayo pero di natin nakikita. Oh my God!
1v2. Kaya na NDG to. In NDG we trust. Tandaan nyo. In NDG we trust, mga tropa. Ito na yun. NDG, ibalik mo ang tiwala ng mga Pinoy kasi nagtitiwala kami sa'yo. NDG, itataas namin ang mga kamay namin para sa'yo. Lenny, low on HP. Bumawi ka, NDG, mamaya.
Ang hirap, 3v1 Kasama yung turret dun sa kakampi. At kita mo naman yung mga smirk dito ni Boss Lenny. Literal, yung IGL nila. Kaya siya ginawang IGL para sa match na to, guys.
Ito last mo na yan. Pero yun na sasabihin mo mamaya. Pero ito, 3-10 mga tropa, wala tayong pera. Okay lang yan.
Alam mo yung nanonood naman tayo, kita natin lahat, pero magugulat ka na lang biglang nandun si Cross.
Yun nga
Hindi ko din alam kung saan gagaling itong mga players ng Talon Nagtitipi ata
Naka-no-clip. Naka-no-clip, men. Daya, boss. Naka-no-clip kayo, boss. Ganon, men. Ito na si Gob. Binoto ko to si Gob pero ba't naman ganyan, men? NDG, si Silly po, naka-classic lang siya partida. Sige na. Mamaya babawi siya. Pero tandaan nyo there's always rainbow after the rain. Andito tayo ngayon sa storm.
Nasa hurricane tayo ngayon, guys.
Yung rainbow, matagal pa yan kasi nasa hurricane pa tayo Sabi nga na South Border, there is a rainbow always after the rain. Pero ngayon nasa storm tayo. Medyo mahirap yan, boss. Pero Inbi, mawawala outlook kasi yung gamit niya. Pero Governor magpapakita, Diyos ko. NDG, 1v1 NDG. Classic lang gamit niya. Pero wala kang panama sa bulldog, baby boy. Bomb ko mag-isa. 1v5, 11-3.
Kahit anong swing nila, best may sagot.
Ping check, guys. Ping check to no? Ping check?
Ping check to. Hindi tunay to, hindi totoo tong nangyayari ngayon.
Ping check to, guys.
Wala In the zone din talaga tong Talon. And as much as you want to sugarcoat it at the end of the day, mas may tutok sila. Pagka-swing nila, ang ganda ng map awareness na meron sila. Post-plant scenario nila na perfect na ata. Retake scenario nila na perfect din nila. Ang ganda lang ng performance ng Talon so far. And TS, nahirapan sila mag-catch up.
Grabe guys, sisihin na lang natin si Razi, guys. Si Razi na lang sisihin natin, guys. Pero ito na! Governor pumapasok na yung mga players dito ng TS. Kinakabahan sila pero Jesse Bash magpapakita. Sana makapatay ka. Pero mamaya na lang ata si Envy with the trade up right now. 2v2 mga tropa. Kung merong 9-3 curse, ito na yon. 11-3, lalababawi na kami. Crows and Nene natira. Jeremy and Envy dito naman sa atin. Pero ang tanong kung kaya pa ba? Siyempre kayang-kaya basta tayo lahat ay magkakasama.
Sim, meron pang smoke pwedeng gamitin dito ang Talon as well. Pero kay Envy, nag-aantay yata sila na mag-up yung ibang mga utility dito. Envy to fall down. Crows, naka-ready na yung kanilang pag-swing. Alam nilang low si Jeremy and Lenny. Free gun, by the way, ang makakapatay kay Jeremy dito. Match point it is.
Match point already. Maagang uuwi yung mga nasa watch party. Joke lang,
di kayo aabutan ng rush hour.
Punta ba ako dyan? Punta kaya ako dyan? No, may pagkain ba dyan, guys? May pagkain ba?
Yun muna yung tanong. Pag may pagkain, pupunta si Vil. Pag wala, next time na lang.
Kung may pagkain dyan, guys, punta ako dyan. Pero kung wala, ewan ko ba. Pero hindi, babawi tayo! 12-3 hanggat hindi pa 13 yung kalaban, puso lang. Utang na loob, DS! Ipanalo nyo na! Utang na loob! Please!
Mamakaawa na yung pass.
Mamakaawa ako sa inyo! Utang na loob, DS! Jeremy ang nawala. NDG susunod!
Oh my God!
Governor! Diyos
Recon! Best Recon pa lang ng Talon versus sa Recon ng TS. Ang laki na ng difference agad-agad. Governor, just on point. Basag agad yung kahit anong utility na pwede mo ibato. Envy, may posisyon, oo, pero kaya bang kuhanin yung shots? Alam niyang may isang nagtatago. Pero actually, dalawa yan. Knives available pagdating sa 3 seconds, pero hindi na magagamit pa.
Jesse Bash!
Inisa-isa na.
I-chrono mo! I-chrono mo, Jesse Bash, pero wala na! Hi, ladies and gentlemen! Lahat tayo malungkot, pero mamaya tayo ay sasaya.
Talon Esports. Ang ganda nung pinakita nila dito sa map. Sa mapa na to, pati sa first map na nakita at napanood nga natin. This game that we just witnessed, ito, hindi ba daw full potential talaga ng TS eh. At alam naman natin how hard they've worked. Alam din natin yung backstory and everything else. NDG, a little bit off pagdating sa mga rounds na napanood natin. Adjustment period, ika nga. But when it comes to adjustment, Governor, you have to give it to him.
Pero ito, na number 1 na pinaka talaga kalaban dito ng TS si Governor talaga. I mean, hindi natin ine-expect na ganito talaga siya
ka-wild.
Kalakas ka-wild eh. Well, kumbaga, parang nakikita ko kasi something sa kanya, pero mas malakas si something. Pero yung mga players nga dito ng TS, parang, sige, sabihin na natin, parang nakita mong hindi sila handa na kalabanin ng Talon.
Makikita mo talaga sa Talon na pinaghandaan nila to ng sobra. Itong match na to na nakita natin against Team Secret, every little utility, every little bit, alam nila yung mga mangyayari. Map awareness through the roof. 100%, hindi ba nga 200% mo na dahil na one-sided nilang malala ang Team Secret dito. I couldn't say anything more, but it's just really perfect for them.
Yeah, ito parang pwede natin sabihin na yung mga players talaga ng Talon, tama yung sinabi ng coach kanina na sobrang handang-handa sila sa TS. Kahit sa breeze pa lang, yung Neon and Yorupek, talagang alam mong lilituhin na rin yung mga players ng Team Secret eh. At kung napapansin mo, dun pa rin sila sa mga usual super comfy picks nga na pinili dito ng Team Secret. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, talagang wala tayong magagawa kundi sumuporta na lang and hoping for the best para sa kanila. Huwag kayong mag-alala kasi meron pa naman silang lower bracket kumbaga. Pero di ba tayo magka-casters direct? Sige. Panoorin mo natin to, guys. Press 1 if itong interview, press 2 if the mods. Press 1 interview, press 2 the mods. Yan, bibigyan natin kayo ng oras.
이제 거버너 선수를 만나보겠는데요. 오늘 좀 에임이 정말 미쳤습니다. 오늘 이 활약에 대해서 데뷔에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지 물어보겠습니다.
I was definitely nervous because it's my in the beginning a little bit for the first 2 rounds maybe, but that same thing with challengers last year. My first 2 rounds in my first match, I was definitely nervous, but once you're in the server, it's like it just feels natural. And it got comfortable as I went on.
Yeah, you get used to it, right?
Yeah.
네, 처음 두 라운드에서는 좀 긴장했습니다. 저번 작년 챌린지에서 같은 경우도 두 라운드까지는 조금 긴장했지만 갈수록 적응을 했고 그게 승리로 이끌었던 것 같습니다. So also Talon's revenge to TS was stronger than expected. So what do you think affected today's massive win? 또 오늘 이제 탈론이 반격에 나서면서 예상보다 더 큰 활약을 보여줬는데 이 승리에 대해서 어떤 게 가장 큰 요소가 있었을까요?
Obviously, there's like some history between Lenny and, a secret. I think for this match, like we knew how much it meant to Lenny, especially, me. But, the match, I really wanted to win this one more than anything, just, for my teammate. I know how much it meant to him, so I'm really happy I was able to, have such a performance.
Yeah, you really did.
Yeah.
But anything to continue?
No.
Okay. 네, 일단 조금 의문으로 남기도 했지만 제가 이번 경기에서 활약을 했고 그리고 더 크게 기여한 것에 대해서 기쁨을 느낀다고 전했는데요. 또 다음 질문으로 이어가 보면은 이제 새로운 코치와 함께 경기를 진행하게 됐는데 이 코치와 팀과의 케미는 어떤지 또 물어보겠습니다. Also, we have the new coach Frost in Talon. So, what do you think? How was the chemistry with the team? How did it work with the coach?
So I've actually worked with Frost in the past.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I was on a free agent team for about 6 months with him. When I first, worked with him, he was a lot stricter than I'm used to. Like, think of it like a football coach. Very, strict. Basically, the first person to probably, call me stupid a lot. And but, I have a history with him. But, overall, when, he brought me to Talon, I was, because of my history with him, I think it meshed already really well. Because in the past, at first, I definitely didn't know how to feel about it. But, even now we argue a lot, but, it's healthy, It's a healthy amount of arguing and, we work well together.
야. 또 이제 코치님이 되게 엄격하시다고 말했는데 작년에도 이제 코치님과 함께 했지만 이번에는 조금 더 코치님과 더 투닥투닥 거리면서 좀 더 케미 좋은 팀으로 만들어 나갔다고 이야기를 했습니다. 또 이월 지나칠 수 없죠. 팬분들께 선물로 드릴 인형인데요. 여기에서 직접 승리의 데뷔 사인과 함께 팬분들께 던져보겠습니다. So can you give your sign in this doll? We're going to throw it to the fans. Your sign here? This marker? Yeah. Congratulations! You can sign it on the doll, the forehead or the back. Yes. Anywhere you want. 네, 지금 사인을 하고 계신데요. 이 행운의 인형을 갖고 싶으신 팬분들은 손을 번쩍 들고 계시면 그쪽으로 갈 확률이 좀 높겠죠? 제가 또 네, 오늘도 뒤쪽이 조금 더 적극적인 것 같아요. Yeah, the fans are really wanting the doll. Where do you want to throw it to? To the back or to the front?
Tama na, di naman tayo mabibigyan ng giveaway. Si Pico, inaantok na.
Inaantok ka na? Wala, inaantok na siya mga tropa kasi yun nangyari nga kanina pero medyo malungkot lang talaga and hopefully makabawi tayo sa mga susunod pa nating laban kasi don't worry kasi meron pa tayo lower bracket, Bessie.
Totoo, yun nga, may chance pa tayo ulit makabalik and hopefully that time or by that time around, yung Team Secret, makakabawi na at makakuha na ng mga gusto nilang play na laruin. Pero nakita mo naman dun sa interview, Bes, kung gaano ka-importante para kay Lenny itong naging match natin at itong series na to.
Pero yun nga, talagang GG well played para sa side ng TS, lalo na sa mga nanonood dyan, sa kanilang watch party, sa mga lahat ng mga social media kung saan man. Shoutouts nga po pala sa inyo. And yes, don't worry, meron pa tayo lower bracket. Kami nga pala ang damod. Sign out na kami. Kita-kits na sa susunod. Pero don't worry kasi meron pa tayong isang match later on. So Asoray and Dagang, kayo na.
What we expected from Team Secret. We expected them to come out, again, like I said, they have a decent jumping off point given that they have such a solid foundation still on this squad with just one new player joining in. But Talon, good lord, what a performance from them the whole way throughout. Utterly dominant here on Ascent. And this is where we said, okay, you know what, Secret, they started warming up a little bit on the back end of Breeze. Now they found their footing. We saw that pistol round coming out from Envy on Breeze as well. So it's like, okay, now they're a little bit more warmed up. They're a little bit more in the zone. No, not at all.
Yeah.
Talon were just completely unflappable on this map.
And you know how important that pistol round was, because it felt like after that, because they lost it, it felt like Jeremy just couldn't find his groove. There was a point where he had the blades coming into short, he spotted 2 targets and couldn't decide which one to actually, just actually focus on.
We have to just point straight to the stats. Governor drops a 399 on Ascent. Wow. Nearly cresting 400 and has 7 first kills. He only gave up 1 first death that entire map. It's just utterly dominant the whole way throughout. Lenny as well, stepping into this IGL role, also putting up fantastic figures. He comes away with 100% kill participation on that Sova. He was contributing to absolutely everything that was being done in the lobby. This is a renaissance for a lot of these players. Ban, somebody who was subject to a lot of scrutiny after last year. We did see improvements from him on his jet, particularly on Fracture, but so far seeing him on the Euros, seeing him on KO, the system that he's in right now, it seems like they're really utilizing him.
Yeah, so where does that put us now? We got T1 and Zeta facing up, and Talon is going to be facing up the winner of the next match, which is DRX and DFM. Now, I know, like Talon, a lot of us had a lot of question marks about DFM, but judging by Talon's performance, maybe we should give DFM a lot of credit too.
Yeah. It certainly is possible. I mean, they come in, they have a lot riding on this game right here for the side of DFM. So, I mean, they need to prove themselves for sure with this newer roster coming through. Crazy Raccoon crossover, Anthem there as well still. But the odds are stacked against them. But I think no matter which team comes out on top of this one, whoever it is, them versus Talon makes for an awesome match.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a banger.
Heck yeah. We're going to break down more of this. We're going to go on a quick commercial break. When we come back, we are going to go into the last and final matchup of today. VCT Pacific Kick-off, and woo! It's been kind of a spicy day with 2 games of 2-0. I'm your host, Chubby Ninja. With me at the desk, we got our analyzers analyzing things, Achilleos and Asarai. Welcome. This is also his first day with us on Pacific, and it's been kind of crazy. I mean, we were looking at the last game with Team Secret and Talon. We saw the new Talon and what they had to offer.
They were absolutely just blow it out of the park. Again, I expected them to have better performance from what we saw last year, but not to this caliber, not to how Governor just exploded into the scene. And you kind of see you heard the motivation of what gave that to him. It was the revenge match against Team Secret. It's him wanting to have that Lenny just smile a lot more brighter today, and it shows. He was like, yeah, I got this for Lenny.
Yep, I mean, Lenny as well, he got a piece of that one because he was also dominant in the final map, but we'll see if that's going to carry forward here for the side of Team Talon, because they don't know who they're playing against yet, and it's one of these 2 teams.
That's right, and we did see Zeta earlier today, and very similarly, we saw a very refreshed Zeta division go against a new Global Esports. But I think both Team Secret and Global Esports, go back to the drawing board and figure things out, and while they move on to the lower bracket. And our next matchup, DRX versus DFM. Now, I know what you guys are thinking. I hope we were thinking the same, like, well, this is, DRX and their track record of, like, almost a nearly flawless win throughout Pacific last year, and DFM the complete opposite with literally 0 wins last year, but they have a completely different team this year.
They do. There's just a kind of one holdover here in Anthem. There's been obviously a lot of back and forth as well, because we saw multiple players joining this roster, being announced, then departing in the offseason. So there's been a lot of head scratching around DFM regarding what they're doing, what core they were going to end up settling on. But now we know. It's just basically Crazy Raccoons, and then Anthem is still here. He sticks over to just, kind of continue being Anthem, because with all of the faults that we did have from DFM, he was pretty much the most consistent bright spot outside of a couple pop-off moments that we had from time to time from the likes of Soldom and Suggest. Anthem, I mean, he was the first person to globally get an ace in the last season, locked that one down at lock-in on Icebox, I believe, and then managed to do it multiple other times throughout the season. So I think him being there still means that there's a solid amount of firepower that's there for the side of DFM. I'm more interested in how these players coming over from Crazy Raccoon are going to mesh with him, and whether or not they're going to be able to put a dent in DRX.
Yeah. And let's talk about DRX. They did have some minor roster changes.
Brutal, I'm sorry. This is the opposite.
They're on the other both opposite ends of the spectrum.
These are just facts. I mean, I heard like podcasts where people are just wagering, like, is DFM gonna get their first win? I think they are. For sure, there's absolutely no way. Anthem, like you said, Achilleos, he was incredible. He was an incredible Sky last year. Now, DRX, they have Flashback on the team now. They decided to take on a rookie. What was it, 608 days since they changed their roster, and finally they've done it.
They absolutely have. I just wanted to add as well, looking at this as a whole for the DRX roster, they are, I believe, a 5-man roster now compared to the 6 from last year. So it feels like they're trying to, similar to what I was saying with Team Secret, they want to just solidify the roles that they've had already, right? They want Buzz to be that solid frontman as their duelist. They want Foxy9 to assist them, and they want Flashback to be that solid back end and just have an overall very stable roster. And it makes a lot of sense. They did that a lot with the previous tournaments that they played, and now they're trying to bring that mentality, that solidity here in this first match against DFM.
So I do agree with you, but I also still have this question itching at the back of my brain, which is Buzz going to be the duelist? Is Foxy9 going to be playing Sentinel? Or are those roles going to be swapped around? Is that something that they decide to change as well? I'm happy to see a more steady roster here from the side of DRX. The constant swap-ups was something that was very much hurting them throughout last season, even at the international level. But they still could very well subvert our expectations here.
Fair enough.
Yeah, absolutely. But they have to change something because based on their performance last year, they played really strong against a lot of the other teams, but PaperX kept shaking them up till the very end. And you can see now they're trying to rethink things. And we were talking about their roster a lot last year and throughout the offseason, how DRX were going to shake things up. Like, was Foxy9 even going to stay on the roster? And clearly, they decided to keep him.
Yeah, I mean, here to stay, and now is not the youngest member of the team. Flashback just a little bit older, so Foxy9 gets to live the young life for a little bit there and can mess around with Flashback as much as he pleases. But I'm curious as to what iteration is going to be coming through. Obviously, this is a roster that we're seeing a lot in the offseason. They were running this at the 10 Invitational, et cetera, and it was Foxy9 swapping over to things like that Killjoy, when just heavily being reliant on Buzz to be that star duelist leading the charge. So we'll have to see what the experimentation looks like, because obviously, you know, in a double duelist meta, they can run what we saw from them a bit last season with having Buzz swap over to something like the Raze and Foxy stick to the Jet or vice versa.
Now, our production really wanted to take a look at Flashback in May. These are our greenest members on both rosters. I know we're working with very little right now, but what are we excited to look out for?
At least from what we've been seeing from, you know, the video with Mako just hyping up Flashback, he's just very much impressed with his aim, so I'm definitely looking forward to how well Flashback can contribute with that when he's not going to be on the entry fragging role. He's going to be playing, if I remember correctly, maybe on the Smoker, or again, as you mentioned, the Flex role. May, on the other hand, is going to be on that duelist role, whether it's Foxy9 or Buzz that he's going to be facing up against. He has proven himself in the Japanese scene, but to say with any team that has been dominant in the local scene, how can that translate into Pacific League when you're up against the team that was to beat just a year ago?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tall order, but I mean, if anybody on this team could do it aside from Anthem, it probably would be May. I mean, this guy is a superstar within Japan. Like you said, he's got plenty of reps over there, but this is going to be a completely different stage. It's also been a while since we got to see them compete. Crazy Raccoon, they weren't able to become that Japanese squad that was going over to Ascension. That was Scars after they took down with Jadeite to be able to get the qualification. So it's been a while since they have been in that position, been in that spotlight. There's also plenty of time to sit back and grind. So I'm curious if May is going to be coming out here full force, full form.
Now we got to talk about their play style. I mean, we have a lot more to work with, at least for the DRX's side. I know with DFM, we only got a bit of the what was going on with the Riot 1 games that happened, and of course, like some of the history with Crazy Raccoons, where a lot of these team members had come from. Now, DRX, Will Cho brings this up all the time. He's seeing, you know, stuff coming from the playbook all the time. He wants to see fresh things. But you know what? Let's hear from the coaches themselves. We're gonna hear from them really soon. And I mean, DRX apparently has the largest coaching roster in Pacific.
I think they might be overtaken by Zeta at this point, actually. I think they have 6 coaches on their side, but DRX is also quite massive.
All right, let's go hear from the coaches themselves.
Valiant Champions Tour Pacific Kick-off. You are moments away from our last match of the second day. So I'm joined with Termite and Astel from DRX and Detonation Focus Me. Termi 감독님 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. So coaches, like first Termi, tell me about your new DRX roster. I mean, there was a change, right? 오늘 이제 DRX 감독님한테 여쭤보고 싶은 게 정말 오랜만에 600 며칠 만에 로스터 변화가 있었어요. 이거에 대해서 좀 한 말씀 해주시죠.
저희가 다른 팀에 비해 로스터 교체를 굉장히 조금 잘 안 하는 팀인데 저희가 국제 무대를 그동안 한 3년 정도 경험을 하면서 저희도 분명히 한계를 느꼈고 뭐 저희를 좋아하시는 팬분들도 똑같이 느끼셨을 거라고 저는 생각을 해요. 그래서 저희도 공격적인 변화가 좀 필요했고 그에 맞는 리빌딩이라고 생각을 하고 있습니다.
꼭 필요했던 시점에 다시 로스터를 바꿨다라고 말씀해 주셨는데 yes, we were known for not changing the roster for a while, but after experiencing the international games, we feel that it's time and we like hit the limit, so it was the time to change our roster. 그러면 이제 플래시백 선수가 팀 내에서 어떻게 적응을 하고 있는지에 대해서도 여쭤볼게요. So how well is Flashback adapting to the team?
플래시백 선수 같은 경우는 저희 아카데미 소속에서 콜업을 해서 이제 주전이 된 선수인데 개인적인 에임 능력이나 뭐 머리나 이런 게 굉장히 수준 높은 선수라고 생각을 해서 사실 지금 당장은 뭐 플래시백 선수가 대회 때 얼만큼 잘해줄지는 저도 잘 모르겠지만 시간을 두고 보면 한국에서 가장 잘하는 선수가 될 거라고 저는 확신을 하고 있습니다.
I mean, we scouted Flashback in our academy, but we don't know how well he'll be, but we are confident that he'll be the best player in Korea, and his aims are really perfect too. 네, 그럼 또 이어서 DFM 코치 아셀 코치님한테 여쭤보겠습니다. What can you tell us about your team's strengths? 우리 팀의 장점에 대해서 한번 호심탄회하게 자랑해 보시죠.
네. 뭐 저희 팀은 다들 좀 우선 커뮤니케이션적인 문제라든지는 좀 이때까지 있었는데 지금은 좀 그런 게 많이 고쳐지고 좀 또다시 새로운 멤버로 시작하게 되었는데 네, 다 같이 좀 노력하면서 서로를 믿고 잘 성장해 나가고 있는 것 같아가지고 네, 그런 게 장점이지 않나.
Well, we had some weakness in our cons, but now we improved a lot. And with the new players, we had the faith back up, and now we're gonna be more powerful. 네, 그러면 또 그 감독님께 또 여쭤볼 게 있습니다. 또 이쪽 DFM 선수 측에서 좀 경계하는 선수가 있을까요?
뭐 DFM에서 또 뭐 많은 선수들이 굉장히 다 잘하지만 저는 개인적으로 메이 선수에 대한 좀 기대가 있어서요. 상대 팀이지만 굉장히 좋은 모습을 보여줄 거라고 오늘 기대하고 있습니다. 네.
Well, I asked Termi about who are you keeping an eye on DFM, and he told me it was May, and he is really expecting of his place. 그러면 또 감독님한테도 여쭤볼게요. 이제 DRX 쪽에는 어떤 선수를 좀 지켜보고 계신가요? Who are you looking after at DRX?
네, DRX는 좀 모두가 좀 경계되는 대상이긴 한데 그 중에서도 좀 마코 선수가 역시 좀 되게 듬직하게 우직하게 잘 해주는 연막 선수라고 생각해서 되게 좀 경계되는 것 같아요.
Well, I could say every player I'm looking at, but especially for Mako, he's good at smokes, so I'm looking at him as one of the best players. 그러면 마지막으로 서로에 대해서 한마디로 하는 걸로 끝내보겠습니다. So lastly, I hear what you want to say to each other's team. For Termi.
일단 이번에 뭐 리빌딩 하셨지만 굉장히 뭐 저도 개인적으로 DFM 팀을 좋아하기 때문에 이번 퍼시픽 킥오프랑 앞으로 있을 대회에서 좀 좋은 모습을 보여줬으면 좋겠고요. 오늘 좀 재밌는 경기 했었으면 좋겠습니다.
네. I mean, I personally like DFM, so I expect a really good match today, and for the other matches too. 그러면 이제 감독님께서도 DRX에 대해 한마디 해주시죠.
네, 저희가 좀 도전자 같은 느낌이 있다고는 생각하는데 네, DRX는 항상 세계 대회에서도 좋은 성적 내고 있는 팀인 만큼 좀 무서운 부분도 있긴 하지만 그래도 오늘 좀 많이 배우기도 하고 그리고 저희도 좀 많이 준비했으니까 이길 수 있다는 마음가짐으로 열심히 하겠습니다.
There are some fears, but we are confident that we can win through the game and do the best we can do. 네, 그러면 오늘 인터뷰 해주신 감독님 두 분 너무 감사합니다. 꼭 좋은 결과 얻으시길 바라겠습니다. Thank you, Coach Termi and Asel, and I took it back to the desk.
Thank you, Kyungmin and coaches Termi and Estelle. Now, we got to talk about DRX and the reason why they changed their roster after over 600 days. The reason is because there's this giant brick wall that DRX did not let anyone in the region pass because they were unstoppable. And you know why change it? If it ain't broke. But at some point, it did, cracks started to form. PaperX finally took them down after years of wanting to get that win from DRX. What are we looking? What was weakening? What were those chinks in the armor for DRX?
I don't think it was chinks in the armor rather than just the whole landscape changing around them and that not adjusting to it. You know how we talked about how W Gaming was the sort of golden standard once PaperX was able to perfect that. DRX still stayed the same way where they try to go for those set plays, play a lot more passive, not try to let's say upstart or be able to just outduel the players of PaperX, and everyone else just kind of follows suit. And you saw that there was that form of exhaustion or just lack of motivation to follow through that I felt like DRX really suffered from that.
I think that there was a multitude of reasons. You're touching on a couple of them, but one of the big ones, especially around Masters Tokyo, there was burnout. That would.
Yeah.
We can see that from the players. They've talked about it. I mean, it can happen when you're constantly playing, constantly practicing. I mean, look at EGG on the back end of last season as well, just always playing games. That was pretty much DRX. There's a ton of burnout for them, but one of the other things we saw was, as you were kind of talking about, was the gameplay just fall off. for them. We didn't see them innovating. That's what made them famous when they were Vision Strikers and then became DRX. They were this squad that everybody looked to, that everybody was naming strategies after, because they were constantly coming up with new set plays, new ways to get on top of your opponents and catch them off guard. And we stopped seeing that innovation for a period of time. Every now and then something else would come out, but we stopped seeing them coming up with new things, even as new agents and new maps were added into this game. They were kind of just following along a trend, still doing, okay, doing well, maintaining their position at the top, but they weren't doing anything to surprise and to really just inspire this, this feeling of awe at their creativity. So that was completely gone. And then we also just saw a trend into more aggressive play styles coming through. Paper X very much piloting and leading the charge on that alongside EG last season. So DRX, we saw them finally being willing to do a little bit more, be a little bit more aggressive over Champions, but it still wasn't clean. It didn't have that polish on it that you expect from this team.
And it probably is because of the fact that they didn't want to commit to it as well, right? The reason why they actually got Foxy9 and the first match that he did was when he was on a duelist, and he was just so aggressive that it didn't look like that was the DRX playstyle that we were so used to, right?
Yeah, in fact, we often commented about this last year during the Pacific season, that it looked like Foxy9 was being reined in sometimes, and they just wanted things to stick by the book. And like you said, there was a reason for a bit, because even Paper Rex, they've often credited DRX for their plays and just innovating. And maybe this change is what DRX needs, a new young player to help shake things up and re-inspire them back to their original form.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to use a leash, you need to trust that the dog's not going to go chasing the mailman down the street.
Also true.
For Foxy9, there were certainly times where it's like DRX were being way too restricted, but also times where he was very much overextending and he was getting way too confident and it just wasn't putting up the numbers to really back up that style of play. So I think with some more time, we're hoping to see that they maybe have perfected that, if he's going to be playing something that can lurk around a little bit more like that Killjoy and whatnot. So we'll have to just wait and see if they've done it. But I mean, what can I say about the predictions? I mean, come on.
I mean,
the predictions for a reason.
Look, can you blame us, guys? The DFM's track record, and now with a completely new team, it's a complete unknown, whereas DRX, I mean, even if they weren't shining at their best last year, they're still DRX, and they have an amazing reputation over here in Korea. But we've been proven wrong. We got proven wrong just now in the last match.
Yeah, I know. I said this. I'm going to say it again, even though it bit me in the ass. There is such a solid jumping off point here for DRX. That core that is still there in Stax, Mako, and Buzz is absolutely phenomenal. Flashback has gotten some rounds in during the offseason alongside Foxy9. They've gotten more accustomed to these roles that they are very likely going to be using here in this matchup. And we just don't know enough about DFM to be able to back them on this one. We'll see if this bites me in the rear once more. And if it does, then wow, it's the upset of the century.
Yes, it absolutely would be. This particular matchup, yes. I mean, we're usually happy to be proven wrong, because if there's an upset, that means that team, like Talon just now, have been playing beautiful Valorant, and we love beautiful Valorant. We like beautiful things here. Don't you like beautiful things?
Of course. We're all beautiful here, so you know, I'm pretty much liking that.
So that's just a prerequisite. Have beautiful analysts.
Yeah, exactly.
So how are you feeling? Why do you have anything to add on about DRX besides the obvious of historic data that we have?
I'm just looking at it from the point that I don't think DRX are looking to completely change themselves, rather just find that next level for them, right? They have brought in Flashback because they want that extra backline, so it means that they're not really fully committing into Foxy9 being that gung-ho player in the front. They're kind of trying to find that good balance in between and then just inject the same DRX that we know. So that means that they're just trying to reach that next level from what we've been seeing from the changes that they have done. And again, bringing themselves back into that 5-man roster makes it much easier for them to just, oh, we made a mistake in this game, we just have to deal with these 5 players, not the 6 anymore, and then all of the maps that they're going to be playing, they're just going to have these static 5 to use and utilize.
Now, DFM, we don't have that much data on them right now as they currently are, but I'm pretty sure they have enough of their own data to look at how Pacific and how the teams have been playing out last year and so far, and you can tell it's a very aggressive region. DRX is going to have to evolve. DFM is going to need to keep up with the tempo over here in Pacific.
I know, they absolutely are, and I mean, that's not something that is necessarily seen all the time when it comes down to Japanese Valorant. So it's a lot more slow, methodical pacing coming through, kind of like we typically would see from DRX. So maybe we just end up with a bit of a chess game here between the two teams. But yeah, I mean, if DRX is going to up that aggression, you know, things like the tiles crunch on Ascent that they just completely created that everybody has to copy now. If they're going to be hitting DFM with things like that, then DFM needs to be ready to respond, and they need to have some other things up their sleeve. I'm curious as far as this map draft is also going to go, because Icebox was everybody's fear when it came down to if you're going to face against DRX for the longest time. It was a permaban for most teams, just taking that away from them because they were so damn good at it. I'm curious if that's going to be the same case for DRX now with the changes coming through.
Yes, but before we talk more about that, we did do an audience survey. So I'm going to take a break from the DRX talk.
Okay.
And the survey was if you could give a gun to only one person when, you know, you're in a game, it's 12-11, and you can only give it to one person. The options are a 40-kill Reyna on your team, some random 40-kill Reyna,
Okay.
or your sweetheart who's only gotten 3 kills.
So you're choosing between something and like Sage Mommy, basically.
Yeah, but you don't know something personally. It's like some random. But yeah,
but I'm saying that's basically what this is.
Is it? I don't know. Is it your Sage Mommy that you don't know, or is it your personal Sage Mommy?
I think it's saying your personal one
Yeah.
versus a rando. I'd give
What
it to
would
the
you do?
Give it to the rando.
Yeah.
Would your wife be okay
We
with
all
that?
have partners,
Okay.
but I think they would agree that if they were playing with us, we want to win the game. We don't want to lose the game and then, yeah.
I'm sorry, honey. We need our points. We need to get you out of silver or whatever rank you're in. You got 3 kills. It's probably iron.
Get good, then you get that Vandal.
We
That's
give it to
how
the
the
Reyna.
rules go.
Just sit there, just heal when it's off cooldown, put up a wall every now and then, everything will be fine.
That's so presumptuous. Maybe your sweetheart is a jet.
It's
you know?
75%. I mean,
my wife wouldn't even have 3 kills. Like, she's sitting there getting completely farmed because she doesn't play video games at all. So
She's just
I would
feeding them the whole time.
absolutely have to give it to the Reyna.
Wow. What? Okay. I mean,
She's not watching this. It's fine.
mine is, but like, she understands.
it's her birthday, by the
yeah,
way.
yeah. Happy
birthday. He's not going to give you the Vandal.
But that means you'll get something else for your birthday that's even better. So
You'll rank
you
up.
don't get a Vandal, but hey, you know,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
a very expensive gift perhaps.
But sorry, this is
Fine.
only assuming if she's at 3 kills. Maybe she is the 40-kill Reyna. We
You
don't
never know.
that. You actually
Could be.
don't know that. This is a good debate. Those of you at home, go ask your sweetheart. What would they be mad? They get the gun? In fact, they'd probably be a bit pressured if you gave them the gun. So yeah. Anyway, that was fun. Hope you guys enjoyed that. You could like type your stuff in the chat, and I don't know. I hope relationships have not been broken up. The Valo dating scene's quite interesting. Now, going back to DRX and DFM, we had to do that little momentary break. We were talking a bit about the tempo of Japanese teams. Let's recap a little bit what happened with Zeta Division. They completely switched that up.
Yeah, a bit. They did today, but I mean, I'm curious if this core coming in here for DFM, if it is going to be a bit more like the Zeta Division of the past. If we're going to be getting that 2023, 2022 Zeta Division where it's like, okay, let's really take our time. Let's look for information. Okay, we haven't found anything. We haven't gotten ourselves up to a site. There's 25 seconds remaining on the clock. B's the closest one. Let's go there. You know, is it going to be a bit like that where they're really running that clock down, not giving themselves enough time to have quick reactions and adaptations as they get themselves into the site? Or is this actually going to be them coming out with a completely different play style? Are they going to try to just, really just come out here and, as Paper Thin loves to say, just punch DRX in the mouth, catch them off guard, and then just get the spike down? I'm not really sure what their game plan is, but I mean, obviously they have to have something here for us. Hearing the coach there at the end of the interview, he said, of course we have some concerns. We have a little bit of things that we're scared about, but we're confident.
All right, well, we're going to discuss this more after this break, guys, so don't go away unless you're getting a little bit of snack, because it's about snack time, dinner time right now, so we'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
작년 시즌을 이제 되돌아봤을 때 말로는 저희가 맨날 변화를 준다 막 이렇게 말했지만 큰 변화는 없었던 것 같기도 하고 그런데 이제 2024년의 DRX는 큰 변화가 왔잖아요. 아예 로스터를 변화시키는
저희가 그 로스터로 발로란트 초창기 때부터 이 자리를 고집해왔고 이 자리에 계속 저희가 그 멤버 덕분에 있었으니까 저도 만약에 팬이었다면 만약에 굉장히 아쉬웠을 상황이었을 것 같거든요. 역지사리로 생각해봤을 때
너무 모험인 것도 맞고 기대가 되는 것도 맞고 저희도 처음에는 걱정을 많이 했었었는데 콜업되고 올라온 친구들이 너무 잘해주고 있어가지고 믿고 한번 응원해주시면 너무 감사할 것 같습니다.
이제 지난 시즌에는 모든 경기를 출전하지 못하고 중요한 세계대회라든가 아니면 결승전에서 좀 많이 빠지고 했어가지고 굉장히 많은 아쉬움이 있고 이번 연도는 이제 고정으로 뛸 것 같으니까 꼭 우승을 위해 달려보도록 하겠습니다.
이번 시즌에 주목받을 선수는 저희 팀에 있을 것 같아요. 이제 이전과는 좀 다른 필이 좀 오는 것 같아요. 진짜로 큰 거 왔다. 플래시백 선수.
퍼시픽 리그 05년생 원탑 먹을 플래시백입니다. 제가 또 총 좀 기깔나게 쏘거든요. 퍼시픽에서 한 번도 보지 못했던 선수가 저는 플래시백 선수라고 생각을 하거든요.
저만 보기엔 좀 아까운 그런 포텐셜들이 진짜 있는 거예요. 내가 얘 샷이었으면 진작에 챔스 우승했겠는데 약간 이런 생각을 하게 되더라고요.
기존 DRX보다 훨씬 좀 공격적이고 교전 위주로 풀어나가려는 모습 보여줄 수 있을 것 같습니다. 저희가 이제 노련비도 있고 이제 경험도 좀 있다 보니까 똥싸이 같은 걸 조금 해주면서 이제 정색에 맞는 플레이만 해도 든든한 받침목이 되지 않을까라는 생각이 좀 큰 것 같아요.
우승한 팀들이나 우승 근처에 갔던 팀들을 보면 항상 이제 막내 라인 쪽에서 되게 잘해가지고 강력한 막내 라인 2명이 들어오기도 했고 받아야죠. 그 느낌을.
저랑 이제 플래시백이 이번에 합류하면서 연습을 많이 하고 있는데 그 연습을 하는 과정에서 형들은 솔직히 많이 힘들어갈 것 같고 하지만 이 연습을 해서 플래시백과 저가 이 산을 넘는다면은 전과도 이제 비교가 될 수도 없는 강함을 보여줄 수 있을 것 같습니다.
이제는 재성이도 막내 포지션 벗어났기 때문에 조금 더 플래시백 선수를 많이 챙겨주기도 하고 저희만 잘한다면 진짜 어려울 거 없이 잘 이길 수 있을 것 같다라고 생각하고 있어요.
경기되는 팀은 뭐 항상 말씀드리는 거지만 한국 팀 두 팀이 이제 제일 경계가 되고 싹을 잘라버려야죠. 야, 발로란트는 우리가 없어질 때까지 아무것도 하지 마라.
되게 화려했잖아요, 이 팀이. 103연승이라는 기록도 세웠었고 자신감 차 있다가 막상 국제대회 나갔더니 5, 6등. 1등만 했었는데 왜 중위권이냐. 열정 있게 게임을 하게 되는 계기를 가지고 이제 22년도 챔스 3등 했었죠, 저희가. 그렇게 열심히 했는데 이제 3등밖에 못했다. 이제 좀 흔들리는 시기. 잘한다 이런 느낌도 없었고 스트레스 받는 슬럼프였다고 볼 수 있을 것 같아요.
퍼시픽에서도 무너지고 세계대회에서도 조금 힘없이 무너지는 모습들을 보여줬지만 이번 24 시즌에 우승해버린다면 그거만큼 진짜 완벽한 다큐멘터리 감동 영화 스토리가 없을 것 같아요. 저는
새로운 인재들을 발굴하고 1등을 딱 찍는
소년 만화 맞습니다. 주인공은 저희 수밖에 없는 게 지난 2년 동안 주전을 못 팀으로써 한이 좀 많이 맺혀 있어가지고 주인공이 되지 않을까라고 생각합니다.
역사에도 약간 굴곡 있잖아요. 한 번 꺾였다가 쭉 상승세도 타고 제가 약간 그 터닝 포인트가 되고 싶습니다.
그 누구한테도 데스를 하지 않고 총을 쏘기만 하면 헤드샷이고 반응 속도도 아무도 못 따라올 핵 같은 존재가 되고 싶어요.
모든 비판과 역경과 이런 거를 안고 가면서도 절대 무너지지 않고 앞으로 나아가서 우승을 한 후에 비난과 모든 역경들이 이제 찬사로 돌아오는 그런 스토리가 있으면 좋을 것 같아요.
솔직히 뭐 아니면 도라고 생각하지만 저희는 성공할 확률이 좀 더 높은 도박이라고 생각하거든요. 그래가지고 이제는 우리의 시간이다라는 그런 타이틀을 갖고 말할 수 있을 것 같아요.
이제 우리의 시간입니다.
안녕하세요.
카메라 보고 인사해.
안녕하세요. 젠지 메테오입니다. 벨리저스.
Makeup and new hair.
와, 멋지다. I do it on the fly most of the time, so I don't really have like something in mind. But like if something is trending, I'll try to do it. 제 셋업이 많아요? 조금 창피했어요. Perfect eye. Full version on stage.
촬영할 때는 그냥 그 제스처나 이런 거 서로 이런 게 좀 들어가면 좋을 것 같아요.
저희 오디오 안 들어가죠?
오디오 안 들어가요.
자, 레디, 액션!
T1, our time is now.
오케이, 컷!
근데 원래 에너지가 많은 친구입니다. 진지한 애들이 많다 보니까 저희 팀에는 근데 또 이제 분위기 전환을 주는 그런 선수인 것 같습니다.
Makes sense, makes sense, makes sense.
Last year, it's just a whole new roster. He was the substitute, and now he's the main five. So a lot of change. You know, it's a whole different game for us. Yeah, overall new thing.
I think the chemistry is going well because he fits along with the team dynamic and is able to fit in very well. And he's really good player.
퍼시픽에서 뛰게 되는 건 처음인데 사실 첫 퍼시픽 자체가 한국 팀이 아니라 외국 팀이라서 더 기대되는 것도 많고.
As an individual, yeah, I think a really good player, and that's why I think it's really fits on our team.
So good! 레디, 큐! 조금 더 놀라게 액션을 좀 취할 수 있을까요? 자, 레디, 큐! 큐! Okay, thank you.
I don't mind content usually, but today was like really cold because they like have us in the jerseys only. These are very thin. I don't mind content. I think it's fun, but just kind of cold today.
제가 예전에 있던 팀이 T1이었는데 T1에서는 형들이랑 많이 게임을 했었는데 이젠 여기서는 제가 형이거든요. 제가 어떻게 보면 좀 챙겨주는 그런 롤이 돼 있어서 색다르고요.
3, 2, 1, 하!
Okay, good.
Can you say second?
去年もやったんですけど結構なんだろう設備とかセッティングがとてもワクワクするようなものばっかでとても楽しかったです.
일본 팬분들은 저를 좀 보셨을 거라고 생각을 하는데 이번 리그 처음 하는 거니까 열심히 해보겠습니다.
액션! 큐!
손 한쪽 잡아줘. 손 한쪽 잡아줘.
이거 뭔가?
片足で立って足の裏の映像を撮るっていうのだったんですけど、なんかある程度までやった後になんか撮り直しみたいになって、でも足の裏だったら俺じゃなくていいよなってうすうす思ってたんですけど、結局スタッフの方がじゃあラズじゃなくていいねみたいになって皆さん、2024年も頑張ります、試合見てくれたら嬉しいです。よろしくお願いします。
저희 팀원들이 너무 잘하기 때문에 젠지에서 아직 이룰 수 없었던 결승전의 꿈을 꼭 이뤄보도록 하겠습니다. 제가 있는 T1과 제가 없는 T1의 성적의 차이를 증명해드리도록 하겠습니다.
I'm in Korea for the first time. I'm trying to find the New Jeans members right now.
Strong thing about him is that he has a good aim, and he was like the best player in 2022. So his back attack is very good, and he has some good ideas also. So.
Are you shooting? Oh my god.
저기 올라가야 돼. 민정 저기 올라가야 올라갈 수 있어? 아니? Hey, Carly. You okay?
It feels very scary for me because I don't like tall places, you know. So, and for second keep like shaking, you know. So the cabin was like wobbly.
DRX 선수도 더 올게요.
올라가나요? 아니요 안 올라가요.
저희가 아니라서 참 다행인 것 같아요.
Just jump.
Ready, cue.
It was my dream to shoot with DRX. I don't know because last time they was the best team in Asia and that's why I guess.
다들 좀 게임 잘하게 생겼어요. 무섭네요. 시즌이 좀 기대됩니다.
I mean, I do that because they asked me to do it.
촬영을 너무 재밌게 했고 선의 경쟁하기 전에 또 이제 같은 게임하는 동료이자 친구들이기 때문에 또 더 재밌게 촬영할 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 서로 더 높은 곳에서 같이 만나길 응원하겠습니다. 파이팅!
We're gonna take it like one by one, like slowly, like maybe just to qualify to international event. So yeah.
負けから得るものとかはたくさんあると思うんで、チームメイトとのコミュニケーションだったり戦略だったり相手への対策だったり結構勉強になって、確かに全勝したチームと比べたら得るものは少なかったかもしれないですけど、自分のためチームのためみたいな必要なことが分かった年でした。まあその新しく入った CR 組は去年とか一昨年くらいから一緒のチームでやってて、その部分で言うとまあ連携力とかそういうものが結構期待されてて今のメンバーになったって感じですね。
Thank you world. I'm JP No.1 ソーバープレイヤー。エージェントで言うとソーバー、フェイド、スカイとかメインイニシエーター系をやりつつもサブ IGL するかしないかみたいな、
元気があって結構明るい性格なんで、
みんなのコミュニケーションをうまく取ってくれるようなプレイヤーで助かってます。
ネッさんは師匠ですね。
普段物静かなんですけど、一緒にふざけたりとか、なんか面白い人だなって思ってます。
チームメンバーの中で一番クラッチのパーセントが高い選手で、 1V2 とか 1V3 になった途端に本領を発揮するような選手です。
저 메인은 일단 총을 잘 쏘고 타격대라는 게 아무래도 제일 앞에 서야 되는 포지션인데 제일 앞에 서야 됨에도 불구하고 성적이 잘 나올 때가 많아서 이 친구는 정말 타격대에 특화된 친구구나.
自分のプレーで味方が乗れるようなプレーをして、かつ味方の士気を上げるようなコミュニケーションを取れるようにしたいなと思っています。
僕らが彼のポテンシャルをしっかり引き出せるようなサポートができたら、もう間違いなくトッププレイヤーになれると思います。
セスは前のタイトルのゲームとかからいるんですけど、経験値とか知識とかを結構みんなに共有してくれるんで、そういった部分では助かってますね。
エイムも強いし、頭も1番か2番ぐらいにいいレベルで優秀なプレイヤーです。
샘 선수는 지금 저희 팀에서 IGL을 하고 있는데
フィジカルも強くて、思ったよりピックプールが広くて、かなり万能なプレイヤーで
믿고 갈 만한 것 같아요. 저는 원래는 일본 팀에서 플레이를 하다 온 메두사고요. 센티넬을 주로 하고 있고 럴킹을 좋아합니다.
目指すはもちろんナンバーワンなんですけど、その簡単にいくと思ってないんで。
全員が攻撃的なスタイルで試合中に対応するのが非常に難しいチームで、
他のチームと比べて멤버 뭐変わった시
멤버 정하는 기간도 되게 길었고 지금도 연습 시간이 되게 없는 그런 상황인데
とにかく勝たなきゃいけないことには変わりがないので、一試合一試合全力で頑張りたいなと思っています。
端的に言うと、僕たちがお互い信頼し合って一つとして戦っていけるようなチームになれば、
新しい DFM はこうなったんだぞっていうのを、見返すチャンスだと思ってるんで、自分たちの時間、
最後に笑うのは俺たちだみたいなイメージです。
Oh my God, that was insane! Break the corner! We'll get yet another ace this weekend! Our inaugural VCT Pacific Champions!
Hello VCT fans, I'm extremely excited to introduce Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2024. Last year's VCT Pacific run was amazing, with our players showing their unreal potential on the global stage. This year, there are big and exciting changes coming up. Here are the updates and everything you need to know about VCT Pacific 2024. VCT Pacific will now have 11 teams competing across the region, with Bleed Esports' recent promotion to the International League through Ascension 2023, and we cannot wait to see them on the stage. Now let's talk about the tournament schedules. This year's journey begins on February 17th in Seoul. VCT Pacific is split into 3 stages: Kick-off, Stage 1, and Stage 2. 2 Masters events are held in between each stage, and Champions will begin in August as the culmination of global competition for 2024. VCT Pacific Kick-off will be split into 3 phases. The first phase is a GSL format where teams are separated into 3 groups, and the team to come out in first in each group goes straight to the playoffs. The 3 teams who finish second will play in a single round robin where the winner joins the playoffs in a single elimination format. After the intense battle during VCT Pacific Kick-off, the top 2 teams will advance to Valorant Masters Madrid. Now let's look at VCT Pacific Stage 1. Each team will be split into 2 groups of 5 Alpha teams and 6 Omega teams. Alpha teams will fight against the Omega teams in a single round robin. The top 3 teams who emerge from each group advance to the playoffs and will play in a double elimination bracket. Here, the top 3 teams will be punching their ticket to Valorant Masters Shanghai. VCT Pacific Stage 2 has the same format as Stage 1, but this time the Alpha teams will compete against each other in their own group. Same goes for the Omega teams. The top 6 teams with the best performance over the course of Stage 1 and Stage 2 will make it through to the VCT Pacific Stage 2 playoffs. The top 3 teams in playoffs and the 1 team with the highest championship points will earn their ticket to Valorant Champions. Championship points are a fresh addition to the VCT ecosystem in 2024. Teams will earn championship points to qualify for Valorant Champions at the end of the year. Teams earn 1 point whenever they win a match during Stage 1 and Stage 2. They earn 3 points if they win Kickoff for Stage 1. Teams will also earn 3 points whenever they win a Masters event. The goal, ultimately, is to reward teams who have been the most consistent throughout the year. Only the best of the best will come out on top. The tide is rising and teams will collide and define their destiny in Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2024. We'll see you all in Seoul, South Korea.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
작년 시즌을 이제 되돌아봤을 때 말로는 저희가 맨날 변화를 준다 막 이렇게 말했지만 큰 변화는 없었던 것 같기도 하고 그런데 이제 2024년의 DRX는 큰 변화가 왔잖아요. 아예 로스터를 변화시키는
저희가 그 로스터로 발로란트 초창기 때부터 이 자리를 고집해왔고 이 자리에 계속 저희가 그 멤버 덕분에 있었으니까 저도 만약에 팬이었다면 만약에 굉장히 아쉬웠을 상황이었을 것 같거든요. 역지사를 생각해봤을 때 너무 모험인 것도 맞고 기대가 되는 것도 맞고 저희도 처음에는 걱정을 많이 했었었는데 콜업되고 올라온 친구들이 너무 잘해주고 있어가지고 미국 한번 응원해주시면 너무 감사할 것 같습니다.
이제 지난 시즌에는
Day 2's last match is about to start, and look here, a lot of fans surrounding me. I can feel the energy, and it's so great. And I happened to bump into one of the cutest fans here. Let's have a chat. 네, 지금 무대의 열기가 느껴지는 만큼 많은 팬분들이 함께 즐겨주고 계신데요. 그 와중에 정말 귀여운 팬분과 함께 이야기를 나눠보려고 합니다. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. Okay, happy to meet you here. Can you tell me about yourself, your name, and shortly?
저는 그 신림에 살고 있는 이수정이라고 합니다.
Oh, her name is Lee Soo-jung. Okay, and I really want to ask you, which team are you here for? 어느 팀 응원하러 오신 건가요?
저는 언제나 DRX 응원하고 있습니다.
Yes. She is for DRX. And DRX, which player? 어떤 선수를 응원하러 오신 건가요?
저는 그 겨울잠에서 깨어난 짐승택 선수 꼭 보고 싶습니다.
네, 그냥 스택 선수도 아니고 짐승택 선수. Yeah, she's here for stacks definitely. And I want to ask her if she has any messages to send to the player. 그러면 스택 선수한테 한번 메시지 남겨주시면은 스택 선수에게 큰 응원이 될 것 같은데요.
이제 날도 따뜻하게 풀렸는데 겨울잠에서 깨어나셨으면 좋겠습니다.
Yes, it's become warmer. Hope you wake up from the winter sleep you've been taking. 인터뷰 감사합니다. Thank you for the interview. And now, not even in the venue, I heard there's some noise outside somewhere. Let's have a look at the viewing party. Yes, and not even here in the venue. Oh, let's say hi to DRX fans. DRX viewing party happening in Seoul, South Korea. Make some noise. Other than DRX, we have another fan waiting, DFA, Tokyo, Japan. Hello, everyone. Maybe they can't hear my voice. Yes, but I can truly feel the energy even from here. And so many fans are enjoying today's matches. So now, shall we go to meet the players? Let's go.
Leading the charge to reclaim the throne, it is DRX. And looking to make the greatest comeback, it is Detonation Focus Me.
이제 금일 맵밴 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 먼저 맵밴 우선권을
Now we're going into our map picks with DRX versus DFM. Is DRX going to reign supreme?
먼저 맵밴 우선권을
Or is DFM going to have the greatest upset of all Pacific?
That is the question, and we'll have to see what the maps look like to maybe get a better idea of what the story is going to be going to this one. Obviously, Termi and Glow here set up, ready to do the draft alongside DFM. We got Anthem out here as well. We'll have to see the players alongside the coaching staff. Help give their input and everything like that. I'm curious what DFM wants to do. I mean, as I mentioned, that icebox, something that they probably are going to be a bit concerned about, and it will be taken away. I mean, this, even with the changes coming through, DRX will feel just so innately comfortable on that. I don't blame them at all for banning it.
They could actually even bring out the Breeze pretty early, because I was about to just say that DRX, if you look at all of the maps that they've played, whether it's in rotation or out of rotation, they always have such a positive win rate on it. So if you're on DFM's seat, what do you try to prioritize? Is it to just get away the best maps of DRX, or is it to bring in the maps that you're very much known for when you were Crazy Raccoon?
But this is not one of them. They have never played Lotus. This is not a map that they have that much experience. So, I mean, obviously Anthem, he's had plenty of performances on this map throughout just the last season on DFM, and he even did have an ace on this very map, but this is a very bold choice. I mean, DRX, they certainly had their issues with this map during VCT Pacific. We saw them suffering, and when it finally did come out, you think back to the playoffs, it was pretty catastrophic, but they absolutely got things together on that map as they went into Champions, because, I mean, that's where they had the 2-10 comeback versus Billy. DRX, though, going back to similar old comfort actually here, though, given that Icebox is banned, Haven's out of the pool, they're going to go to Breeze now that's opened up again.
It does feel like this is just the lesser of two evils.
The split ban, I mean, it makes sense. That would be another big comfort. I mean, there's very few maps that aren't comfortable, honestly, for the side of TRX. As you said, the statistics that just always look very good for them. And really trying to pin down what is going to be the biggest weakness to try to exploit can be difficult, but it feels like aside from the Lotus pick, they've done a pretty good job, but Lotus has me a bit concerned, honestly, for DFM.
I mean, that leaves Spine to the decider. How are you guys feeling about 3-mapper to end the day?
I don't know that I'm feeling it. Unless DFM truly does have something completely game-changing and unexpected here on the side of Lotus. I feel like DRX are walking away from this draft in a really positive position, because Bind as well, I mean, you think about how strong they are on that map. They're dismantling a Fnatic. That is a map that, these are all 3 maps that they are incredibly well-versed on. So DFM, I'm hoping that they have something up their sleeve that they can surprise us with. That Chamber certainly is something that could come into play here as we get ready to shift over to Lotus. Maybe they're going to take a leaf out of, Excurrent's book here and try to pilot that to success, but Either way, even if they do that, it has to have a high impact.
Yeah, I mean, for you, Asterai, like we're talking, oh, agent comps are ready to go.
Ooh, fade.
It's just going to be damn near mirrored. I mean, Anthem is going to be going for the sky here, and Stack's going back over to the fade, something that he has played a multitude of times. But yeah, this isn't anything shocking at all. This is pretty much just stock standard.
The thing is, we've seen this on, at least these type of maps, that you need to have a good support system when you're on that duelist role. It doesn't really have any form of escape. Raze, you have a satchel, but it's not as clear-cut as, like, let's say a dismiss or a tailwind to get out of harm's way. So DFM really has to solidify Mei, because that's the one player that DRX pointed out when the coaches were talking about that they really wanted or were very much aware of. So yeah, support system for Mei.
And something else to note here is it's going to be Foxy9 who's going to be running that Viper. It is not Flashback.
Good point. Let's jump straight into the game. We're really excited for this first map, Lotus. Over to you, casters.
Our last...
DX versus DFM nga ang matutunghayan natin. Huling series para sa araw na ito. Such a big mula sa oras na kahapon na nga. Anyway, we have DFM. Detonations me from last year. Alam naman natin kung gaano sila nakahirap or nahirapan rather things VCT, but this time can be a different story to magsisimula ang lahat. Pistol, it is onto the frenzy. Si Stacks nag-aabang lang when it comes to setup. Ren yung pain shots, the end towards the site mula sa DFM. Agad-agad sinagot ni Stacks. Tamang repeat lang mula sa kanya. Double head at dalawa nga ang mabubura sa side dito ng DFM. But DRX so far hold on to the position, the hold on the site lately her favor. DFM kailangan nila makapag-adjust dito na lang. Ang may sheriff naman si Medusa. Pero malayo ang kanyang kaikutin. Malayo ang kailangan niyang lakbayan. Medusa, nahanap na yung dulo ng baril. That's gonna be Buzz shutting down Medusa. 0 para sa next side agad. Ito yung mga panima na nakikita natin ngayon. And that's basically DRX as we know ever since before. Itong first round natin, Ray, maganda agad yung issue ng DRX dito at malinis nilang naligpit DFM.
Nice, guys! Nice.
Ang isang katulad ng DRX and now I am so surprised pangyayari. And Lotus kagad yung pinili ng DFM. Alam naman natin na magaling pa rin ang pagdating dito sa mga bagay-bagay.
Isa to sa mga few maps na nakikita nga natin ngayon.
At here it goes. Looking at sa ginagawa ng DFM, sabi nga natin, we don't have much information pagdating sa DFM. Bago nga itong roster, some of them came from Crazy Raccoons sa mga dyan. Kapag di kayo gano'n ka-familiar sa Japanese scene. And mga Crazy Raccoons yan, kasing level data division paratin na lang yan paratin nung wala pa tayong VCT Pacific. Pero looking naman sa DRX, alam na natin, wala na yung graduate na ng Valorant, nag-retire na sila.
Nasa Valorant 2.0 na sila.
Nasa future na sila 2045. Bale si Mako na lang Stack saka si Foxy9 ang natitira. Pero
majority pa. Diba? Kung tutuusin. Yun na nga, entry towards B, pero sasaluhin ni Foxy yung 3 kills na yan. Pag tinawid mo yung isang ganong Viper wall, lalo na sa isang pistol round ka lang, Ray, ang hirap nun.
Pero ngayon, flashback. Grabe, ang flawless ng DRX. Natatawa to para sa DFM. Parang maling bagay na pinili nila Terror dito sa Lotus na dito sila pumunta. Parang maling bagay.
Kaya nga sa diba, ang round, tunay na mga rounds na nakikita natin is round na saan magiging nila.
Ano din no? Tignan natin kung ito na ba yung DFM. Sana DFM curves, no? Lalo na pagka-regular Pacific. Grab time guys, walang panalo yun.
Wala talaga. Ito na siguro yung pagbangon na nga. Baka taon na nila. You never know. Lalo na factor coming in dito sa DFM side. Let's see kung ano nga ba yung magiging scenario. Na-mention mo kanina, some of the nga mula sa DFM. Siyempre, nanggaling sa Crazy Raccoons. Alam naman na pagdating sa mga Japanese team is really playing completely. Well, na-mention din ng panel yan na may pagbaba Zeta, mas aggressive sila. Pero sa ibang mga players naman natin or yung region ng Japan, ika nga, medyo slow play. And we are seeing that. Pero worth it naman ata dahil may makaka-shutdown ng dalawa.
Bilis ka agad ni May dun ah. Grabe naman yun. Si Ate May pala to eh. Pero si Stax, mukhang alam na niya punta sa door. Halos lahat si Flashback ay nakita na kagad si Medusa. Uy, buti hindi siya nanigas kasi si Medusa yan, di ba? Pag tinignan mo, ba maging bato ka. Pero si Stax, uy, nakalipas na lahat Stax. Nasa site na mismo. And there he goes. He tries to go for the wallbang and finally successes to get at least one. 3 beauty kagad ang nagiging nangyayari dito. Pero si Neth, he goes for the plant pa rin naman. Pero right behind, Foxy9. Grabe naman yung positioning sa mga taga-DRX.
Wow.
He finally gets one. Magiging 2v1. Magiging 1v1 tayo ngayon. At alam na kagad yung Stax saan manggagaling. Post of the recon. Wala siyang may kita. Pero alam niya, obvious na kagad kung saan manggagaling yung click na yon.
Ito na! Malinis na malinis yung shots na meron sila kanina dito for DRX. Pero in the end, DFM saves that round for themselves. Medyo masakit pagdating sa economy nila. Kung din, apat yung nabura para sa kanila. At saka, ang linis gumalaw ng DRX dito ha.
Oo, grabe dito, Beshi. Tignan mo naman yung lilinis kagad lahat-lahat. Pero hindi pa rin ako matutuwa. Parang very expensive pa rin yung round na yun. For tignan nyo. Iba sa kanila, they opted for that bulldog, tas medyo kulang-kulang yung utilities para sa detonation of Focus Me. Pero habang yan, mabilisan kagad sila papuntang ano talaga, seaside. And this is the next problem guys. Breeze pa yung next. So talagang puro malalaking mapa halos. But may mapupull off nga ba siya na isa? Mukhang may tatama. Foxy9 ay hihiga. At ngayon, 4 na lang para sa DRX.
Set up smoke. Hindi makikita ng Boombot pero yun na nga na-detect. Stacks, mapipilitan, mapo-force out sa kanyang positioning. Pero si Buzz makakahanap o makakapitas na nga ng isa. And that's a 4v3 scenario. Paranoia connecting and Buzz to take advantage. So, stopper in. He gets the kill. May kasama pang nade. At yun na nga, aabutan sila. Anthem to cover and Stacks very low. Pero hindi na importante yan. As Mackles for the defuse. Another round para sa DRX.
I am now shocked once again na DRX is just DRX takes. Kahit kulang sila, okay lang daw dahil meron namang ibang sasalo para sa kanila. Lalo na si Stocks, yung IGL talaga nila ngayon. At ito pa, medyo nagulat ako. Di ba usually, kapag dito si Foxy9 yung nakikita mong nagdo-duelist, di ba? Para minsan dalawa sila. Kung nakita niyo yung previous game. Pero ngayon, siya nag-adjust. Siya ngayon ay naka-controller. Pero gets naman si Foxy9 yan, may tutok na yan Magsiset up lang naman siya pag Viper siya. Raise niya lang yung molly niya. Yun lang naman yung poproblemahin niya. So, pero good to see na si Buzz talagang gusto nilang i-focus na duelist. Kasi dati guys, paiba-iba yung DRX hindi nila alam yung tunay na identity ng bawat player. And I'm happy naman that they're kinda giving talaga kung saan ba talaga gagamitin sa Foxy9. Pumasok na si May pero mukhang baka malusaw pa siya. Konting ouchie-ouchie lang pero may nakaharap na kagad sa kanila. It's gonna be Buzz.
Oh my God! Mapipigilan yung plant ng spike completely! Mula dito ng DRX, hindi na nila kailangan mag-retake kasi gagawin pa lang nila yung pagpa-plant. Ubos na agad ang DFM. Last man remaining, Scarabineth. Meron siyang sheriff kahit papaano pero 3 kailangan niyang hanapin dito, Ray.
What is this? Ay, yun lang, Buzz. Nag-whiff. Tao lang din pala si Buzz. Akala ko immortal na 2v1 pa. Nakakuha pa ng baril dito si Neth. Isang letra ka na lang. Bawal sabihin yan. Mabe-breaking bad kami dito. Pero habang paalis na nga si Neth, sa mga nakakaalam yan na si Neth, galing siyang Crazy Raccoon yan kung natandaan yung itsura niya at saka pangalan. Pero as for flashback, hinihintay pa rin nila dahil ang nahihirapan si Neth ngayon. Oh may dalawang hatingin na kagad sa kanila. But flashback pa rin. That's it. Quick rounds for DRX and DFM. I mean, expected na to, not error, na parang mabilis talaga yung magiging pacing ng laro natin ngayon between these two teams. Press W, ika nga, sabi nila.
Yun nga especially this play coming in from DRX, yung sabay pasok din nila dito. Not only that, pero kung ganito rin naman yung tutok na dadalhin mo sa match day mo, Ray, kakabahan ka talaga as DFM. Dahil ang sakit nilang tumutok, napakalinis pa actually.
Talagang dati halos lahat parang talagang tinatawanan lang yung DFM, di ba? Medyo talagang nalulungkot tayo sa performance nila. Pero ngayon naman, kita mo yung potential at tatandaan mo, they're going up against one of the monsters ng VCT Pacific, di ba? DRX kasi taka PaperX ang parating naglalaban.
Totoo.
Bilang malalakas sa taon. Pero after that disappointing times for DRX, ngayon nag-roster din sila. So, medyo masakit. It's not the usual Vision Strikers before nang now DRX ang nakikita natin. But I think this is a much better DRX kung sakasakaling makakatungtong sila sa Grand Finals dito lamang. Pero na-flash si Bart! Nakuha nga ni May, pero bumawi na si May yung mga race natin ngayon. May kanya-kanyang buhay. At alam kagad ni Foxy na paglalaroan niya ito, he manages to get him at it's all up to Ness na lang din kagad. He tries to cross it out, pero may mamimit na kagad siya. That's gonna be Stacks. Pero mukhang namimili siya ng side kung saan siya pupunta. Side ko, gusto ko by your side. But it is what it is. Stacks takes down Ness and it's now 5-1.
Ang ganda ng map control na pinapakita dito ng DRX. Not only that, yung kills pa lang na nagmula kay Stacks, hindi lang dahil sa kanina pa siya nag-aantay doon o kaya na-outplay siya, but it's also because of how well timed yung pagse-separate o yung dismantle nila dito sa team using utilities. Kanina pa nakaabang si Buzz doon, pero yung timing nung kanyang boombot, letting them know na ang daming or kahit isa sa mga players ng DFM na nasa may A main is already giving them a big of an advantage to, maybe let's wait a little bit more in stating back sa site natin dahil may tao pa din. And with this, DFM goes for a timeout nga. Again, naghahanap sila dito ng kanilang footing kung paano nila a-actionan tong DRX. Pagkakasetup pa lang nung wall nung Viper, hirap mo na talaga makatawid kahit mag-trees ka pa eh.
Ito pa, pagdating din sa DRX, yung map dito na to, pabor na pabor sa kanila, di ba? Tignan mo pa lang guys, we have the first map. It's going to be kagad sa Lotus. Although yung Lotus parati with PaperX is a little bit hard. Pero the way that they survived against other APAC teams tells so much. At ito pa next breeze, tas bind. Sobrang DRX excited guys. Wala akong masabi. Pero as for DFM nga, it's good to venture out, diba? And try a lot of new things naman for DFM. So, sana talaga makabawi sila kahit papano. Pero ito pa din eh. Nakikita mo yung power ng fade nila talaga ng DRX. Sobrang specialty nila dito.
Specialty it is. Utilizing ulit yung kanilang mga plays dito o kaya yung kanilang mga utility, which is yung Viper Spit. Ginamit na nga agad-agad towards si itong Fade o si Stacks na, wow, what a shot. Itong si Stacks, by the way, kanina pa yung Nightfall na yan, pero hindi pa niya naahanap yung tamang timing na maybe let's use it up dahil so far, lamang na lamang sila against DFM when it comes to firepower, when it comes to positioning. And itong eco round ng DFM, as much as possible, gustuhin nilang makapitas kahit iilan sa mga miyembro ng DRX. Pero tignan mo naman, walang nagpapakita, walang nagpapaamba, Ray.
Tatawa ako kay Stacks. Unang-una ang kaatas sa casting mo, bes. Magsasalita ka pa lang, nakapatay na agad siya. But right now, ang mga taga-DRX naman din, wala talaga. Mas low pace nga yung DFM, yes. Pero tignan mo yung amount na kinakain nila ng buhay. At nakikita niya yung bahal ng baril ngayon ni Medusa. At ngayon naman, asa na Spike. Nasa kanya pa. Foxy is just handling it well. Down to Anthem together with Safe Bucky. What? Kailangan pa kagad ni Anthem makakuha ng dalawa, pero still, it is what it is. Mako pa rin together with Stacks. Nakuha pa rin nila yun. Another round goes into DRX, and looks like ang nakaka-overwhelm yung power kagad ng DRX. Speechless sa ginagawa nila.
Usually, attackers tong mapa na to, Ray. Pero yung X nilalaro talaga nila to favor them or towards them as well. At ito, stopper na naman. So far, makikita mo rin na talagang super aware siya sa activity towards around the map na natin dito at mapanood.
At ngayon, buzz naman. Wini-win nila to. Gabi yung confidence talaga. Tutok pa lang, kinakain nila ng buhay. And right now, ayun na naman, may makita sila coming in from A. Parating may napipitas, pero it looks like Mako got too excited with the kills. Mako is gonna go down with C's right now. Pero ang TFM, slow and surely, meron naman silang secrets. Meron naman sila kagad ngayon error na ano talaga, showstopper. Pero mukhang gaano nga ba yung next na babasahin ng DRX itong mga miyembro. Medyo tumatalon-talon si Buzz trying to get this little information. Pero the more that you know, the more na may mabibigla. Pangalan niya Stacks. Kaya ba niya? Ay, mukhang to very obvious na sa side ngayon ng DRX. Pero mukhang pa rin sila best. Ang dami namang lalakbay ng mga to.
Maglalakbay talaga malala. Nightfall, ginamit ata. At walang mahuhuli sa ult na yon. And this ult though, itong showstopper, not enough to punish Foxy. Nakakuha pa siya ng isa bago siya mawala. 3v3 scenario ngayon. They're inside the side pero yung spike nasa may taas, napulot pa rin naman. 11 seconds to plant. Kailangan nilang gawin yan ngayon. 3v3 scenario, may kina 3v2. Ito na ata ang pagbangon ng api.
Speaking of talagang pagbangon, kaya pa ba ni Stacks all by himself? One, count the second one. Pero medyo buti na lang bumalik siya. Count the second one, sinira mo na yung lockdown. Pero buti na lang sinabayan kagad ni Anthem. And finally, DFM manages to get out right now after those series of rounds na paulit-ulit. At tignan mo naman, Taylor, happy lang sila, di ba? Hindi naman sila mukhang stressed. So, okay lang naman na gatong performance daw nila so far. They're going up against DRX din naman. Medyo marami talagang kailangan kainin na bigas. But looking at it, medyo yun nga, the roots are there. It's just that pagdating sa DRX din kasi sobrang, they're just predicting yung mga happenings against DFM and they're able to get out of it.
Tignan natin for this next round. Finally, at least nahanap nila yung gusto nilang round na makuha dito, especially naging buy round nila ulit. Hindi mapipigilan ni Stacks with those shots from the Sheriff. Instead, pasok na sila sa loob ng site. So far, May has been doing a good job in clearing out corners here para sa ibang miyembro ng DFM. Di pa nila napaplant ang spike, pero ito na naman ang DRX. Gusto na agad nilang entryhan. Pero natuto na ang DFM sa pagkakamali na yan kanina. And this is yet another round for them.
Ang bilis. Sa wakas, nakapag-adjust na sila. After that, nakapag-talk din naman sila kahit papano. Napag-usapan nila yung mga pagkakamali nila. Looks like May right now is getting all those together. Mukhang promising yung DFM roster ngayon. Kasi dati, di ba, alam naman natin yung roster nila. Sila Soldam. Siyempre, number 1 name yan eh. Yan ang dahilan bakit na-nerf si Jet. Kasalanan ni Soldam, kakapost niya ng highlight pictures. Highlights ni Jet, ng Jet na kanyang Jet. Pero anyway, na-reveal lahat. Grabe.
Na-reveal lahat. Literal. The greatest recon of all time. The greatest haunt of all time yon. Naka-up yung wall towards trees. And kapag tinalo nila to, makikita nila si Stacks. But good on the trade is gonna be Anthem. At yun na nga si Boss. Galit na galit. Makakatakas pa din. Nef to secure the double kill for the team. May lockdown sila dito, Ray na pwedeng gamitin on the defense. Pero may Viper Spit din naman si Nef. Kahit pa paano, hindi pa nila napaplant yung spike, Ray, ha?
Ang tagal. Tapos si Neth na naman mag-isa parati na lang naiiwan mag-isa tong player na to. Pero ang tanong, kaya ba niya makuha yung clutch against flashback together with Mako? Si Mako pa naman isa pero nakaka-overthink to on his side. It's just checking every angle as of now. Medyo matagal-tagal to pero i-embrace niya pa rin yung pagpunta ng A site. Although Mako is trying to get this, just getting this little bit of that information. Mukhang predicted na saan magagaling si Neth dahil he doesn't have much of a choice given yung pressure din galing sa mismong time. And now it's back. We are now still DFM losing this round against DRX.
Kay tagal nilang nasa loob ng site. I mean, simulat sa pool, nakita at na-detect sila ng hunt towards A. Lahat ata sila doon kung di ako nagkakamali.
Lahat.
5 eh, no? Ayun o. Diba? Sabi niya, alam ko na eh, nakita ko na sila sa recon kanina. Tsaka ba di sila nagpa-plant? Dahil nga rin inaabangan nila, alam nila yung galawan ng DRX dito na pumapasok sa loob ng site once na makarinig na someone's planting the spike.
At saka kanina, no, yung DFM, pagka-recon sa kanila, takbo na sila eh. Wala na silang choice. Dalawa lang, kocommit na lang nila or hindi. Pero sayang talaga yun. Grabe yung DRX, nakakapitas sila ng dalawa bago sila mapuna, di ba? Or kahit siguro, isa sa kanila babagsak, yung trade, saktong-sakto pa rin. May mapipitas pa rin kahit anong mangyari. And this is just telling us how experienced this team is at saka ang malas ng DFM sa bracketing. Dito ka pa napunta against either PaperX or DRX. But then, sabi ko nga, marami pa namang potential. But then, knowing this is their map pick, medyo mahirapan sila. Pero looks like, makuha pa rin kagad si Flashback. Trades again, 3v3. Last hit na lang kagad tayo ngayon. Mako is playing around with them. Pero puti na lang si May is up there and kicking. At isa na lang kagad natitira. That's gonna be Buzz.
Napupunan ni May yung mga butas na naiiwan dito ng DRX against them. So far, yung mga entry na pinapakita dito ni May as well, ito yung nagiging successful takes nila towards the side. Si Buzz, mainit ngayon. Onto the corner is May. He spots him out. Anthem na lang ang naiiwan. At makikita niya dito. Si Buzz, alam niya, it's gonna be from Silong. Nade. Nagamit na rin, pero tamang ambahan mula sa dalawa. May isang satchel pang pwedeng gamitin, Ray. Pero madedetect siya ng Roomba. Ito na si Buzz na nagtap ng spike. Alam niyang off. Anthem playing against time here. The swing settles in at DFM secures the round.
7-4. Finally, DFM with those roots. Talagang itong duelist talaga nila, no? The more that we come to watch their game right now with the DRX, the more na nalaman natin sino ba talaga yung gumagawa sa kanila. Although lahat naman sila, we've seen the setup, pero talagang ang nagpanalo ng round na yun ay si Ate May. Grabe yung entries niya, ang lakas. Yung mga ano natin ngayon, no? Mga raise players natin pagdating sa dalawang teams na to, yung talagang gumagawa ng extra space for the team. Lalo na sa DFM, we gotta give credit to this guy. And at the same time then, si Neth na parating natitira mag-isa and he's just trying to save his team parate all throughout those rounds. Pero right now, isa na lang. Ilang minutes na tayo nagkakas? Parang 10 minutes pa lang at patapos na yung round 12.
Yun nga kahit na parang nila yung oras dito, it seems like hindi nga napupunta sa post-plant halos yung mga sinatin. Yung showstopper nung bomba para sa dalawa, bogahan lang magkaan. Si Buzz, nabato na rin yung kanyang showstopper. He has at least a judge here to play around towards a link. 5v5 pa rin ang laban. Silang trailblade, baka sakaling mahuli nito si Buzz. Gagamitin pero hindi na kailangan. Roomba kasabay ng Trailblazer, naboga na naman. Sakatligtas ka pa. Hindi na. Kami talagang binoga sa muka.
Talagang nabugsbog sa Happy New Year pero to si Neth. Pero nga lang sumabay yung recon, na-reveal pa rin. Pero kahit na-reveal flashback right now, it's just gonna be taken out. Foxy na ngayon, hinaharangan sila. Alam din niya na may magagaling kaagad right behind them. Pero yung commitment ng mga taga-DFM, it's gonna be here in B. Pero nga lang Stacks. Slowly working. Sayang, hindi nila pin down kaagad yung plant sa default. Buti nilang umilag kahit papano yung pag-plant ng DRX or rather ng DFM dito. 4-3. Si Mako, tignan natin saan niya gagamitin yung kanyang ultimate as of now. But Foxy naboga lang ng shorty. 2-3. Mako together with Stacks. Magkakating basic na yun. Kumakuha nga ba sa nilang killer? Hindi. Pero nga lang wala siyang nagawa. And right now, a huge win sa DFM. 2 na lang yung kanilang difference ngayon sa first half.
Not too bad coming in from DFM side. Especially itong Viper Spit play nila para sa post-plant scenario. worked out heavily as well against DRX. Ang maganda yung execution, yung pag-aantay as well towards that site. And makikita mo, no, unti-unting nag-a-adjust yung players dito ng DFM. Kung tutuusin nga, ine-expect ng tao siguro na one-sided to sobra. Pero tignan mo naman, first half, 7-5.
Ang laki. Sa map na maganda din yung performance pagdating sa DRX. This is really huge. Sabi nga natin na this is the time naman sana na makaangat ng DFM in the VCT Pacific scene, and this big development against DRX is something new. Pero at the same time na naman, alam ko nandito pa niya yung core roster ng DRX, but you gotta consider din talaga na may bago pa din sa nila, na marami pa rin naman silang kailangan ganap pa, diba? Nilagay nila si Flashback, nilagay na nila sa mismong main roster ngayon si Foxy9. So talagang nakakatuwa to see that DRX is also cooking something, and putting Foxy9 on this role is actually amazing. He's been well adjusted sa Viper role na yan. Sabi ko nga, yung tutok naman nandiyan na para kay Foxy9, no need to worry about him. But then, ngayon nilagay siya sa back-end agent. Think wala nang pag-overthink or pag-aalinlangan yung kailangan niyang isipin. Kasi medyo naging crucial sa kanyang mga decision-making niya. But pistol round it is, makuha nga ba ito ng DFM or it's gonna be DRX along the way?
Tignan natin as si Buzz, mainit ang kanyang kamay sa gatilyo as of the moment, especially dito sa race na to. Pero it's slowly pushing towards A main, taking control of a little bit of space. Is DRX, inaantay lang nila na tumaas yung wall na meron dito para at least makatawid yung ibang mga miyembro. Pero clearing out slowly but surely some of the corners, kailangan nilang gamitan ng Roomba. And alam nila may manggagaling sa stairs, pero na-smoke off na rin man yan. Buzz already nasa loob ng site. Medusa, wala siyang magagawa dito kung hindi mag-antay. Pero baka magkahulihan pagdating sa drop. Ang kaso, si Mako nakaabang. Pre-fire shots yun towards heaven kasi smoke off yan, Bessie.
Bessie, nakita mo yung nadi? Aray yun eh. Diba? Nakuha sa nung isang bala kagad ng frenzy na yon. Pero ang bilis ng pagpunta ng DRX kagad sa site. Parang naglakad lang sila na bumili ng ice cream. Pero nga lang, towards this, they finally caught up of chase 2-3 people from the side of TFM. Pero yung plant ngayon, makukuha ba nila to? Sabi, paping na lang, Bessie Wap. At mukhang Foxy9 gustong tapusin together with Flashback. And the pistol round goes into DRX's hands. Tingnan mo, sorry parang nag-walk in the park lang sila dun sa A-side at biglang nagulat na lang dun halos lahat ng ibang miyembro ng DFM na nandun na sila.
Tsaka yung smoke, kakasmoke sa Spike, I'm not quite sure kung intended ba talaga na yung smoke na yan kulang, hindi naharangan yung Spike as well. Ina-assume ko na isusmoke off mo yung sarili mo to at least have a little bit of an advantage dahil sa post-plan setup ng DRX. Pero hindi nag-work out sa kamay ng DFM. Instead, maiiwan sila ng walang mga baril at DRX. 3-4 sa kanilang naka-bulldog dito. Stacks lang ang hindi nag-upgrade. Ang ganda rin ng hold ni Stacks kanina towards back-end nung kanilang post-plan scenario dito, especially towards Rubble. Pero mukhang C ata ang magiging take nila dito.
Talagang mabilisan. Buzz gets the entries. Mukhang may mga explosive tayo ngayon na paint shells. Pero as this round goes in through the smoke, may mga napapabasok sa smoke. Hindi niya alam. Pero nandiyan para sumalo ang iba't ibang miyembro. Pero nga lang sa pistol, mukhang may balak matalo. Pero nga lang, may turret pa kagad si Flashback na pwede niyang gamitin just in case. Pero sa ilalim niya, nalilito siya kung sino uunahin niya. Pero the damage has been done to the members right now of TFM. It's up to the 3 members as well. Nagla-line up na lang kagad si Nef dito para mapigil yung plant. Pero they will be pushing again for this one. Pero ayan, kukunin na yung spike. Tatlo pa rin sila. Tinatry nila kung meron silang map to change off. Pero walang awa. Dahil Flashback kayo na walang kaawa-awa. Last 3 bullet is called up to Anthem. Pero kinuha ni Stacks yung kill. And still, DRX saves this round for themselves 9-5.
Grabe yung patience play dito ng DRX. Inantay talaga nila mag-dissipate lahat ng smoke. Alamin kung saan nagtatago yung mga natitirang players ng DFM dito. And then, mag-punch in towards site ulit tayo. Dito sa pag-aantay nila, lalo na positioning ni Flashback, huling-huli sa akto. Yung dalawang gustong mag-re-entry dun sa site para lumaban. And with that, TRX, lumalaki yung gap na meron sila against DFM. At ito to, paborito kong, paboritong oras natin, Ray. Tech pause.
Uy. Terror. Parang pangalawang araw ko na nagkakasta. At sa pangalawang araw ko, meron pa din. Walang kapalya-palya. Walang tech pause kanina, Terror. Sabi ko siguro sa next map.
Ako talaga.
Sa next match. Sa third match. Hindi, Terror. Okay lang. Ako ata. Tanggap ko na yung katotohanan.
Tanggap mo na yung
tinadhana.
curse.
Oh, tanggap ko na. Pero may mga araw talagang minsan malas talaga. Pero wala eh. Hindi naman natin may iwasan. Mali mo, gear issue. Mali mo, nalobat. Diba? Yung ano niya. Yung mouse.
Wireless ngayon. Sobra eh. Kaya lahat naka-wireless na. Nalobat yung mouse, papalitan lang daw. Di natin alam. Joke lang yun, guys. Baka maniwala yung viewers natin eh. Pero, syempre, gusto nila i-make sure lahat ng gears dito, mapamagod headset, lahat-lahat. Eh, syempre, okay. Kasi napapakatin yan sa parang Valorant. Ray, itong performance so EFM, di mo masasabi na ang dami nilang mistakes eh. So, lang far, it's just being played. Lalo mga retakes scenario.
Alam mo, ang ganda ng point mo dyan, Sir, kasi tama naman yung ginagawa nila. Like, the retakes are good, the entries kanina ng first half are okay. Pero nga lang, nalalamangan lang sila ng Derek. Dahil saan? Dahil sa experience, tagal na din itong mga itong magkaka-teammates. And abi nga din natin, natin sa map din na pinaktis sila ng napaka-ige, diba? So there's just a lot na we have for the side of DRX na nako-compare towards DFM. But then, if this is how DFM goes sa next nating mga matches, tingin ko ang daming teams na pwede nilang matalo. Sobrang magiging malaking surprise yung comeback ng DFM this year. Pero naman, sa mga nanonood dyan, sino ba yung mga ibang players din ng DFM? Well, halo-halo yan. May iba sa kanila Korean, may iba sa kanila Japanese. So, it's either of the two lang, guys. Mamili na lang kayo kung sino dyan yung Japanese sa Korean. Pero ngayon, habang nintay natin, makang back to the game. At kinabahan ako dun sa 3 minutes, Bessie. Akala ko talagang 3 minutes yun eh. Buti na lang hindi ko naramdaman gano.
Oo, wala. Parang wala naman. After ng napagdaanan natin parang wala naman. Okay naman lang lahat. lahat best may PTSD na sa nangyari kahapon. Konting tekpot lang, matutulog na daw sila. Guys, hindi na. Nagbago na ngayon. At least, di ba? Kapag ito, naging 8 hours na naman, iyak na lang talaga ako, guys. Kaya ako sa corner. Uy! Wala akong naging notice. Oh, gahibla yung gahibla na lang yung difference nung shot na yun. Tatama talaga ng isa. Pero DRX, ito na naman. Setup. Yan ang gusto nilang gawin.
Oh, set up. Pero how many times yung ganong tutok ng DRX sa mga pre-fire nila, ang daming natatanggalan ng armor. Alam ko kanina nung previous either si May or Medusa, kanina din si Net on towards that pistol dun sa last ng frenzy na yun sa May Heaven. Tinulungan ni Mako yun. Pero right now, slow approach towards B na iwan na naman nila. Nakaka-overthink kasi yung mga walls na to na pinapalabas ni Mako. And right now, what will they do this time? Sa full buy ngayon ng DFM, will they be able to retake this? Dahil post-plant ang mangyayari ngayon. Pero towards sa likod, hindi in-expect si flashback to. Pero nga lang mukhang bawas at pitas na sila. There's just the pre-fires working. Pero nga lang, dalawa na lang kagad ang natitira. But right now, tries to buy time at mukhang mababuy time niya dahil wala na atang oras para ma-defuse pa to dahil may pa-line up ngayon si Kuya mo Foxy.
Ako, rinig na rinig dito si Buzz. Sa pagre-reposition niya, isa na lang ang naiiwan, Rere, at si Foxy yun. Wala silang magagawa at walang magiging sagot para dito sa side ng DFM. This diffuse coming in, making it a 9-6. At yung reposition ni Buzz dito, wala nang wala nang care, kumbaga, wala nang pag-aaruga pagdating dun sa reposition niya. Rinig na rinig mula sa side ng DFM at simpleng swing or hindi nga swing pero simpleng gapang mula sa DFM, masaspatan ka talaga. Yun nga ang kanilang retake na hinahanap dito. It's been hard work for them and DFM. Kumbaga, hindi na to yung mga one-sided match na nakikita natin simula nung napanood natin sila dito sa Pacific.
Proud ako sa DFM actually. Talagang nakakatuwa yung potential ng team na to kung sakasakalit. Sa mga nagtatanong pala, may mga nagtatanong, ano ba mangyayari sa mananalo dito? Well, pag nanalo ka dito, diretso ka na ng Masters Madrid. So, yun lang. Share ko lang kung paano, anong magiging reward sa champion ng ating kick-off. But then, right now on the other side naman, DRX is just expensive pa rin yung round na yun kung kahit pa paano sa kanila, pero they are just forcing buying some of their utilities and still buying their guns. Pero nga lang as for Mako, set up lang onte. Kailangan nila ipag-overtake ang mga miyembro ngayon ng DFM kung saan sila magko-commitment. They finally getting the commitment here is a D-side dito. At mukhang may mag-pick agad sa isang. Get out, pero nahuli Buzz. At walang kaawa-awa. D-side is now open to the hands of DRX.
Kumbaga, yung dalawang sa sinetap dito para sana sa kanya, para makatakas siya. Pero instead, hahabulin pa rin bala pag yung mga bato ng DRX. It's still a 5v4 scenario. Para sa kanila, kailangan lang nila hawakan ng post land at para sa M, marirismoke sila towards CT, towards A-Link. Maganda yung float. Isa lang ang mahuhuli nila.
Ako, yun nga. Nakita ko yung mundo nagsuslow down. Grabe. Ganito pala kapag mundo ko ay magiging ikaw. Para talagang tumitigil lahat basta ikaw ang kasama ko.
Hala ko sa akin lang. 4v2. Tama ka na. Ito ang natin ngayon, DRX. Positions lang naman din. Sinusubukan nila kung may exit frags pa. Pero fast na natitirang miyembro dito ng DFM.
Sinave na nila no? Wala nang choice. Sobrang overtaken tong round na to. Pero grabe yung open ni Buzz doon. Pero sayang na yung kagat. He was about to survive that. Pero wala. No mistake. So for DRX, may mga nakita. Actually, alam mo, compared dati, parang mas confident yung DRX ngayon. Yes, malakas sila dati with their roster. Pero ngayon, parang iba yung movements nila. Mas sure sila ngayon.
Totoo.
And maybe they're going up against DFM. But then hindi. Parang marami silang sinolidify. Hindi na to dati yung kay Mako showdown na. Ngayon, lahat sila talaga ginagapang as a team.
Parang calculated yung gala ng DRX sa taon na game na meron para sa kanila. Same goes to DFM though. Hindi malabo na posibleng comeback dito, especially this is by DFM. Sa kanan ay nag-aantay. Marami towards that smoke. Isa pa lang, si Foxy. Pero once na bumaba tong wall na to, mati-trade off ba siya? Ayan, walang trade na manggagaling mula sa DRX and instead, Foxy na ay gawa ng barel. Instant rotation mula sa mga players ng DRX. Na lang ang gusto nila. Pero breaking down yung ilan sa mga trial joy which is mukhang magkaka-idea nga sila.
Nakapag ROI. Pero nga lang, oh my goodness, ball together with flashback. Pero nga lang, flashback na lang kagad ang natitira kagad onto the side of DRX. Sa isang iglap, akala natin may surprise na ang DFM pero lumalaban pa rin si flashback. Goes for that safe plant. Ito yung mga teams ngayon, hindi na sila nagpa-plant towards mound. Dito na lang talaga sila. Mas safer siguro yung approach kesa sa mound. Medyo talagang triggering kasi yon. But then, looking at the alarm bot, alam na kagad yung flashback na meron siyang tatapatan. Hindi siya natama ng paranoia. But there might be someone. He might be taken out. Pero walang low on HP. Buti na lang humarang-harang. Sumayaw-sayaw si Net. And finally, DFM wins this round against DRX. Importante ito sa kanila. And yun na nga, yung mga retakes nila has been good talaga.
Tsaka kung di ako nagkakamali, hindi full buy yung DFM during that scenario. Yung iba sa kanila, ito lang, nakaklat lang si Ces dito eh. Opening that door, flip yung mga players entry from DRX's side towards C. Yung skirmish na yun, na ipanalo pa nila, nagkaroon sila ng baril, yung iba sa mga miyembro, and then a 2v1 scenario. Kala ko nga, posibleng maklatch pa ng DRX dahil medyo natagalan yung trade. But in the end, DFM secures a round for them. Ito ang magiging scenario natin ngayon. May operator setup na sila. Si May naka-afford na kahit papano. Pero that's towards where? That's towards B.
Habang naghihintay si May kagad ng isa pang pick-off, mukha namang walang magagawa ang DRX. Pero ito pa nakakapagtaka. Usually, di ba makakita ka ng breach comp dito, di ba? Lalo na kung may risk ka. Ngayon itong dalawang to, hindi na tripping sino to? Sino kakasabi ko na? Ano ba yan?
Ay!
Si Breach,
Nako!
pero nga lang, DRX, nalito sila. Parang ako lang na nalito. Kay Brimstone, between kay Breach, dun sa dalawa nilang members, pero puti nilang stocks na ibawi yon. On low, on HP siya. Pero syempre, wala silang Breach, guys. Kasi meron naman silang double controller. Workable naman na yun in a way. Pero ngayon, may mga hunt, may mga seize, lahat na. Pero yung lockdown, nilagay nila kagad. Stocks, nilabas nila ng kanyang Nightfall, leaving only for Mako to get this. Pero may yung time, mamamanage niya nga ba to?
Oh, nahuli pa!
Nahuli pa!
The timing! Na-timingan si Mako dito. Mali ng bilang doon sa ult from the Killjoy. Sayang! Nakakatawa para kila Buzz dito. Napa-facepalm na lang si Mako. Dahil ka-facepalm nga naman talaga yung nangyari doon. Alam niyo na eh, kailangan niyo na po, it happens. Doon mo makikita na hindi immortal ang isang DRX.
Natawa ako,
nice.
Yung akala niya, tapos na, nahablos ata siya nung last few second ng lockdown. Kaya yung kamay
Napaaga.
Tawa-tawa
yung pinky finger niya na nadali, ika nga. Ibabawi na lang daw siya ni Buzz with that initial pick-off. Ito na yung entry, showstopper. Walang mahanap, walang nag-aantay sa C. Open na open yan para sa kanila. So at least, walang mamamatay sa showstopper na to.
At least wala, pero at ngayon, alam na kagad saan manggagaling. Sinisira lang kayo ng mga bawat repolyo. Pero nga lang ito, yung pagdating i-flashback, may sagot siya. He gets the second ngayon. Sino pang next na mag-audition sa kanyang harapan? And this round is a make or break. This is a chance para makabawi ang DFM. Yet si Buzz, sabi mo nga pinaglaban niya yung nangyari on the previous round. And this is a reset from DRX. Ano ba nangyayari sa kanila? They tend to crumble kapag important rounds na. And yet ngayon, the fortitude na meron sila on how they actually approach itong game na to, buong-buo pa. At kaya nagagawin ngayon ni Ces, talagang
Save
babak
malala.
na lang siya. Sim.
Wala nang magagawa dito si Ces kung hindi mag-antay na mag-detonate yung spite. At grabe. Kumbaga, kinambak na lang nila eh. Binawi na lang nila dun sa susunod na round yung nangyari dun. At eto, si Mako, hindi pa rin siya naka-get over. Hindi pa rin siya naka-move on. Nakahanap naman siya ng kill dun sa operator. And with that, they also have an operator now, by the way. I think this must be a timeout for DFM para sa mga susunod na rounds na posible nating makita mula sa kanila. And so far, mapapansin mo rin, no, dito sa VCT Pacific, kung ano yung mga teams na parang sasabihin mong laging natatalo dati. Hindi na ganun. Mabilis makaka-catch up yung mga players natin dito sa Valorant, dito mismo sa Pacific.
At quick to adapt din sila, di ba? And sabi nga natin, nasakit yung nangyari sa DFM kasi buong roster last time, talagang buong roster ay lumipas. So, kailangan nilang palitan talaga with those better players that can actually prove who they are. But then, hindi lang DFM yung gusto ko i-recognize dito, kundi TRX, the way that they handle themselves in these situations. Kasi sila yung team na talagang, I don't wanna say this, but they usually choke talaga, di ba? Sa mga 12-12, sa mga 11-11, doon talaga sila nagka-crumble. Pero ngayon, na humahabol sa kanilang DFM, nire-respeto din nila yung team na to at kailangan nilang maging all out. So I'm happy na ganito sila mag-look forward. At ito pa, walang nalileft behind pagdating sa frags ng DRX.
Bilis naggalawan pagdating sa Rumble. Tignan natin, may iba. Yan ang tanong. Spit naman si Neth dito kung sakaling he chooses or he opts for that ult. And mapapansin mo, hyper-rotation mula sa dalawang players ng DFM ang nakikita natin sa A-site. Maratap mula sa Killjoy ang nag-aabang sa kanila. Medusa ang magiging first contact dito with the turret pinging. Alam niya na may tao towards Rumble, which is alam din naman talaga nila dahil nagbukas yung doors. Pero hindi pa sila aware kung iilan nga ba. Dahil kung mapapansin mo, Ray, 4 sa kanila na sa A, pero parang fini-fake lang ng DRX, lalo na may Viper Spit pa.
Parang no? Hinaayaan nilang mag-waste ng utilities tong DFM towards them. At ngayon, mag-overthink sila dahil nga lang, on the other side, si C he's gonna go with that, pero mukha lang just checking for those information ngayon ang DFM. And as DRX prepares to go to C-site, may lockdown sila na ready. Meron din sila kagad galing mula kay Mako. So here it goes. The recon sa sakto to kagad. May kasama pa Patience. Medyo may hirapan dito. Mapapabail out pa talaga out to the side. He sees. At ngayon, yan na kagad. May kasama pang lockdown to most probably to just buy enough time. But the boost ni Mako right now will be able to take out one. Na iba-ibang trade-offs na nga tayo nangyayari. And down right now. Si Neth together with May. At isa na lang kagad ang natitira sa isang iglap.
Tagal yung rotation dito ni Neth kasi nasa loob pa siya ng Viper Spit dun sa A-site at ayaw niyang bitawan yun. Pero once na plant na ng DRX yung spike nila, yun na yung cue niya para mag-rotate. Kaso, ubus na rin pati yung mga teammates niya. It's now up to him in a 2v1 scenario. Winnable pa ata if makuha niya yung pick-off towards flashback. Pero hindi mangyayari yan. At DRX, match point na sila.
Si Flashback kinikilig. Match point na maganda performance no? Pero parang si Stax hindi na naman siya masaya, bes. Kailan ba sumaya si Stax? Diba? Parati siyang stressed. Pero ngayon for DRX, good setup lang talaga. Everything is just really well talaga inaway na plansyado pa rin naman those games na natatalo sila. I think they're just handling it very well, managing it, and right now, down to the match point na nga. What will DFM do? Medyo masakit talaga pagdating sa buy. Si Medusa lang yung kaya ngayon makapag-approach with that Vandal, but the rest of the team opted for those utilities. But then ito, mahirap na ito. May lamang sa yung DRX. Di pa rin ginamit yung lockdown dun, ha?
Yun nga eh. So have that lockdown if ever they wanna take a side here. Yung ating Prowler, alam ni Judge playing the thing dito sa doors. Prowler, gamit na! Naiwan yung spike sa loob! This is a cue para yung ibang membro mag-rotate na nga ang takas dito si Netawan ng DRX. They take over a site. May lockdown sila pang delay. Kailangang irespeto ng DFM to and they have to wait longer for this. Trailblazer though, at least alam nila sino yung nasa trees.
May idea na kagad pero setting up na nga din kagad for the post plant ngayong itong mga taga DRX. But while that is happening, trap sila guys. Parang ang hirap ng posisyon ngayon ng DFM, bantay sarado. But then remember, time is ticking. Mapipigilan pa sila na Molly. Although may kasama pa kagad. Sana ngayon ang mga dito. Nano Swarms mukhang walang choice. Time is ticking. Hinarangan ni Fortnite. He gets the board. Isa na lang para sa ace na yan. Although walang ace. Still, it's a win for DRX on the very first map here in Low Beats against DFM with a 13-8 scoreline.
In-name labsan ng natitirang mga miyembro dito ng DRX. At ito, dahil dyan nakalimutan na natin yung TP, yung lockdown na nahuli si Mako. kalimutan nyo na yung nangyari na yun dahil DRX secures this first map that we are looking at this very series. Etong map na to ay pinili din ng DFM kung hindi ako nagkakamali. So, already a really good start which is quite expected sa DRX. Malaki ang expectation natin with regards to this team. At especially with DRX. So makikita naman natin improvements though towards doon sa ating new roster ng DFM. Hindi na basta-basta and parang kumbaga mabilis ma-pick off yung tingin natin sa kanila. They could definitely fight against DRX here. So I'm excited to see the second map.
I'm just so amazed din kay DFM. Alam mo, bigyan na natin yung credits dito sa DRX. Parang given na yan. We're going sa DFM right now, sabi nga natin, we wanna learn more about them. And we're actually learning right now how they play, how they know, how they understand a lot of things. Pero syempre, tapan muna natin to sa ating panel with Azurai, together with the Chubby Ninja and Achilles. So, kayo muna guys.
Really nice moments coming through from Neth, from May. I mean, pretty much everybody on the team here fighting tooth and nail to try to get themselves into a winning position. And but DRX, they do manage to come out on top. Some really solid performances from Stax in particular, as we'll see his scoreline in a little bit. And kind of back to being that fragging IGL, which was something that was severely lacking for DRX in the last couple of years. Well, not last couple of years, but last couple of tournaments, let's say.
Yeah, definitely the last couple tournaments. And we were talking about this. DRX, I mean, we haven't seen massive changes in their playstyle, but is that what we needed anyway, Asterai?
Not at all. Again, they wanted to have that consistency over any massive changes, to be honest. That's why I was telling how they wanted to at least have the stronger guns with Foxy9 as well as Flashback. And boy, did you actually see both of those players just have some insane shooting highlights throughout this entire first map. So I think it's going in the direction that DRX wants, but as the casters were mentioning, they haven't shown all of what they've got.
Perhaps. I mean, you know, the big issue here is this DRX just kind of getting everybody to that point, to where they were when they had Zest and RB in this roster, and then building on top of that, because obviously the concern is, do you hit the same ceiling? Do you continue to just be in this position where you look good, you look the same, but you don't necessarily look better? So that's the thing to look forward to in the future. But as we get ready to go into Breeze, a map that we haven't seen too much of, pretty much from anybody, but from DRX in particular in VCT, we haven't seen it since they played against Optic back in Istanbul in their lower final. I'm curious if they have anything new, or if this is going to be similar to our, Talon v Secret Ascent, where it's like, okay, well, we're just kind of back to stock standard stuff. So I want to see some new things from them. But for DFM, I think this was a solid effort. They managed to kind of tie the record as far as rounds won against DRX, because they did get 8 on a fracture versus them during the regular season last year in Pacific. But overall, I do think that things do look a bit more concise for them.
And we got the 2 races MVPing here, and Terming had his eye on May, and rightfully so. He showed up as the race.
Yeah, and that's just, again, because of how strong May does perform. We saw how he was able to create those double satchel plays here, but there were some points where, again, they were very much separated by DRX, and DFM just couldn't really play off of May's capabilities, and it left a lot of the players, sometimes the leftover players, kind of just struggling to find those rotations, and that's where I really think DFM needs to focus on. We see Esu, Neth, there was this one round where they didn't just plant the spike because they didn't really know where their opponents were, and you saw how lost DFM was. So if they can find that, the answer to that problem, it'll definitely look a lot more better here for DFM.
Yeah.
We did see moments of glory from Anthem as well. Continues to be really effective on the Sky.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, the Sky in general, he's got really good game sense about when he should use his utility. But aside from that, just his fragging power continues to be quite good. Yeah, I mean, he's playing this, support role, trying to really enable May. And you can see, based on May's stats, that he's doing a good job of it. 12-17, not going to be the most impressive thing, not jaw-dropping or anything. But we also did have that nice highlight where he had the Sheriff in hand, manages to come up with several quick kills. So Anthem still very much has it. But I think the thing for a lot of people to consider in this is that DFM still are going to be a team that is very much kind of growing from the ground up. Yes, there is a lot of experience between 4 of these players, but Anthem now needs to fit into that mix and kind of find his position, find like what is going to be maximum comfort for him and how he interacts in this squad that has played together for so very long. So while they work towards that. You know, we're going to see some growing pains from DFM, but overall, I feel way more positive about the team just after this initial showing, even though they still come away with a loss.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, guys, remember, DFM, this is a really brand new roster. Besides that, a lot of them, this is the first time on the Pacific stage. So this is a pretty amazing showing. Like you said, despite DRX winning 2 pistol rounds, it is a lot closer than you think. On DRX's side, it looks like they're working on it too. And like you said, are they going to hit the ceiling? It looks like they still need to tighten a couple of screws and get it, you know, get it a lot tighter.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, for May to be able to really stick alongside Buzz in a loss where you're only able to pick up 8 rounds for your squad, it's pretty damn impressive. And I mean, we knew that this guy could deliver. He has been one of the best over there in Japan for a while. And he's continuing to just already be in the spotlight.
I just want to see how he's going to fare out in a more open map that is going to be Breeze, because I feel like even though we were talking about how DRX, you know, hasn't really changed their play style, the pace at which they can actually go for plays, I feel like is so much faster in that particular first game. You saw how there was that one round where Mako made the big mistake. The round after that, they just charged in onto the C site, and they were able to get so many frags very quickly that it showed that DFM was not prepared for that. So again, these change of paces that DRX has in their arsenal of what plays they can make definitely put DFM on their toes. And again, a lot of challenges for this big star that is May.
That was very uncharacteristic of Mako, though, I have to say.
You saw his face.
I think it's the second time that that's happened to him. I think William was talking about it as well in the broadcast. I believe that has happened one other time. But yeah, you know, it's one of those things, heat of the moment. You're the guy that everybody looks to be the clutch god on the team. And sometimes you make a little bit of an oopsie. I mean, at the end of the day,
he was laughing about it.
You give up a round. Yeah, he had his head in his hands, but there was a smile on his face. So ultimately, I don't think that the gentle giant of Mako is going to be too bothered. But I mean, what Astrai was talking about as far as those tempo shifts, I feel like a lot of times you see it when there is that kind of mistake, and Buzz just gets angry. And angry Buzz is so terrifying, because that's when he does go blast packing into C-Site, and he just comes away with 3 quick kills in the blink of an eye. So it's always something to be a bit concerned about. But, you know, DFM, if they continue to just improve and build off of what we have right here, I think that they could be in a very good spot.
I mean, I also have a question. Do you think these guys would give a Vandal to their sweetheart or the 40-kill Reyna in a ranked game?
I think that these guys definitely care more about getting points and ranking up and climbing the ladder, so I think they would definitely do the Reyna.
I think they would give it to their sweetheart because they're already here on the Pacific stage in rank. I mean,
I don't know.
It matters. It doesn't really matter.
I will side with Achilles on this one. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You always have to give it to...
Maybe Kyungmin can ask them about it later. We asked the audience. Maybe we can ask DRX or DFM, depending how this goes. Now, the first map, Lotus, was DFM's pick. You could tell they had some things prepared. The caster mentioned this as well, but it seemed like they weren't able to showcase a lot of what could have been.
Yeah, I think that, again, as the growing pains continue, we're going to see things more fleshed out. We're going to see more set plays. We're going to see just cleaner communication plays overall from the side of DFM. Because even though the majority of them have played together in the past on Crazy Raccoon, so there is that pre-existing synergy, we don't fully know how much time they've had to try and reestablish that. Because, again, we haven't seen them in quite some time. They weren't able to make it over towards Ascension. And given all of the different changes and all of these different players that we saw that were getting signed to DFM, and, you know, even playing in some off-season stuff, we don't know how long this 5-man has been playing together, because they could have been playing with JoJo, they could have been playing with Suggest, etc. So I think it's going to take a little while to really iterate on this for them to, you know, really get on the horse and be able to ride it.
Yeah, I will just say here for DFM, it feels like in the rounds that they were very successful at, they were able to really read the rotations of DRX. So even through all of those gripes, right, that they have to adjust, all of this and that, coming into a new team, they still have that solid ability to be able to, again, just read out their opponents, which, again, can work out in a pinch, especially when we're coming into this second map.
Yeah, that's right. Going into Breeze. Now, I feel like one map really isn't enough to determine how DFM is going to be playing this. How are they going to be responding to DRX, who surely has prepped something cool for this map?
I mean, we hope, but knowing DRX, it could just be, oh, hey, yeah, we're just going to run what we have run before. Because, I mean, we've seen them play at Red Bull home ground. They played Breeze versus Fnatic with this 5-man core. Didn't have RB and Zest at that tournament. It was Foxy9. It was Flashback. And it wasn't anything too special or particular, because again, they haven't played this in a VCT official tournament since Istanbul in 2022, and that's when Chamber was the meta. That's when they were going up against El Diablo, and he was at full power and everything like that. So I think that we could just expect to see maybe more of stacks on Sova, which has been pretty rough to say the least. So, but it could be more of that with the KO, Harbor, etc. that they were running on that map. We'll have to just see if they do have something new.
Now let's take a look back at the first map of this series on Lotus. Buzz doing Buzz things.
Yeah, and I mean, if any of these pistols had gone the way of DFM, this could have been a very different game, either a much closer one, or it could have been them potentially taking the win away. So something to certainly work on for the future, just trying to nail those down, but it was just very clean starts to the halves here from the side of DRX. But I mean, it's highlights abounds from either side. There's so many just multi-frag moments for all of these players.
Yeah, lots of shock and awe from DRX here, and I think it just goes back to what we were talking about. There's a lot of readjustment here for a team like this that hasn't really had that international experience yet, and DRX has that in spades already. So them being able to do this is still somewhat remarkable, but again, at the end of the day, they would want that dub if they can. Coming into Breeze, though, it feels like there is going to be a bit of a tall task against that, especially if, I mean, you were talking about how Stax likes to go for the Sova. I think he might even bring the Fade into Breeze, because he was pretty good on that on Lotus, and it's not the worst on Breeze if you have double controller. You know,
I think it depends on how much work
it,
he's
yeah.
put in towards that Sova, because you pretty much would always rather have that as your initiator coming through, just for the info gather, and that tied in alongside the KO gives you a hell of a lot of it, because you can use that 0 point to identify just, okay, how many people are pushing up elbow right now, how many people are going to be in A main, etc. So having that in the recon darts, especially to just disrupt timing, to disrupt people who are holding hard angles on Breeze, it's really, really important. But if Stax hasn't gotten that Sova up to a point where it feels like it will work, then maybe that's when they decide to opt away from it, not quite go down that path. But
I don't know that.
I think all the Korean casters in the green room had a similar look on their face when DFM was starting to run back there. But maybe they do have something different, because we've been seeing a lot of Neon so far in both of our Breezes. There has been at least that one Neon that's been in play. Still haven't really seen that Chamber coming into the fold, but Yoru, of course, also ever so present. And I'm wondering, do they take a punt here? Do they try to go for something like that to just really shake things up? Or is it just going to be DRX doing what DRX typically does and playing exactly what you expect them to do?
Now, what I really like about this audience, definitely DRX is
They're playing
playing
Yoru!
Double duelist too!
Okay, we've got Foxy9 back on Jet, Buzz on Yoru, and it's not quite mirrored, but it's a little bit similar on the opposite side. The Cypher Viper's there. And we have May now bringing out this Yoru as well. Oh, I'm very happy.
I like this. If you can't have another initiator with a flash, you must go for the Yoru. And again, you have that combination. Also, biggest counter to Cypher right now has got to be the Sova. So I do see it as a staple.
And here's the biggest concern. I'll just throw this out there real quick. We have Mako on Viper.
Hello, what's up guys? It's DRX na nga versus DFM. Nag-alangan ako yung boses ko. Hindi ko na alam kung anong iunahin ko. Pero to, nagkopyahan sila guys. So it's up to them sino ang mas may better execution. But I'm happy to see Yoru being picked most of the time already. Dito lamang sa Breeze. Kasi dati guys, 0% pick rate yan.
You have to have the perfect timing. Lalo na dun sa mga, TP niya, pero mukhang napala si Buzz towards halls. Masyadong naging ball. Buti na lang, nasalo ni Fox yung trade-off. In-off na yan instead. Pero sobrang na ng buhay niya dito. 10 HP. Parang gusto ko rin pabalik itong mid. At baka sa huli nila si Ses dito. Dalawa na double trouble towards mid, pero double trouble din. Kita natin sa host still alive and kicking, pero stuck ka dyan, sir. Start na lang, mamamatay ka na. Alam niya yon, kaya naman lumabas na siya.
Napa-ouch na lang siya. Right now, Stacks together with Flashback na lang natitira. They're gonna go for the TB for the side of May. Pero nga lang, Flashback spots him. It's all up to net. Pero grabe, Flashback. So good, yo. this man, may kamukha din siyang isang Korean player, nakalimutan ko kung sino, pero siya din ata yun. At ngayon, Stax goes for the defuse. Ang high risk doon si Stax pa naman, di niya binate si Stax no? Instead, sige ako na lang haharap, sabay tayo. Ikaw dun sa kaliwang side, kanina lamang ni Neth. And right now, it's still around for DRX despite na may mga early pickoffs. Despite na ito si Foxy na nagkamali with Buzz, di ba? Nasusurvive din nila to, Terror.
Buti na lang na dink din yung Yoru and again, the help of Shback getting that double kick. Na-retake nila ulit yung side pa kanila. All round goes to side towards DRX. Dito magsisimula ang lahat. Ito yung mapa na sila rin. So, obviously, they're more than comfortable. Paano laruin to? Flash to help. Fine. Alam niya may pick din si Anthem na nandyan siya. But instead, down. Usong-uso na ang out and round ngayon. Marshall, wala na.
Bang yan ay mga nawawala ngayon. Error mukhang sa side naman ng DFM. Tinatry lang nila kumuha-kuha ng ibang pick-offs dito. Pero habang yan ay nangyayari, gusto ko lang din tanongin sa mga nanonood. Ano sa tingin nyo? Worth it ba tong merong kagad the double doors? Or talagang sana tinanggal na lang nila kagad? Kasi kaya nag-change yung mga teams ng comp. Dahil dito sa nung binuksan muli Pero syempre, Mako, no mercy once again against Seas. And right now, tries to pick off dito sa mid. Pero habang nag-set up, nagkakatimingan sila. Hindi ko alam kung ano mangyari. Mamamatay ba si Neth o si Mako ang maisan? Mako, tumingin ka sa kanan mo! Mako! At yun na nga, nakita pa rin niya si Neth right now. And we only have two left. That's gonna be Medusa together with May. And Flashback takes him out. May na lang mag-isa. Saan ka pupunta?
May sheriff naman siya dito, Ray. Baka sakaling makapitas ng isa. Nakasetup na yung TP niya. Pero Mako, hindi nahahayaang makaligtas pa ang huling miyembro dito ng DFM. Cleaning up things to a 2-0. So far, itong DRX, slowly but surely, kumbaga yung mga rounds natin kanina na nakikita, it's still so ever clean na mga shots na tinitake nila dito. Lalo na with the help of the Outlaw, nakikita mo naman yung suporta coming in from a flash na nagmumula sa Yoru para makuha nila yung early advantage dun sa aggressive na angle na hinahawakan nila. Dito na magsisimula ang lahat though dahil itong buy round na ng DFM ngayon. Tamang farm lang ng orb para sa kanila. Mako onto the left. Very close encounter para sa mga team. Natago siya nung smoke na to. Hindi ko alam kung nakita siya nung drone.
Hindi pinalipad kagad nila sa ere. Mala JK pala to, guys. Pero ngayon, habang iniiwan-iwan, mukhang nabait pa rin ni Medusa. On the other side, si Foxy na may hahabol pa kagad daw. Dati mukhang harap kanya, pero medyo flash yung nangyari yung cove. Lumabas siya kagad, ang dami pangyayari. Pero ang importante, ipapasok ang DFM papuntang site mismo. Pero sa next na to si Medusa, guys, saan na siya aabot? Aabot nga ba siya sa isa? Saan nakatingin si Flashback?
Nakatayo lang siya doon. Nagpanggap siyang statwa, Bessie. Buzz, nasa city. Nako, dito nagkagulo ang lahat para sa side ng DRX. Nasalisihan sila ng mga players ng DFM, natakasan. At unti-unti, ginagapang ng DFM dito para mabawi nila yung round advantage. 4v2 scenario, hindi pa napaplant yung spike pero rinig na ni Stax na nasa B sila at si Anthem makakahanap ng pick-off, aantayin yung plant ng spike pero hindi na mapupulot yung barrel. Assess secures this round for DFM. Makukuha pa rin yung pera sa plant.
Ito yung mahirap sa Breeze, no? Kapag nasa defending ka, ang dami mong titignan. Sabi ko nga, hindi to pang 5v5 pang 6v6 dapat to. Una, ma-watch mo yung nasa mid, pero hindi lang yung mid, paproblemahin mo din yung holes, paproblemahin mo din yung mid doors, paproblemahin mo din yung A-main, di ba? Ang daming kailangan kunin ng DRX, and if they'll not be able to cover up with those holes in this map, ang mangyayari dito ay pwede silang maisa ng DFM at yun yung perfect example kanina. Lahat sila natumba. Si Flashback walang kalaban-laban, di ba? Pumush lang kagad tapos nalugi pa siya. Pero ito na, pagsuot ng face mask ni May ngayon, makakapunterya pa siya ng information with this dimensional drift pero nag-iingat lang naman ng extra yung mga members right now ng DRX. And as he gets it, kuha niya ba ito? Wallbang siya pero Buzz was able to take him down. Pero all of the members of DRX are going one by one. Pero ito pa, incredible performance from this DFM.
DFM squad, nahanap nila yung kanilang space para makapag-plant ng spike. And syempre, with the help dun sa ultimate ng Yoru, alam nila yung info kung saan nagtatago yung dalawang miyembro dito ng DRX. Na, syempre, inaantay sila maka-entry. Anthem. Wala ata madedetect pagdating sa recon na yan. And the last two players ng DRX, they would rather opt for a save para sa round na to. Lalo na nag-invest heavily sa isang operator dito si Foxy9. So they would want that guns to come to the next round. Pero mukhang hunting begins sa mga players ng DFM. Sabay-sabay nilang iniikot yung mapa.
Asa na kayo, boys? Sabi siguro ng DFM. Pero ito to actually dominate the next two rounds against DRX is actually something. Sabi ko nga pero this is way better than the old roster. A big risk sa kanila to actually get Crazy Raccoons. Bakit? Kasi wala naman silang VCT Pacific experience. Paano nga ba sila makaka-sali sa iba't ibang teams dito na may mas lamang sa kanila? But then, there's always this thing called surprise factor. And ngayon, we are actually quite surprised sa performance ng DFM sa second map kung saan pinili to ng DRX. Sabi ko nga, it's been a while since they last played this, but looking at this, bukang malaki yung chance ng DFM na posible, makuha nila tong map na to and we're gonna be going sa bind.
Orb control, ano naman yan para kay May? Napakalaking bat ult dito ni Yoru, pati na rin yung mga timing ng TP nila. May flash to the backside, pero wala rin dyan. May madedetect ng recon. And tamo po, hawak hold ng DRX is more on the outer parts. Itong mga players ngayon ng DRX.
Magiging worth it ba yung mga sheriffs nila? Magiging worth it ba tong lalagay ni Foxy9? May kita ba niya ang liwanag pero mukhang wala pa? Sa iba-iba sila nakatingin pero tinatry niya pa rin kunin actually. Pero very smart. Example pang Rico rin yan. Makukonkas ang halos lahat ng member nila. Tatay nakakagaling Foxy9 ngayon. Go for the defense para may mabait siya mga tao ngayon. Pero nga lang, mugang nag-work yung mga top na yan! And we only have last one left. And finally, Stock sticks him. And this retake, anong ginawa nila? Nagtutukan lang, walang kahalong kung ano-ano.
Alam nila yung strength nila Sa half by, basically, meron sila dito. Dahil nga, meron kahit pa firepower na kayang dalhin. It's more of that scenario that they wanted to play out. Una, kahit may reckoning silang ginamit, kung mafo-force ka naman sa positioning A main at matin yung pag-aim training dito ng DRX towards A main, mauubos ka. Wala na rin silang ibang utility dahil pag na nila yun during the time that they were entry, engaged lalo yung DX panibagong round forward position para kay Foxy9 pero hindi gagana this time around.
Wala na. So, ano ka ngayon, Foxy9? Sit down ka muna. Pero, habang sit down, ito, malaki na ito. Nakuha na nun kagad yung whole control mula sa side right now ng DFM. And it's all up to Smako to actually try and save something. Pero while he's hearing out the footsteps, magkocross na nga sila papuntang mid. Pero to, mas spot na kagad. Nag-hide muna siya sa cove. Alam niya nag-TP. Very smart plays din mula sa DFM just to save themselves. May mga na-flash kagad. Kaliwat kanan ng mga nangyayari. Pero nga lang di natin matakita yun. Ang ipot natin, tinubi 5 na yun ang mga miyembro ng DRX. Ang mga taga-DFM, as we only have one left, that's gonna be May. 45 HP and a dream. Nasaktan pa! Ay, nasaktuhan ni Buzz. 42.
Grabe, parang ginamitan ng trigonometry, statistics, lahat nila doon. At kung sinubukang guluhin ng DFM itong pagdating sa mga TP play nila, gate crash na dito, and sa outplay at the end, yung handle, yung hawa flashback, pagdating, nandun pa rin yung control, lalo na if you have your team na tinifake pa mga players ng FM as well. Well-executed round. Mapapa-timeout ka na lang talaga at ano.
Kasi kanina pa imagine na, dalawa lang ang nasunbat sa nananalo. Number 1 si Flashback, number 2 syempre si Buzz. Pero syempre may tulong na ibang members as well. Pero maganda na yung opening, di ba? Wala na si Foxy9. They could have just taken holes instead, but it didn't happen on the other side. Pero ngayon, sa ating yung timeout, kailangan i-discuss ng DFM. May panotes pa si coach, di ba? Para lang talaga ma-discuss kung ano ba yung kailangan nila ikalibit ng mas mais. Kasi kanina may mga holds talaga tong DFM na kaya nilang kunin, but after the thrifty, it seems like everything crashed down into just favoring DRX. So talaga nakita nyo, there's just this gap between itong experienced team versus a new team going into Pacific. But then, sabi ko nga, marami pa silang matches na pwedeng makunan ng talagang learning. So, ano pa kaya yung next step for DFM? Pero walang tigil si Foxy9, no? Try and never surrender.
Marami namang pera si Idea. Walang tsaka Holt mukhang nag-regret na siya push forward sa positioning. And ito na lang yung kanyang hahawa together and alongside with Buzz here. On the other hand, akala ko dalawa, bro. Kulang dun yung fake. Kahit ako napeke, kahit yung caster, pero si Buzz, back to the site. Yung dahan ng isang Yoru, no? When rotations, kaya mo mang-fake mo rin mag-rotate hyper along the way.
And speaking of very active, mukhang naging passive po na yung larangan ng DFM ngayon. Parang, seems like the composure is there, but the plans right now, hindi nila na-execute ng maayos. Pero habang yan nagbabantayan, nag-aambahan lang yung DFM, they're just waiting for something. Sana mag-work into their favor siguro to. Pero alam na, after they popped off the operator onto the side ngayon ng DRX, they finally know where these guys are gonna be committing. And speaking of Foxy9, saw Medusa, Stacks, it's just a big landslide na naman mula sa side ng DRX, pero nagbi-whiff sila nung ginagawa ng mga to. Ginagawa nyo, pero syempre habang yan ay ginagawa nila, mukhang yung trabaho ng DFM ay pa isa-isa dahil si Stacks ang kanilang harapan, pero may pag-asa pa ata si May ngayon.
Ganda nung flana ni Buzz doon kanina. Hindi lang talaga yung shots. But this the Hunters kailangan pasan. No choice. Yung ult, and that is fine round. Going sa kamay RX. Yung kagulo nakikita natin dito. Pag nag-decision na umentry na sa loob ng site, kanya-kanya
At ngayon naman, sa side ng DFM, this is just really sad. Ang ganda na they were able to take those trades. But then, si Stacks mukhang galit na siya as of now. Nakita nyo kagad yun. May 40, nasa mid pa yan. Ang layo pa nga sa teammates niya. Siya pa kumawa nung hinako niya lahat. Tawag-tawa ko si Ned Batero.
Ang kote.
Bigat
Nung kote Hindi ako makabuelo, alam mo yun?
Yung wala
Open rate! Tumamba para kay Foxy, pero buti na lang nakukuha yung off na yun.
Pero to, si Stacks, active ka masyado, Stacks, ha? Masyado kang mainit. And yan na naman yung problems ng DRX pagdating kay Stacks. Pag naiinis siya, or kaya pag gusto lang niyang umatake, atake siya ng atake, at yan na. Nagamit nga ng DFM against them. Ito pa, iba sa kanila naka-guardian. Malamang sa economy-wise itong DRX, and yet looks like they are failing this when it comes kay Buzz together with Stacks. Ang daming opportunity sa DFM, pero ang bagal lang makuha ng desisyon. Dapat, kung sure na kayo, dapat commit na kayo. Pero okay lang naman yan. Foxy9, napakalayo pa niya ngayon. Pero Medusa takes down Mako. At I think this is just gonna be a good roll sa side ng DFM.
Walls up. Para sa side ng DFM nga, post-plant positions, very essential. Foxy 9, kontrolado yung A-main. And this is a big control for them if you think about it. But, flashback, ito na naman siya. Galit na naman. Isa sa mga pillars ng mga rounds na nakikita natin dito ay yung mga kills ni Flashback. Foxy 9, Blade Storm out para sa kanya. Hunting begins para kay Anthem. 40 HP. Winnable to. Dalawa sa HP. Kaso nagkamali yung Shock Dart, Bessie!
Oh! Hindi kinaya yung lineup. Si Flashback na naman ang nanalo. Ang paboritong anak ngayon ni Papa J. Dahil palong-palo siya. Yung dalawa ngayon, and seems like it's just so positive. May tinatype to. May tinatype, pinakita ko na kayo sinabi na, empty? Na-joke lang guys, bawal yun. Pero ngayon, buti na, medyo na excited yung DFM. Masyado silang nakampante. Akala siguro nila, magsisave na lang. So ayaw nilang ipag-save, di ba? And eto pa, sa iba
Hinahalas sila dito.
Mali. Lagpas na lagpas.
Lagpas. Di nga lumagpas eh. Kinulang. Kinulang. Nabitin yung isang shock dart doon, but it would have been a different story. Anyway, lalo na si Flashback, pwestuhan niya rin maganda. Alam din nung Sova nila, kaya medyo natataranta pagdating doon. Hunter's Fury stop, alam nila, it's all above. That's gonna be Foxy 9. Nandito na rin yung kanilang yung Yoru nila, umaamba na rin. Fake lang pala yun. Isang pop, wala na. That's Buzz securing 1 kill as well. 4v3 scenario para sa side ng DRX. Ginawa nilang 4v1. As Flashback, galit na naman.
Flashback is just doing good. Tatandaan nyo debut game na ngayon for VCT Pacific. And right now, he's just too unstoppable. 7-2, bugbog talaga ngayon. Ang mga tropa natin mula sa DFM, mukhang after nung thrifty talaga noon, Taylor, mukhang nag-change, nag-shift talaga. Even if meron tayong sabihin natin na ginawa nila pagdating kanina sa mga retake, gano'n. Wala talaga eh. Yung post-plant ng DFM, seems like everything is crumbling down whenever they want to hold their angles. Or maybe it's just DRX getting that perfect timing. The gap nga between DRX and DFM, nakikita na natin ngayon. At may rason ang DRX kung bakit nga ba nila pinili ang Bees map.
Kung players ng DRX na DFM dito, Flashback ang isa sa mga immune dyan. Put on the shot here. So, mawala na gamit na yung neural theft sa kamay ni Medusa. And this is cue to go and entry the site. Lalo na, isa lang yung na-spot nila dyan. Which is, habang tignan mo yung positioning dito ng Yoru, magkakakitaan sina Medusa, pati na rin sina Buzz. Sakto lang para kay Get that kill. 3, post-plant and play.
Tignan natin kung kaya ba ngayon ng DRX kanina. It was possible in that 2v4. At habang ginagawa ito na Buzz with a dimensional drift, he finally gives the information. Alam na kagad anong mangyayari. They're actually buying time. Flashback na ito, napakainit. Bumabas na nga kagad siya. He tries to find them all. Pero nga lang, the reconning is just concussing the members ngayon ng DRX and they don't have enough time. Pero sabi ni Mako, i-hold mo yan. Ako ang bahala. Na-half ata na yon. At isa na lang kagad natitira. Pero nga lang, May was able to save the day. And DFM wins this round 7-3 at least. Ano lang sila, small steps but very sure naman.
Grabe yung ura. It mattered how they actually connect at that. Lalo na, ang laking edge nung DRX, nung old, nakita nila lahat actually kung players na to from A main up until the site itself. Alam kung saan exactly lahat ng yon. Pero it's all about that aim, all about those shots that daming makakatawid towards mid. Alam to, diba? Pre-far malala. Pero walang matatamaan. TP back na lang.
Natawa ako Sabi na, okay, empty na lang. Out na nga lang ako. Medyo mahirap yan. Kaso to, Cove na naman. Pero mukhang Mako, naririnig niya, but it's just playing discipline. And the final season, hindi nga lang tumama. Pero na nga tumatama na lahat. Napakalaki ng impact doon ngayon. Na may mga iba-iba. Pero nga lang, yung flash Flash, maganda. But then, it's just that ang daming nangyayari ngayon, Taylor. Pero importante ata para sa side ng DFM is that they can stall time. Nakita nga lang na CCTV, pero nga lang si Anthem, binantayan si Flashback. It's all up to Mr. Stocks right now to actually fix things together. Alam niya kung saan yung mga peso, pero nga lang is actually buying time. Nilabas pa kagad yung recon.
Hindi niya alam na nakatawid.
8 bullets, di niya alam. May makakabit sa kanya.
It's all part of the plan, Ray. Alam ni Anthem na wala siyang magagawa doon kung hindi to play around against the last remaining player ng DRX. Ginawa niya yung lahat ng yun para lang makatawid yung kanilang cipher na si Medusa. All worked out in the end. DFM, hindi pa rin malabo na makuha nilang itong mapa na to 7-4, and if it reaches to 7-5, best case scenario para sa side ng DFM ngayon. Pero 1 orb away na lang and Mako is gonna be able to get that Viper's Pit.
At ito pa, one din na kill for Flashback, mapapop off niya ang kanyang cap para lang makuha niya neural tech. Pero I think is on his way to get the information. Nasaan sila sa B-side? May mga traps, pero nga lang, di pa yan. Inaabangan-abangan lang. Magiging tricky to. At paano ba i-handle ng mga members ng DRX to? Wala pa silang kapake-pake ngayon kay May, pero ngayon may pake na sila. Lumabas, pero naunahan pa rin ni Foxy9. But Neth, towards there, receives Mako, at ngayon ang choice of DFM is to go A-side, pero may nagbabantay pa rin sa kanila. That's gonna be the 2 members ngayon ng DRX. We have here Buzz na nakatingin sa kanila ngayon din. He flashes them out, pero Anthem still saves the day. Lumabas pa rin, and now it's 3v3.
Ang ganda sana nung flash out doon kung tutuusin. Revealing area, walang makikita, walang masaspatan. Ang positioning ng DFM na naman, pagdating sa kanilang post plant, Flashback. Alam natin, isa sa mga clutcherist nakakakuha ng pabor. DFM, mamamatay ang isa, and that's gonna be the neural depth being used. Flashback, he knows exactly na dalawa ang nasa A-main. Yung isa lumabas na nga, Foxy9 to the rescue para tulungan, ipitin, i-sandwich. Ito na naman, problema na naman nila si Flashback.
Grabe si Flashback, ayoko tong makalaban, men. Aside from matatandaan niya lahat ng ginawa ko kasi Flashback ang kalaban, ang pangalan niya. Ayoko din dahil ang ganda ng lyrics. I think daming times when he's the reason why DRX has been winning rounds and rounds and rounds, and rather yung DRX. But as for the side of DFM, this is not bad after all. They have a good, pares lang naman din sila kagad ng agent selection pagdating ng DRX. So if DRX really did good pagdating sa kanilang defending, I am sure it's gonna be the same para sa DFM.
Plus, they also have a harbor compared dun sa yun lang ata yung difference na meron sila against DRX right now. And yung problema nila with regards to Flashback, it might be a bigger problem as well para dito sa kanilang magiging second half. Lalo na obvious na in the zone itong si Flashback ngayon. He controls the entirety of the map. And with the help of those tripwires as well, kung ma-outplay niya ang players ng DFM dito, malaki ang potential na makuha ulit ng DRX itong magiging second map natin, which is a map they picked, by the way. But di pa naman tapos ang lahat. Dito magkakaalaman nga yung tunay na laban nasa second half, at lalo na nandito sa pistol round.
And habang nasa pistol round nga, kanina pa nanalo ang DRX sa ating first map. Kahit 7-5, they were able to secure yung pistol round ngayon at error. So talagang importante yon. Pero big shoutout sa mga nagko-comment. Lalo na sa pangalan na Carlos Salcedo. Yung caster din yan eh. Tsaka si Gian Ballesteros ng Better Days.
Sheesh! Grabe, nanonood sa atin mga artista.
Kaya nga eh.
Ay, nako. Mga nag-reach bus. Grabe naman talaga. Entry it is. Simulan natin with the fake out para ma-detect nung trap. para makita nila yung tripwire. Pero instead, madedetect yung tunay na Yoru, yung Orig.
Our spike carrier is killed.
Uy!
Spike down, yung camera, nakuha na ba nila yung camera ni Medusa? Baka oo, kanina ang daming information na binigay pero sayang kay Foxy9, ay kay Stax by the way. So medyo mahirap ang posisyon ngayon ng DRX. Si Stax pa yung nawala na nagbibigay ng information sa kanila, but they don't have much of a choice. They need to battle it out. Pero yan na nga, lalabas na nga with those cages. Tatapatan ni Flashback. He knows how to play this. Pero nga lang, speaking of tatapatan, mukhang yung trade nangyayari, pero sa iba sila pupunta. It's gonna be a 2v1. Rather, Neth right now, right behind those pillars. At ngayon, may kita ba na walang mangyayari as Mako gets him and DRX secures this pistol rod na kailangan ng mga taga-DFM.
Patience is key para kay Flashback doon. Hindi siya happy na ang dami niyang naririnig, na ang dami na ring players ng DRX ang namatay sa loob ng site. What was important for him is to really save that positioning na hindi siya mahuhuli dahil ang ganda ng positioning niya rito. Aside from that, hawak-hawak din naman ni Mako yung B-main. So, kayang-kaya nilang i-trade off ang isa't isa. Lalo na kung dalawa magpipressure sa huling miyembro dito ng DFM. Pistol round! Mapupunta pa nga sa DRX. Laking posibilidad na maging 10-4, lalo na lamang sila pagdating sa eco.
Deep din sila sinabayan ng DFM kasi medyo kulang nga pagdating sa pera. Flashback takes him out. It looks like this is just really promising for DRX Taylor. Pero nga lang mukhang slow pa rin ang approach nila pagdating sa A-side. Pero kailangan na kagad lumabas ni Stax. Kailangan na rin din kagad sila mag-work together para lang makuha tong round na to.
Ganda ng hold. Kaya pa para sa pangalawa. Hindi na. Si Ces, kaya nilang pulutin yung barrel. Pero Mako to the rest. Look at that trade-offs. Important trade-offs as well. Or V1. Dusa na lang ang natitira. Naglo-lurk toward mid. Pero huling akto ni Mako. All the holes mid. Makukuha yung round. DRX. Far. So, expectation. Alam natin na exceed or namila yung expects natin dito sa matches natin so far.
Ang ano talaga alam mo na pag si DRX sa mapa nila, alam mong mangyayari dito is just going to be a big crazy round na papabor sa DRX. And nangyari na nga, 10-4. Imagine, bugbog sarado ang mga taga-DFM. At ngayon pa ba, magiging ganun din ba? Sa tingin ko, oo, ang daming pwede nilang gamitin. Kinuha yung recon. May mare-reveal pang dalawang miyembro ng DRX nga lang sa side ng DFM. Very good sa kanila. Pero na-clear nila pa rin papasok ng B-side.
Spike planted. Walang cancel. Hamang tawid. Pagdating sa mga tripwire. Isa pa ng DX. Masyadong mataas. Pang Yao Ming. Yung court dito. Buzz. 38 flash. Settling in. Pati si Flashback na likod. Live to. Yung kanilang post-plant scenario, Ray, pero lang sila sa tao. Kumpletong-kumpleto yung kabila.
Wala din kagad available na lurks. Wala din kagad pang post-plant. At yun na nga. Pero nga hindi mo na nakuha yung defuse by the way.
May line.
Hindi pa. Pero nga lang, talagang pinipilit kayo ni Seas. At isa na lang kagad natitira pat hindi naging worth it. At may oras pa rin ang DFM to actually defuse that. At looking at that, 10-5 na nga. Pumupuso pa rin ang DFM but not so bad sa side ng DRX. They were able to get kills and at the same time, eco round pa rin naman na to sa kanila
Bonus round. So, nakabawas sila sa players dito ng DFM.
Nice!
But not too much A take scenario coming in from DFM, that. Pero yung naging alay, yung pagdedesisyon nila na aggressive yung B-main, it was very essential, very important na gawin nila for that. Apat na tao ang nakaabang pagdating sa A-main. Gusto atasin to lahat. Pero kumukha nila yun para with yung kanilang Yoru.
Mukhang wala. Buti umiwas si Foxy9. Buti hindi niya kinain yung pain. Or else it's gonna be dangerous. Pero may iniiwasan lang naman sila ng onte. Gathering little bits of those information as well. Pero ito na si Buzz. Siya naman ngayon ang maglalabas ng kanyang Dimensional Reef. Hello everyone! Is gonna be telling people sino ang pwede na lang makuha. Ingat lang sa may, ano lang, ayun na nga sinabi ko eh. Si May kita na lang, hindi niya na-call na meron tao sa mid. Pero merong matatrap kagad. And he's gonna pull them out. Pero nga lang nakatingin si Medusa sa kanya. Sabay-sabay silang pumasok sa mismong side. Pero Medusa is the way para lang ma-take down lahat ng members ng DRX. Bad call yun. Nag-crumble down. Nung hindi niya na-call, nung na-timingan ni May yung sa may window part. Kaya lahat ng members ng DRX wala silang choice kundi it-commit na lang instead. And a good round from DFM. Mukhang humahabol pa sila at this point.
Ganda na rin ng reaction coming in from DFM here. Kahit na gulong-gulo sila pagdating sa Yoru, pagdating doon sa Dimensional Drift nga, hindi pa rin sila kumbaga na-outplay ng isang Yoru. Alam pa rin nila yung mga fake, alam pa rin nila na at the end of the day, kailangan lumabas ng Dimensional Drift na yan and meron pa rin certain specific window of time na kaya nilang patayin yung Yoru nang hindi pa lumalabas yung barel. Anyway, brand new round for DFM. Yung aggressiveness nila towards A-main kanina, baka dito na magkaroon ng rambulan. Marami-rami ang nag-aabang for the side of DRX as well. It's 3 people and Stacks to first get that hit.
Looking at this, they're just crumbling. Medusa na lang together with Anthem ang natitira. Iko na naman to. Dapat itong round na to ay pupunta na sa kamay ng TFM. Napakawalan pa nila. But remember, this is Anthem we're talking about. Nabait lang sila kagad sa maraming angles. At ngayon lahat sila bumagsak. Sabi ko nga, always respect everyone. The ecos, the rounds na naka-sheriff pa rin ng DRX. Yun ang hindi natandaan ng DFM sa kanilang homework at we only have Anthem na hindi pa niya alam saan halos lahat yung mga miyembro ng DRX.
For sure, alam niyang nag-rotate na itong mga players ng DRX. So instead, at least nakakuha siya ng isang orb bago man lang matapos ang lahat. Buzz, naspatan na rin siya. Alam nila manggagaling siya towards mid. Buzz yet again to answer. May recon pang pwedeng gamitin si Anthem dito. Pero palabo na ng palabo ang pagkakapanalo para sa side ng DFM. Kaya si Anthem, siya na lang nagdesisyon. Pala-desisyon kasi siya, kaya magsisave na lang. Wala eh. Nabigay, alam na nila kung nasan ka. Alam mo yun? 3 to, triangle formation. GG.
Wala eh. Paano pa ba bang makakawala dyan? Di ba? Pero grabe ang smart ng DRX doon. I think sobrang impressed talaga ako na alam mo yung amount of tiwala na kaya nila pa rin manalo sa round na yan despite the overwhelming din na scenario against DFM. Although the guns are there for DFM, seems like hindi nila nga na ano naman eh, na-exploit na naman sila ng DRX. And dalawa na lang before they can finally win this. At tumatawa-tawa na lang si Fox na good vibes ang mga taga-DRX. Panalo eh. Pero pag natatala minsan, ano pa? Oh, you know, saktong-sakto, diba? Hindi ba nang nabawasan kahit yung armor? Ang clean eh. Sobrang clean.
Dahil dun sa kill ni Flashback, actually, yun yung naging cue nila na, okay, mambaut na lang tayo sa A. Nandito naman yung natitirang miyembro ng DFM eh. Open na open yung B site natin dito. At Flashback helped out or helped pave that execution as well dahil nga dun sa mga lurk na ginagawa niya. Pero ito na. Buy round pa rin para sa side ng DFM. Meron pa rin silang rep para makabili. Aside from that, Dimensional Rift also available para kay May. And si Medusa, may neural theft din naman. So lots of utility play for info. Definitely there. Pero aggressiveness towards A-main, hindi pa rin nagbabago.
Hindi ko talaga may pagtatanto na itong DFM dapat may dalawa silang importante na round. And speaking of, makakuha pa mag-reveal pa kung nasaan yung DRX. So this is a good idea. But then the flashes are there. Buzz right behind. Talagang gumagawa lang siya ng madaming distractions against the DFM. At tignan mo, saan sila nakatingin? Sa holes, di ba? At halos lahat, nakapasok na. Nagkatatlin ka yung timing. Pagdating sa walls ni Mako, and that's just it. Habang distracted sila sa ginawa niya, lahat sila ay nandito na kagad sa mismong site. Pagdating sa DRX, 4v4, meron pa tayo ngayong Hunter's Fury, meron pa tayong Dimensional Rift na gagamitin ng anime just to get information saan ba sila magagaling. It's gonna be popping himself out, but Buzz was able to get the trade, and then May once again goes with it. Pero nga lang, Post
Wow.
plant it is, pero walang laban ngayon dahil si Medusa ang talagang nananaklaw sa mga miyembro ng DRX and finally, nakapag-reset sila.
Alam mo, Ray, bago pa lang mag-plant yung DRX dito sa loob ng A site, si Medusa, kanina pa siya nakapag-lurk. Kanina actually nasa flank. Inaantay niya lang yung perfect timing na sumilip para sa kanya. Lalong nananalo sa engagements itong DFM towards a main. And because of that pressure, especially sa Viper, kasi alam niyang ito yung nagla-line up, nakuha nila na yun. Ang tagal ng pagtitiis ni Medusa, pero lahat ng nangyari ay worth it para sa kanya. 11-7, DFM. This would make DRX a little bit paano, pero meron pa rin silang pera para makabili sa round na to. Aside from that, kung makikita mo si Foxy9, naka-operator pa. Laking investment niya.
Oo. Investment ka, totoo. Nagkatotoo nga yung mga investment. Kahit may flash pa yan. Bagsak na lang si flash pa. Pero may sagot kagad si Foxy9. He'll be able to get it. May kasama pa din kagad na neural test para makakuha kagad sana kanina. Pero
Wow.
walang galit na galit ang Prodigy na in-acquire ng DRX last year na ang pangalan ay Foxy9. We only have Medusa. What a blast from DRX. Pinahanga na naman nila tayo sa round 19.
Lalo na yung kanilang chemistry pagdating doon lang mga utility play. Hunter's Fury hanggang Blade Storm. As long as mag-connect, parang naka-magnet nga yung room dito ni Foxy9 Kahit hindi niya nakita yung kalaban, alam niya pa rin exactly yung movements dito ng DFM. Medusa, note siya kung hindi mag-save para sa round na to. Would rather do that kasi alam niyang walang tsansa para masagot itong DRX. Lalo na naka-up yung Blade Storm, andyan yung 4 na miyembro. No choice kung ika nga.
Match point na mula sa DRX. At ano diba, yun nga, ang dami nilang mistakes. There might be minimal mistakes sa DRX, but a new round is a new adventure sa kanila. A new round is a new ano din sa kanila approach towards the game. Pero DFM ngayon pa sila nag-time up. Dapat kanina pa tayo. Nung nanalo na yung DRX towards sabihin natin half buy or yung thrifting nila, sana doon na kagad nag-time out yung DFM. Ngayon pa sa match point kung saan medyo mahihirapan na sila dahil ito pa, hindi naman lahat ng lahat ng ultimate ginamit ng mga players nila. So, pwede pa nalang magamit to para sa round na to. Pero parang chilling na lang yung coach ng DRX no? Sabi niya, okay, keep it up guys. You're all doing good. Oh, diba? Na-translate ko pa.
Grabe naman. May Timo Hat, meron din silang wingman na hawak-hawak dito. Pero yun nga, DRX, gusto ata nilang at least itong time out ma-break yung pagiging hype ng mga players dito ng DRX dahil dun sa well-executed round na pinakita nga nila. This is gonna be a difficult round as well. Mako, available na yung kanyang first pit. And for DFM side, marami rin namang utility play na kayang ilabas. Lalo na may Viper Spit din sila dito na posibleng agad-agad gamitin towards A. Pero let's see, dahil si Medusa, nag-swap na rin ang position. It's towards A this time para sa kanyang mga trip wars. Pero mukhang ang nais ng mga players ng DRX is to play slow, play and find that pick-off. Pero mukhang si Flashback ang mapipick off dito.
Nalala, yung slow sana nila, hindi. Binilasan naman ng DFM ngayon. Tulog siya eh. Alam mo si Flashback kanina, palong-palo, no? Pero ngayon, para napupunterya na siya. Mainit ang dugo ng DFM whenever it's Flashback. They will all see. Pero right now,
Water shot.
Foxy9 takes May. Napaka-importante pa naman na si May. Pero nga lang masyado sila na with the list. Stacks right now will be taken out. Agad-agad ang Viper's ultimate na kinuha ni Cease right now. At then, protektado ang buong site. Hinahanap lang si Cease ngayon. But then, yung calibration ng DRX, si Buzz will be taking Medusa. Pero only leaving Mako together with Buzz. May next tip pa na pwedeng gawin si Buzz ngayon para lang maisalba ang round na ito. Pero nagkakasalisi sila!
Uy, naku, sakto sa reload! Pre-fire lang sana yon. And I think si Buzz hindi nga niya nakita yung Viper eh.
30
Kung
seconds
tutuusin. Pero I feel like medyo na-distract, nataranta na rin siya na okay, nag-ult yung dito, nag-dimensional drift. Siguro nakita na ako. Nag-overthink na si Idol. 2v2 pa rin naman. Hindi pa napaplant yung spike. 15 seconds. Hilan ni Neto. Malaking bagay. Hunter's Fury nilabas na. And the kill from Net actually suppresses that. Mako. Mahirapan makapag-plant. 7 seconds remaining. Kailangan niya nang i-push to. Pero wala. Nakita pa siya ng recon. DFM secures the round.
Ang dami nilang kailangan i-check eh, no? Nag-aalinlangan sila kung meron ba magagaling sa flank nila, pero wala naman talaga. Ang perfect na sana ng timing ni Mako, pero it didn't happen at all. Ito pa din kagad yung pick nila sa may window, sa may B main, hindi na naging worth it. So everything was kind of distracted sa side ng DRX. But then, the heart that this DFM roster has is actually impressive. Lahat ng next na sagot, nakuha pa rin nila. And not bad. Dati kasi guys, paano binubugbog ng teams ng DFM? 13-2, 13-4, di ba? Ngayon, talagang tumatabi sila. And remember, this is DRX, one of my number 2 or maybe one of the top 3 or top 2 na teams sa VCT Pacific. At gato na kagad yung edge na pwedeng ibigay ng DFM against them.
Gusto lang naman mag-drone ni Idol. Natamaan pa ng shock dart. Ako po. Na-fake sila ng Yoru. Pero Buzz, mawawala rin dito. Sumasagot pa rin ang DFM. Hindi pa tapos ang laban, Ray. 3v3 scenario. Neural Def out para sa side ng DRX. Pero Mako goes for a double and now it's all up to Medusa na nagro-rotate pa lang all the way from... Wala siyang idea kung nasaan yung ibang membro. Na-detect siya nung drone. Andito na rin yung Viper Spit. Matatapos na nga ba tong round na to?
Pre-fire niya. Alam ni Mako, sobrang crucial. Pero mag-out na nga lang din siya. Medusa, nasa sayo to. Meron kang cyber cage. Yung isa mong kalaban ay half on its HP. Pero nga lang, while he's doing it, sabi na lang kagad ng DRX, popping na lang kami.
Nikutan niya all the way.
Ang tapang.
Mawawala yung Viper Spit. Meron pa siyang cage dito, Ray. Kaya pang ata i-outplay. May recon pa si Stax. Sa point, narinig niya na yung tap ng spike. Tamang pre-fire, dito matama. Tuloy-tuloy na pagde-defuse na lang. Pero hindi aabot. As Stax still secures the round for the side of DRX.
No mistakes on that 1v1. It's Stax we're talking about. But then, after 2 maps, akala natin may pag-asa pang pamangatlo. Yung roster this debut of DRX tells us na ito na ang improved version nila. And I would really say this, mahirap din kalaban ng Freezer Raccoon roster ng DFM. Ang ganda ng chemistry na to eh. So talagang mahirap din para sa DRX side because they are still adjusting to what they have as well. At ngayon naman na nakita natin to, successful ang DRX. Sila ngayon ay tutungtong sa next level. Pero alam na ng audience natin kung sino ang makakalaban ng Team Secret. And that's going to be DFM. Detonation Focus Me. Ngayon lamang sa ating VCT Pacific. Pero all in all, Thayer, ano masasabi mo sa roster ngayon ng DFM, di ba? Sobrang promising.
So, roster that we at right now, comparing doon sa nangyari here, which is medyo low yung bar na expectation dito. But DFM, slowly, they're trying to pinch in dito sa loob ng VCT Pacific Kick-off. And simula pa lang naman to, makakapag pa rin naman sila. But that's finally it. Dito mga matches for today. Dito VCT Pacific. Any last bago natin pasas, meron pa ba?
Yay! Puro ano talaga kagad ngayon. Wala na, puro 2-0. Pero sana talaga makita natin yung next games natin na may mga dikit talaga at mga 2-1 na siguro, no? Yun lang. And thank you guys sa sinamahan nyo kami all throughout sa buong araw dito lamang sa kick-off ng VCT Pacific.
PS, huwag nyong kalimutan. So, kita-kits tayo sa mga susunod. Pero right now, din syempre dito at sa mga kaganapan on-site.
Last match win goes to DRX. Congratulations, I'm here with Flashback. 안녕하세요. 축하드립니다.
안녕하세요.
네, 오늘 DRX 팬분들이 또 많이 와주셨는데 특히나 더 기쁠 것 같아요. Today we have a lot of DRX fans in the crowd, so you must be really happy for today's win, right?
보러 와주셔서 감사합니다. 정말 감사해요.
Thank you for coming to see our match. Thank you so much, fans. And for the next question, you newly joined the team. People say it's upgraded DRX. So how do you feel about today's match? And is there going to be any difference in DRX? 오늘 또 DRX에 새롭게 합류하면서 팬분들은 뭐 업그레이드된 DRX를 기대하고 있다라는 말도 있는데요. 오늘 경기를 통해서 그걸 증명하셨을까요? 어땠을까요?
첫 판에는 살짝 이게 떨려서 잘 못했던 것 같은데 두 번째 판은 그래도 나쁘지 않게 보여줬다 생각해서 기분 좋아요. 되게 너무 좋아요.
좋습니다. Okay, for map 1, I was a bit nervous, so I didn't show my full performance. But at map 2, I got back and think I did well and showed and led to the team's win. 또 이제 다음으로 맵 2에서는 버즈의 요루를 봐서 좀 인상적이었고 또 탑 타격대 조합이 있었거든요. 맵 1과 2, DRX가 각각 어떻게 헤쳐나갈지에 대해서 좀 여쭤볼게요. At map 2, we saw Buzz with Yoru, which was unusual, and 2 duelist comps. So what can you say about how DRX went through map 1 and map 2?
앞으로 조금 더 공격적인 DRX가 되도록 노력하겠습니다.
오늘보다 더 공격적으로요?
네, 좀 더 공격적으로 해볼게요.
오늘도 충분히 공격적이셨는데 또 얼마나 더 잘하실지 기대가 됩니다.
감사합니다.
Yes, Flashback said we will be more aggressive, more attacking, and we'll be a better DRX. Thank you for the interview. 인터뷰 감사드립니다.
감사합니다.
승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
And we have one thing left. We have a present for the fans. 이거 팬분들을 위한 선물인데 여기 사인해 주시면 되거든요.
오케이.
You can write it wherever you want. 어디다 해도 돼요. 뭐 여기 배에다가 해도 되고. It's a cute little penguin. Yes, and fans who raise your hands or shouts. 손드는 팬분들 아니면 소리가 크다 하는 팬 쪽으로 승리의 요정 펭귄을 던져주시면 됩니다.
제가요?
네, 앞으로 아니면 뒤로.
소리 한번 듣겠습니다.
Wow, it's loud. Whoa! To the first row. 잘하셨어요.
감사합니다.
예. 오늘 승리 다시 한번 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
네, 제가 이건 가져가도록 할게요. Okay, this was Flashback from DRX, and I'll pass to you next. Bye. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Bye bye.
DRX rookie Flashback honestly changed the fate for DFM in this second map. He is proving his mettle. We're playing with the plushies on our desk right now. You can't see it.
Sorry, I'll show it later when we.
But DRX looked incredible on this map.
Absolutely, and I think he's the man to just talk about. Flashback has just been absolutely insane. He creates those lurk openings, he just gets the multi-kills. He basically makes it easy for Buzz to do whatever Buzz wants, and he was even just having fun at one of those rounds, you know, making noise with his weapon. So Flashback, really a statement game in this second map.
It really was, and I mean, he kind of talked about just trying to settle in a little bit on map 1, and he felt like he really came alive on map 2, and we kind of saw that in the performance as well, because there were those multi-kill rounds coming through for Flashback. He was having a strong performance on that Killjoy, but they were way more spaced out. This was hyper-condensed Flashback pop-off back-to-back-to-back. Just so many rounds where he just won them and kept DRX very much in the driver's seat for this one, but still a solid effort here for DFM. Both the maps, they managed to pick up 8 rounds apiece, and that's still a solid improvement compared to the last time they played against DRX. It was a 13-8 into a 13-3 stomp for DRX to get a 2-0. But, I mean, solid performance from both of these ciphers. Seems like this is going to be an ever-important agent when it comes down to playing on Breeze. We continue to see the importance, the impact that we get from those Sentinel players. But the other trend that I'm kind of noticing is that in the 3 times that we've had Breeze thus far, it's the double duelist
That's
team
right.
that have managed to come out on top.
Yeah, I guess it just makes it so that even whether depending not depending on whether which side you're on. Sorry, I'm losing my words now. You just have so many more options when you have aggressive agents available to you, especially when it's like that Yoru that if you're in a tight spot, you can always just use your gate crash to go the other side of the map, be very safe, and then just do it all over again.
I mean, you called it earlier, that second duelist was pretty crucial. May obviously is the solo duelist on DFM. I think they just need to rework it a bit. But like you said, Achilleos, we saw some good ideas come out from DFM. I don't think this is definitely not the end of the road for them, and I think we're going to see some interesting games moving forward. Today wasn't the day, but they were a bit unlucky, you know, going up against a titan like DRX. Now, I got to ask you, Achilles, you were talking about Stacks on the Sova earlier. Did he please you this time?
No, I mean, for sure, compared to what we've seen in the past. It felt like, because Stax has always been good at rifling, so that was never the issue when he was playing Sova. It was all about his util usage, and we saw some really nice shock darts that just came flying out of nowhere. It seems like he put a lot of time into learning the balances, making sure that he knew all the recon dart setups, and overall, this was a much stronger performance from Stax on that Sova compared to when he debuted. I also have to give a shout out to Buzz, who had only played Yoru once before this in any kind of tracked match. And the first time he played it, didn't go so well. 77 ACS, went 2-14. I don't even know what game it was, but it was a damn poor one. But so a much better performance from him. Clearly was putting in some work on that Yoru.
Yeah, and again, they finally realized just have Foxy9 on the Jet. It doesn't make sense to try to flex him on any other duelist because Buzz can actually do that. He's more of an assortment kind of duelist player. So finally they realize it and it works.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I really like about DRX this time, especially with Foxy9, is a lot how they've really come together. You could see a lot of the comms you could see the chemistry happening, especially on Breeze. So I'm really liking this upgraded DRX, or maybe evolved is the better word. Yeah, we're kind of like trying to figure out how to evolve.
We have
They're
to see
evolving.
more still. So
Yeah.
whether or not it's an upgrade is yet to be seen. It seems like DFM overall, I'm willing to say, yeah, this is an upgrade for them, absolutely. But for DRX, we need to see a little bit more. The thing that we didn't get the touch on as we had the bracket up on screen, though, is we kind of have this pseudo rematch, obviously a very different team, but between DRX and Talon to see who is going to be moving forward into the playoffs, much like we kind of had at Lock-In.
Yeah, so this is going to be exciting. And the first 2 days here at Kickoff, it's been fantastic seeing all the rookies and the new players completely rise up to the occasion. They've been phenomenal across all the teams. And I'm really curious to see that tomorrow. We're going to see Paper Rex versus Gen G. And is Monyet going to be able to step up to those big shoes too? We also have Bleed and Global and T1 and Zeta Division. Tomorrow is going to be a crazy day of games. We've seen so much potential from all of them. Bleed and Global is another game I'm really excited for.
And Polvi versus Ye, that looks like it's going to be a really nice matchup between the two because Polvi still had a strong performance despite the loss for Global.
Yeah, the last one as well, Saya player versus Depp. Depp was firing on all cylinders in the match that they played, and as well as Saya player when T1 had their match a couple of days ago. So much to look forward to for tomorrow.
That's right. So, ladies and gentlemen, get a good night's rest because tomorrow is going to be poppin'. Thank you for joining us here on VCT Pacific Kickoff, and see you tomorrow for more action.